Everyone has a video game that just pulls you in, immerses you into its world, and resonates with you on a level that most people don't understand. But out of all the games I've played, none have gripped me the way that Monster Hunter World did. I started the series with this game back in 2018, and have been obsessed with it ever since. Hey, they don't need to see that, alright? Those who've never played this game will ask me, what is so amazing about Monster Hunter? What do you do in this game that makes it so compelling and a world you'd prefer over the real one? Well, to put it simply, you hunt monsters. What were you expecting me to say? Trying to stop Ragnarok? The dissection of immortality? Nah, you hunt monsters, carve their body parts, and use those parts to craft stronger gear to hunt stronger monsters. It's such a simple gameplay loop that this franchise completely soars with, creating a satisfying experience of progression with some incredible combat and equally incredible bosses. Above all else, I love Monster Hunter for its incredible immersion and focus on grounded fantasy. Instead of having dragons that fire deadly acid or lightning just because, Monster Hunter uses real-world biology and ecology to explain every creature's abilities and how they fit into their environment. Despite the term monster being used, these are not bloodthirsty killers whose only purpose is to be slain by the hero. They are living animals that all serve a purpose in their ecosystems. It's one thing for a game like Red Dead 2 to add living, breathing environments through implementing real-world animals. It's another thing for Monster Hunter to create fantastical ecosystems with entirely unique creatures that all weave together into a cohesive world. That is the core of why I love these games, but what really drives this point home is the monsters themselves. There is so much to dissect about each and every monster, their design, their fight, their ecology or lore, that discussing each one in less than a minute is simply a disservice to the amount of effort put into these bosses. So with Monster Hunter Wilds just around the corner, I decided that I'd rank every single monster in World and Iceborne. And yes, I do mean every monster, all 71 of them, from Great Jagras all the way to Fatalis. Base monsters, subspecies, siege fights, crossovers. If it has a spot on the large monster field guide, it counts for the list. Some people are probably wondering why I did a ranking instead of a tier list. Well, one is so people don't just skip to the end of my video, see something they hate, and proceed to write a rage comment down below. But also, I do have a criteria for people who'd prefer a tier list or rating. The color I have of each number before the monster will indicate what tier it would fit into and what score I'd give it out of 10. It's the best of both worlds. Disclaimer, this is ranking the quality of the monsters based on their fight, design, and ecology. And although I may be quite harsh to some of these guys, that's simply because the boss quality is some of the best and most consistent I have ever seen. So if you disagree with me on any placements, your opinion is completely valid. Aside from 2 bad eggs in particular, I can completely understand why you defend any monster on this list. Also, I started Monster Hunter with World and have not played any of the old games, so I hold no nostalgia towards the returning monsters, nor will I consider their quality in Rise or previous games. But I've wasted enough time and we've got a lot of ground to cover. I'm Bastion Benedicts, and this is every monster ranked in Monster Hunter World.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I mean, what am I supposed to say here? This is the worst boss in the entire game, and possibly the most frustrating experience you could ever have with this franchise, and that's kind of saying a lot. With every other monster in the game, even the ones I despise, you'll find at least a couple people who defend them, and you're welcome to that opinion, but you will find absolutely no one defending Ancient Leshen. So there's no worry of upsetting anyone when I insult this Canadian cult crackhead. There's something I do find strange though. Everyone seems to agree Ancient is the worst monster, but no one ever seems to talk about why Ancient is the worst monster. So I'm here to thoroughly explain to you lucky souls who never fought him why Ancient Leshen is the worst experience to have in Monster Hunter World. To begin with, who in the history of planet Earth ever wanted a Leshen in Monster Hunter? A humanoid boss does not fit into these games. Literally any other Witcher monster could have worked. A basilisk, a griffin, but nope, Tyrone the Moose was a better option, I guess. He also looks a lot worse than base Leshen. The green just blends into the ancient forest, like I can't even tell where he is half the time. One big issue with this guy is his stupidly massive health for a high rank fight. This anorexic scarecrow has over 67,000 health. Now this number might not seem too bad at face value, but you have to remember that Solo Fatalis has a health bar of 66,000 health, meaning this literal stickman has more health than the final boss of Iceborne. And at least with Fatalis, you have access to master rank weapons and equipment, while you only have high rank weapons for Ancient Leshen. My main point with this is that the fight goes on forever, usually lasting 40 to 50 minutes, only decreasing down to 25 to 30 if your team's efficient enough. This massive length wouldn't ruin the monster if it's fun, but hunting Ancient Leshen is such a torturously painful experience that I just want it to end the second I start. Ancient Leshen has so many problems that just build into this mountain of nails that you're forced to swallow every time you fight him. One personal criticism I have is that fighting Ancient Leshen is incredibly one-sided. The fight will either end with you bound up to roots screaming as Jaggers jump you, or you give Ancient an endless concussion so hard he can't tell his ass from his mouth. Another problem is that the only weak point is his tiny head, making it incredibly hard to attack him and even more chaotic in teams, as well as being the absolute worst if you use short weapons like hammer or dual blades. He has this aura of flying crows that cause ludicrous tick damage if you're up close, which forces you to play passive on an already tedious fight. The aura can be reduced with fire, but the birds respond way too fast for this to be an actual solution. The birds can also be used as attacks with an insane amount of range that you have to be on the other side of the map to avoid. It makes sense for his bird bomb, it gives you enough time to flash him, but the normal bird attacks come out way too fast to avoid. He can teleport as well, but in the most obnoxious way imaginable. Instead of being used as a form of attack or way to ambush you, the teleport is used as a keep away tool and brings the fight's pacing to a screeching halt. Many times he will teleport, only to spawn right back where he was originally, or even hide behind a tree or the environment to hit you literally out of nowhere. But most of these issues fail in comparison to those damn root attacks he uses. Basically, Ancient Leshen will summon these roots that will explode and send you flying with massive damage. He also uses the roots to prevent you from attacking and block your path. Your Igni Fire can be used to get rid of them, but the roots spawn faster than the Igni can recharge, so it just creates blockades where he can get you but you can't get him. Another major problem that contributes to the roots and the monster as a whole is the map. The Ancient Forest is an insanely cramped locale, making it easy for you to get stuck in a corner and killed by some roots or birds. What's interesting is that all of the root attacks have a clear tell before they burst to deal damage, so you can see them coming. The problem is that they blend too well in the forest and foliage. Combine that with the chaos this fight often provides, and you're constantly just dicked over by roots you didn't see coming. This is especially the case with this one attack where you can summon roots right underneath you, so sometimes you can't even see the roots because of a bush or Jagras next to you. Speaking of, the Jagras gank squad is one of the worst things about the fight. At any point, the Ancient Leshen can point his finger at you, and a gang of Jagras will summon to attack you and only you. They have equally insane damage and health, so trying to deal with all of them and the Leshen is a nightmare. Plus, the whole enmity mechanic feels slapped on. There's no ingenuity to it like it was with Behemoth. Also, for a game with such precise hitboxes that feel well integrated in the boss fights, Ancient Leshen has some very questionable hitboxes. This is the absolute worst when we discuss that stupid pin attack. It is literally the most broken BS attack in the entire game. Let's break this down. It has little to no windup and can grab you from literally anywhere, so there is absolutely no time to sheath your weapon and prepare to dodge before the grab gets you. Once you get caught in this attack, constant chip damage will melt your health until a final hit kills you, and yes, with high rank armor, this pin attack would guarantee kill you. It was entirely up to whether your team flashes or burns the enemy that you would survive the attack. I get that it's a co-op oriented mission, but having an attack that guarantees your death if you're solo is just flatly unfair. Even with a team, if you have incompetent teammates and you get trapped, it's quite literally a lost cause. It's not even that the fight is painfully difficult to solo like Extremith, it's actively designed to oppose soloing Ancient Leshen. This pin attack comes in 3 main bursts, which will target 3 different players, or all target you if solo. The way the 3 bursts are timed make it so you have to be nearly perfect with your dodging, and if you use a weapon that focuses on blocking, then tough shit. My good friend Zeverus lent me his footage so you can actually see the pin attack, and you may say, oh, he dodged it just fine, but notice how he's standing on solid dirt ground, a spot where it's pretty clear to see the roots coming, and there's no other players or Jagras to block his camera. When you're running in the tall grass while the Jagras are chasing you and multiplayer chaos is happening, it's a lot harder to see the pin, and expecting this precise of dodging in this chaotic of a quest is definitely not a fair expectation of hunters. To put in short, this move fucking sucks, and whoever programmed and approved it should be fired immediately. Then we get to the worst part of this tragedy they call a boss fight, the 4th and final phase. Ancient Leshen's Nest is the Great Jagras Den, this cramped area the size of a shoebox that makes it near impossible to avoid his AoEs. The Jagras get spawned twice as often, the teleporting is at its worst, and the bird spam never stops. Then he teleports behind a tree, does a pin attack while I can't see him, and instantly kills me as the Jagras chomp on my dead corpse and I fail the quest. This is such a fun fucking quest. Wow, I am having the time of my motherfucker. 1 out of 10. It is the worst thing about Monster Hunter World. At least with all the other bosses, even the worst ones, they try to capture some spirit of Monster Hunter, or have something. Ancient Leshen has none of that. He doesn't have the design, the fight, the ecology, or the passion that any of these other monsters have, and is nothing more than a pathetic attempt at challenging the player in the most frustrating of ways, and one that should be left well alone by anyone who values their sanity. He is a waste of space, and the one truly irredeemable monster in Monster Hunter World.
Imagine being the biggest living creature on the earth. You don't have to imagine it, sadly. Yeah, you're banned.
Zora Magdaros. I hate Zora more than I can possibly express in a 4-hour video. Apparently some people like this monster, good for them, but I cannot see what they see in this fat useless sack of asphalt and orange Fanta, especially when comparing it to what this series has done. For example, in Monster Hunter Tri, that game's siege monster involves sailing a boat across the sand sea as you pursue a massive sand whale with tusks the size of cell towers. How can Zora be seen as such an amazing set piece when Capcom has executed siege monsters in so many more creative and interesting ways? The other main defense I see is that fighting Zora sucks, but playing this hunt with friends is really fun. And yes, you can argue that. But you know what my counter-argument is? Every other hunt in this game is more fun with multiplayer. Whether you're hunting an Elder Dragon, Great Jagras, Fatalis, whatever. The co-op system of Monster Hunter is so well designed that you can argue this for any other monster. Zora is not the exception to this. What makes Zora Magdogshit so bad is that it takes the strongest aspects of the game, the fantastic combat aligned with engaging bosses, beautiful environments, etc., and completely abandons that for this snooze fest of a supposed fight. The fact that this took over a year of development and God knows how many resources really ticks me off. They could have used that to make more monsters, fix the bits on sticks, make a new biome, but nope. They wasted it all on this incarnation of boredom and unfun. The worst aspect of this monster is the quote-unquote fight, because it's not a fight. You fire cannons at him, sit on his back, hit some stationary objects, sit on his back, hit Nergi twice before he leaves, sit on his back, fire some more cannons, sit on his back. The first time you fight Zora, you stand by the wall and fire cannons as he slowly makes his way over. Not attacking, just slowly walking over. Then you keep firing cannons as he just stands there, menacingly. He has like 2 attacks that do absolutely nothing and move at the speed of a broken animatronic as you try not to fall asleep. Then you move on to his back to target magma cores, which are literally just inanimate objects that occasionally spew magma. There is absolutely no engagement. You are literally just hitting the pillar from the training area, except now it spits Fanta at you. Then you spend about 20 minutes doing absolutely fuck all, sitting on his back and waiting for Nergi to appear. The second encounter is the exact same thing. You hop on his back, pop his pimples, sit there doing nothing, then load cannons. Zora Magdog doesn't even do anything in his final stand. He has 1 fire attack and the same 2 attacks from last time. So that's 3 attacks for a monster you are obligated to spend a total of 50 minutes with. And this is the monster that you use the Dragonator on. This is the boss that has proof of a hero playing in the background. Unbelievable. It doesn't help that the actual shell of Zora is enormous, so trying to find the magma cores and especially Nergi can be such a pain. It's so easy to get lost on this maze of a monster. Oh yeah, the spiky boy appears, but he's only here for like 5 minutes, so even he can't redeem this slog of an encounter. There's no excitement, no thrill of the hunt, no experiencing Monster Hunter's amazing combat. It's as bad as I remember, even when first fighting him. Zora's design is not appealing to me either, which definitely is a surprise given my love for kaiju, but just because a creature is big doesn't automatically give it brownie points. The concept of a living volcano atop an enormous dragon is cool, but Zora is so uninteresting in execution. It's a big rock turtle with a volcano shell on its back. There's nothing impressive about this monster other than its size, especially with the high standard of creature design that has been established before and after his development. The only good thing to happen in this quest is Nergigante making his first appearance, and that awesome fight he had with the Huntsman, easily the best character in the game. But everything positive I just said has nothing to do with the monster itself. People will defend Zora Magdogshit through the Arch-Tempered version, saying that fight is actually an engaging improvement. But I'm sorry, that fight does not redeem this monster in the slightest. The only things they changed was decreasing the time limit and increasing the health bar. Zora himself is not even given anything or improved at all. The only thing different about AT Zora is that a fire is put under your ass to do what you're supposed to, given the time limit. Zora Magdaros is so pointless. If you want to experience a siege against a colossal creature in a satisfying way that builds upon itself, fight Cole Versafi. If you want to experience the game's amazing combat or have a good time hunting with friends, literally any other monster is a better option. Not you. But at least with Zora, you can literally just have a snack, go outside, or edit a 5-hour video on Monster Hunter instead of doing this hunt, which is more than that horrendous abomination can say. One thing Ancient Leshen has above Zora is at least Leshen is an optional thing that you have to choose to do, and most people will just ignore. Zora is what everybody has to deal with to progress the story, and that's also why I hate him so much. I'm happy for those that can find something positive about this monster, but in my opinion, Zora Magdaros is a disappointing slogfest, with the most boring fight in the game, and an absolute derailment of the spirit of Monster Hunter.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut
The Hoarfrost Reach, a massive sprawl of snow, tundra, and duffel penguins for you to explore, and in my opinion, the best map in the game. Not my favorite, mind you, but undoubtedly the best. There are many residents worth discussing here, but there's only one member of the Reach that I truly despise, which might come as a surprise given how much I like the original. That's right, we're talking about Shrieking Legiana. I must have been living under a rock, because I was under the impression that Shrieking was one of the most hated of the Iceborne originals, but she got in the top half of the community poll. Like seriously, why do people like her more than the normal Legiana, let alone any other monster? The transition card to Shrieking describes this monster to a T.
Everybody shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!
I want to make this clear before I rant. The jump in quality between the last two pieces of garbage and Shrieking is a huge amount. But being the third least favorite monster in the game in my opinion isn't anything worth celebrating. This is going to be a common problem with a lot of the subspecies and variants, but the new version tends to take away all of the qualities that make the original so special, and Shrieking is the worst offender of these. Spoilers for later in the ranking, but the normal Legiana is pretty chill. She has a fun rhythm to her moveset and stands out compared to other flying wyverns. Now that rhythm I mentioned is completely gone, because she flies way too much. The extensions on her aerial combos are way too long, making it take forever for you to even get a single hit in, and she never stops moving. Because of this, Shrieking Legiana is one of the worst examples of playing the waiting game out of any monster. Her new move is a perfect example of this problem, where she zips into the air and zips right back down. You can't even attack her at all during it, and because of her ice effects, you can't punish her. Speaking of ice effects, god, the ice is such a pain with Shrieking Legiana. I actually like when monsters use their elements to their advantage. However, the way Shrieking Legiana uses her ice is just obnoxious to deal with. Many of her attacks now have ice trails that deal damage, but they are so damn inconsistent. Some of these ice trails have an indicator where they'll appear and then spike up to deal ice damage, but other times they'll just spike up instantly, which can make it really aggravating to avoid her attacks. The fact that some of these effects have some questionable hitboxes doesn't do Shrieking any favors. I don't care for her new colors either. The navy blue and white frost just doesn't look as good as the brighter blue of the original in my opinion. I haven't even discussed the worst mechanic about Shrieking, her duo mechanic with the normal Legiana. At any point during the fight, Shrieking Legiana will let out an admittedly really cool roar, which will trigger normal Legiana to join the fight, and vice versa. This duo is worse than most FromSoft gank bosses, combining two already fast bosses that tend to scream at each other over and over turns this duo into one of the most unenjoyable experiences you can have in the game. There is no fun to be had in the chaos, and this is the only time I actually use dung pods. I never have to do that with Lunastra and Teostra or the Wrath duo, but the Legiana duo pushed me to the edge of my patience. All in all, she's just very lazy. There isn't much added to her that Legiana didn't already have. She has a cool mechanic where you can inflict her with poison that she vomits out, but normal Legiana does the same thing. You can use fire weapons to wear down her frost armor, but you're never rewarded for this since the frost grows back 10 seconds later. She just feels like a mod compared to an actual monster, and even then, that's disservicing some amazing mods that have been made in this game, even if there are some really questionable ones. Overall, Shrieking Legiana is a monster I stay away from and never want to fight or see again. There is no reason to fight her over the normal Legiana. I will ride if she appears in a future game, I swear to God.
Well, guess what, punk? I'm a fish. With legs.
Oh god, Piscine wyverns. Even my affinity for marine life can't save this fish from being one of my least favorite monsters. He is literally just Gerardus, but with lava. I know Lavesiov came first, but from my perspective, starting with World, it just appears as a lame reskin. He's the least fought monster in the game, and for good reason, because this spicy tuna roll is not charming, or interesting, or enjoyable. The design and ecology are about as boring as it gets. He's a fish that swims in lava, spits lava, drinks lava, and that's it. He doesn't even have the turf war that Beatotus or Gerardus have, and there's a weird Mandela effect in the community where everyone seems to believe that Lavesiov has this turf war, but he doesn't. This already puts Lavesiov at like a 3 out of 10, but the fight is what truly brings this monster down to abysmal levels. Compared to Gerardus, whose fight is agonizingly boring, Lavesiov's fight is agonizingly frustrating. For starters, the whole lava armor mechanic is way more tedious than the mud. Basically, dealing damage is normal when the armor is heated up, but his skin will eventually cool into hard rock and will cause your weapon to bounce over and over and over again. Torch pods and fire weapons can be used to heat up the armor, but the fish is so inconsistent with how it heats and cools itself that there's no natural flow to the battle. If the inconsistent armor wasn't enough of a pain, he has plenty of other ways to test your patience as well. He slides away a lot and constantly relies on firing acid reflex from a distance and keeping away to reposition himself. This is a problem especially terrible with this boss, but the fight's annoyance is entirely reliant on your weapon. With a ranged or mobile weapon, the fight is mediocre at best. With a slower weapon like a hammer or a greatsword, it's a hellspawn trying to hit him. The worst thing about him is his out of bounds attack. What he'll do is he'll burrow in his big lava nest and jump from lava pool to lava pool, constantly spitting fireballs at you with no ability to punish. This is the worst kind of out of bounds attack, and the worst one in Monster Hunter World by a long shot. Out of bound attacks only work under 3 main conditions. 1, they are infrequent. 2, the attack is engaging to deal with, meaning you aren't just sitting there waiting. And 3, they have a spectacle. If you're gonna make me wait for a boss, make the boss do some cool stuff. Lavasia fails at all 3 of these requirements. There's no timer on how long or how often he goes into lava, it's not dangerous to avoid, and it's anything but visually interesting. Lava Scythe mainly sucks because the whole hunt feels like it's wasting your time. From sliding away to spit lava at you, to the whole lava armor gimmick bouncing your weapon, to it going out of bounds and forcing you to wait, the whole fight feels like an aggravating waste of time. There are only 2 reasons I find him superior to Shrieking Legiana. 1, he doesn't have a garbage cousin that can constantly gang up on you. And 2, in the Guiding Lands, he's forced to stay above ground and not pull any out of bounds BS. He's still annoying in the Grinding Lands, but definitely an improvement over fighting him in the Elder's Recess. Lavasia feels like a last minute addition, and a ton of people in the community feel the same way. Back in World's production, Mediocre, a monster that does not need an introduction at this point, was supposed to return in World, but couldn't because of the skeleton constantly clipping with the environment. There's a lot of theories bouncing around about Lavasia and Gyarados being a replacement for Ignactor and Mediocre respectively, and I definitely believe there's at least some truth to that. There's other videos that do a much better job explaining it than I can, so check those out if you're interested. Lavasia is a spicy tuna roll that I despise having to fight, run into, or even see on the map. People tell me that the older versions are better, but I just never want to encounter this fish again. Boy, I hope the next monster isn't another fish that makes me equally as mad. Grabbing the frozen dead salmon from my local Kroger was a more engaging hunt than Gyarados. If you were to ask me whether I'd rather fight Lavasia or Gyarados, the real question you're asking is if I'd rather be completely infuriated or bored to tears, and Gyarados falls under the latter. Where to even begin? This fight makes the goldfish in your local carnival look like a Dark Souls boss, because this guy brings punching bags to a whole new level. The campaign actually does a decent job building up the skill level, starting with Jagras and Kulu as the punching bags, then Puke and Barov pick it up and put up a fight, and then there's Gyarados. His moveset is the most basic and boring thing known to mankind, and don't you tell me that's cause he's a fish, because there is so much variety in species of fish, with each one having so many unique characteristics or forms of attack and movement, that Gyarados is pathetic in comparison. All he does is swim, spit mud, flop around, and jump sometimes. Not that you'll see most of his attacks because he spends more time flailing on the ground asking for his life support than actually being a boss. Now on paper, I don't hate this guy. The idea of fighting a giant aquatic monster in its own territory is both scary and cool, where you struggle to move around the water but the monster can traverse just fine. But Jura Tattletale never uses its turf to his advantage. There's never any point in the fight where it feels like he has a mobility advantage over you, even though you move as slow as you do. This fish just slides around at the speed of molasses going uphill in January with highly predictable moves. Combine that with the fact that he's very weak to stun, sleep, and paralysis, means that this fish is just a cripple that you're beating into a pulp. Not only does the hunt suck, but he looks so boring. I know fish biology, and there are so many amazing fish species to base a Piscine Wyvern on, So why did they make it the most bland design known to mankind? A fish is meant to blend into its environment, sure, but that doesn't mean that it can't have some vibrant colors underneath the mud armor. How do you make a coelacanth-inspired endemic life that looks so much cooler and more vibrant? Literally anything could have been done to make him a more interesting Piscine wyvern. There are so many fan-made creations that look better than this official monster. Despite being a mud-based fish, Mudkip never uses the mud in any interesting ways. All he does is spit it out, or it just flies off him when he swims. You can fall into the mud, which makes you stuck for a couple seconds, but it's only a time waster on an agonizingly boring fight. There are only 3 things that are saving Mudkip from being the pure bottom of the barrel. One, and the main reason, the turf war he has with Barroth. Now this is a very subjective take, because I went into World blind my first time around, so I didn't know that monsters picked fights with each other in-game. I've been a fan of giant monsters fighting each other ever since I could speak, so seeing 2 monsters duking it out like something out of a Godzilla movie right in the middle of my hunt had my jaw on the floor, and became a very special memory in my experience with Monster Hunter World. The second thing I like about him is his ecological niche. The aesthetic of the marshy areas he resides in is pretty cool, and there's some neat lore that's way more interesting than his fight or design, that's for sure. And the third positive thing about him, the armor. I don't know who decided that one of the most boring monsters in the game should have such a sick armor set, but they really cooked something special here. Good luck using it with the amazing skills such as shit resistance and walking through waist-deep water faster. In a game full of such imaginative monsters, unlike anything I've ever played, Jura-Tater-Tot sticks out like a sore thumb because of how boring and forgettable he is, and I would have gladly taken Legiacris over him.
Pop quiz. How long does it take to beat a moron to death? Sorry, time's up. You're dead.
Before we continue, let me give you a little history lesson on everyone's least favorite map in the game, the Elder's Recess. Now, this volcanic region was originally supposed to be an Elder Dragon exclusive club, hence the name, but then Capcom realized that the roster was way too small. So in a last-ditch effort, they took some monsters from the original roster, changed them just enough to be volcano-themed, shoved them in the Elder's Recess, and called it a day. A group I like to call the Volcanic Reskin Gang. There's only one member of this unimpressive bunch that I actually like, and one thing's for sure, it's not Uragaan. Despite this roly-poly appearing as just a copy of Radoban, Uragaan was the original, first appearing in Tri, and has many differences from his bony relative. Do I like these differences?
Yeah, no.
First off, the design. I don't like it. I understand the love. Big chin, haha Jay Leno, haha Thanos, the hardest choices require the strongest chins. But to me, it just looks uncanny, especially with the weirdly human teeth and eyes. Plus, I'm not a fan of the Bessie aesthetic. The brass look I don't care for, and the underside just looks weird, like a bunch of tires were melted onto its belly. Then we get to the fight. It sucks. I guess I should start with my biggest gripe, his health bar. Now, in order to make a point, I need to show you the health bars of some endgame Elder Dragons. In solo Master Rank, Velkhana and Ruiner Nergigante have over 23,000 health. Namiel and Kushala have over 25,000 health. Lastly, Teostra and Blackveil have over 27,000 health. Now, based on that, what do you think Uragaan's health is? 27,520. This means that Uragaan, of all monsters, has a health bar that usurps most endgame Elder Dragons, only being equal to Teostra and Blackveil. Now, a tanky monster by default isn't a bad thing. In fact, most Elder Dragons never feel that lengthy of a fight, because of how aggressive they are and how apparent their weak points can be. However, Uragaan's fight lasts for goddamn ever, and can be blamed mainly on 3 different things: his armor, his rolling, and his bombs. Jay Leno does a good job selling himself as a living boulder, because this guy's armor is rock solid. He'll constantly cause your weapons to bounce or reduce your damage at the very least, especially with cutting weapons. Unlike his thick-boned cousin, you can't break through his armor to deal more damage. You're stuck with bouncing weapons the entire fight. Problem number 2 is the rolling. as Uragon starts rolling and he never stops rolling, and you better start waiting because it's gonna be a while. I hate that there's no method to interrupt the rolling. You're stuck playing the waiting game, watching him roll for literal minutes.
No! No!
Then problem number 3, his bombs. To look at a good example, Basil's bombs actually fall off his body in natural ways, which forces you to think about positioning. Uragon, however, has his bomb balls just fall off him without rhyme or reason. On top of that, Paul Bunyan's bombs are stupidly big, meaning they'll just pop out of nowhere and send you flying. Not only do these bombs force you to play passive to avoid getting blown, but he's even able to catch on fire when he rolls in Master Rank, and while cool looking, it makes you wait even more somehow. I will say in defense of Uragon, he does have some unique gimmicks about him. In his nest, he can roll on the walls like a half pipe, which is cool in a vacuum, but it's usually more of a time waster than a cool gimmick. Now where have I heard that one before? It is fun how when he's knocked down, you can use your pickaxe to mine minerals off his back, but Radobon has the same thing. In fact, that's a prominent issue with Uragon. Radobon does everything his Crimson Chin cousin does, but in a considerably more fun way. He's technically one of 2 sleep monsters in base world, but it's like, ooh, sleep gas, so dangerous. I know I'm being harsh, but even if I had rose-tinted glasses, I don't know how I could love Uragon. He's not fun, he's not cool, he's not exciting to fight, he's just plain bad. He's a classic, but nowadays there's so many better versions of him around that I don't see any joy to be found with the original. Also, the fact that Steel Uragon of all monsters got last place in the worldwide community poll is absolutely hysterical to me. I haven't even fought him, but I know he deserves it.
Needs garlic butter, sesame glaze, honey mustard.
After the torture that was Ancient Leshen, Normal Leshen is a breath of fresh air. And by fresh air, I mean it's like going from the smell of fermented fish to the smell of rotten eggs. At first, I thought Leshen was okay at best, but the more I thought about the Witcher crossover, the more I realized I liked the quest itself more than the actual monster and fight. I made this point with Ancient already, but why in God's name is a humanoid in Monster Hunter? You could have used any other creature. I don't know a thing about Witcher, so somebody could explain why Leshen is here, but looking at some of these creatures like the Griffin or Shalmare, they were just better bosses to translate into the world of Monster Hunter and its combat. There isn't much to say about the normal Leshen after my tirade on Ancient. It basically has all the same problems as his variants, just not to the degree I want to peel my eyes out with a butter knife. Compared to Ancient, the normal Leshen has a pathetically easy fight once you put your head on a swivel. All of his attacks are telegraphed a month in advance, with his moveset only consisting of some pathetic swipes, root attacks, and some annoying gimmicks. The crow tick damage, the constant teleporting, attacks that trip you over, the Jagras gank, the bleed status, it's all here for your suffering and displeasure. Only the pin attack is entirely gone, so thank God for that. The fire and dragon pods can be used to slow him down, but he'll usually just teleport anyways, so there's no point to it. The hardest part about this is keeping Puke alive if you did the side quest, but the fight overall is less so frustrating and more so painfully tedious. He definitely is a far more enjoyable experience than Ancient Leshen, but that's not saying much because he doesn't improve any of the issues with that shitbag. It's only because the issues are less obnoxious with the base form. The one true positive that brings Leshen up in my opinion is the score. It slaps. Like, I'm pulling my hair out fighting Leshen, but I can't be mad because I'm too busy bopping my head to the music. Like, who did the choir and main melody for that song? It's so damn good. In short, Leshen is a frustrating boss that I disliked my first time around, and equally disliked having to revisit. Any praise that I give to this anorexic scarecrow is something that applies to the actual Witcher quest that precedes him, rather than the boss itself. I did have a fun time as Geralt running around the ancient forest, but it's a shame how such a terrible boss can make a fun crossover turn so bitter.
Get down here now, you inbred trash!
Well, look at that, we have yet another monster made to pad out the roster, this time in the form of this color swap, Azure Rathalos. This guy is beyond a shadow of a doubt the most forgettable subspecies in the entire game. I think it says it all when Blue Rodan is the only monster to not have or appear in a cutscene in base world. Even Lavasioth and Great Gyros have a cutscene. Does that mean Azure is a hidden gem that actually improves on the original Rathalos fight? No. Just no. First off, Azure Rathalos' color scheme is not nearly as appealing as the classic red and black, and it looks rather dull to be honest. I get it's aiming for realism, but when you tell me the old design looked like this, I can't help but feel a little bit left out, especially with how much I like the green wings. Speaking of inferior aspects to the original, Azure really lacks the presence or weight that the original had. He just appears in the Elder's Recess, and he never feels like an apex predator, just an annoying fly that won't bugger off. I think it's about time I address the biggest issue with this flying pest. The flying, because this piece of garbage insists on never ever touching the ground. To give you an idea, he'll use a fire blast to launch into the air, then he'll swoop, then he'll shoot a fireball, then he'll swoop again, then he'll stomp on the ground, then he'll go right back into the air, then he'll spray some fire, then he swoops, then he shoots a fireball, then he swoops, then he sprays fire, then he swoops, then he shoots a fireball. Now the original also has this problem, but at least Big Red's combos don't last for 2 minutes, and he gives you enough opportunities to stay aggressive. There are other solutions to counter him, mainly flash pods which you can use to drop it, but Master Rank decided it was a great idea to give monsters flash immunity, so now after 1 or 2 flashes, you can't do anything but watch this blue-balled bird fly around. This color swap along with her pink wife are supposed to be this upgrade where they challenge the player after taking down the originals, but they never feel like a step up in difficulty, and Azure Rathalos is just more frustrating in every conceivable way. Overall, I never have fun fighting this color swap, and there's literally no reason to fight him over the original. I'll at least give credit to Uragaan and Lavasioth, they have some new moves and mechanics that separate them from their Echo Fighters, even if they do make the fight more aggravating. But Blue Bird doesn't have this. He's just a waste of time to fight or encounter, and it's best to just leave him in the bin where he belongs.
I'm gonna be fucking joking with this entire thing!
Elder Dragons are such a frustrating topic, because so many of them are conceptually really cool, but man do they just drop the ball on their fights. Kushala Daora being a prime example of this. The Steel Ball Dragon really gets on my nerves, because there's so much potential with this monster that is just completely wasted on one of the worst hunts to experience in Monster Hunter World. This might just be one of the best looking designs in the series. The steel metallic scales that reflect with the light, the cold blue eyes, and just the regal presence he has simply makes him look phenomenal. The cutscene he has also pushes this aura. Compared to say Kirin or Zora, he's one of the first Elder Dragons to actually look like a god. The concept is really sick as well. He's a dragon with the power to not only control wind, but conjure up storms and literal tornadoes at his own will. I'm going to be honest though, despite my praises, if Kushala looked uninteresting or boring, he would be in the bottom 3, below Shrieking Legiana, because good god, Kushala's fight is something else. Wind is a very difficult mechanic to make enjoyable in a video game, but Kushala is everything wrong with wind attacks. He can spit wind, summon tornadoes, and has a wind aura, all of which will stagger and prevent you from attacking for the entire fight. The summoning tornadoes I mentioned is the worst thing about him, as he can summon a tornado at any point during the fight, which serve to block off an entire section of the area, causing you to stagger or take damage if you're too close to them. But these tornadoes are way too big and last for way too long. But Kushala's AI feels genuinely broken, as not only does he spend more time in the air than Azure Rathalos, but he has this obnoxious habit where he summons a tornado, sits in it for 5 minutes, then after thinking about who wins between a bear and a gorilla, he finally flies back down, then summons another tornado and the cycle continues. You can use flash pods to knock him down, but the flash resistance he builds up makes this strategy pretty invalid by the time he gets enraged. This concept could have worked. Like, imagine if he trapped you in a massive tornado, and his AI was programmed to swoop in and out of it and ambush you like in the cutscene. But instead, the tornadoes are one of the 2 most frustrating mechanics with Kushala Daora. The other painful mechanic being his wind aura. Oh god, his wind aura. Whenever you try to get close to attack, the wind aura will stagger you back. and by the time he's enraged, you can barely hit him without being sent flying, making for an insanely frustrating experience. You can wear down this aura with Elder Seal, but by the time he's enraged again, it just comes right back on. Then we get to the crown jewel on this pile of garbage, that damned nest of his. Now, most monster nests allow their monster to use their abilities to their fullest potential, but Kushala might be the worst nest experience to have in the game, and that's kinda saying a lot. The nest is composed of a tiny little platform and a small surrounding ring. Once he wakes up, he'll start spamming his tornadoes all over this platform and ring, which quickly becomes a ring of death and misery. As Kushala continues to hide in his wind aura and spam his tornadoes, you get stun locked as you get stuck in a corner, knocked into one tornado after another and another. Isn't this fun? Isn't this fight so fucking fun? Regarding credit for Kushala, I love the animal aesthetic of his weapons, even if the armor isn't my taste. I should mention, in Master Rank, they did change how the tornadoes function, as the ones he summons are now smaller and move towards you or other ones on the map, which then combine together to create a massive tornado. This is a huge improvement over high rank Kushala, and definitely the better way to fight him, even if it doesn't redeem the battle. Kushala Daora really irritates me because he has such an amazing design and concept, which is just being ruined by an utterly garbage fight. If Kushala was given the fun fight that he deserves, a fully realized Daora could be up there with some of the best Elder Dragons in the series, but as for now, this dragon truly does blow.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
The only way out is through the perfume department.
Would you look at that? Another Elder Dragon with a cool design and concept that's completely ruined by a garbage fight. What are the odds? This time it's the Forest Fungus Fanatic, Black Veil Valazak. Val is a conceptually amazing monster that is so directly tied to its environment that I was worried he would never appear in a future game without his biome also returning. But Black Veil luckily serves as the bridge for this monster to make a comeback. Unlike normal Val, who wears the corpses of other monsters and uses the effluvium of the Veil, Black Veil mainly resides in foresty regions, and uses the fungi and spores on its body as well as the environment to create its own effluvium, ultimately terraforming an entire ecosystem for its own benefit. It's an amazing idea, and the way the entire ancient forest becomes changed when Black Veil infects the biome is awesome, with a dark green hue overcasting the map, and even friendly wildlife now turning aggressive. Even if I prefer the classic Val's ecology and visuals with its cloak of corpses, Black Veil still has a really sick concept, and I do still like how he looks, with the spores all over his body and the veil that covers his face. Also a neat little fact, Black Veil actually can't see until you break his head to remove the veil, as shown through flash pods. Based on the number of pros I've mentioned, there's definitely a gap between the last few monsters and Black Veil onward, but that ends all things I have to say in Black Veil's favor, because his fight can be described in one word: aggravation. So what if we took a fight that was agonizingly easy and made it agonizingly frustrating? Where do I even begin? So Black Veil's worst grievance is definitely his effluvium, which is literally the bread and butter of the boss, so not off to a great start. Basically, stepping anywhere near this noxious gas causes tick damage, which without proper resistance will inflict you with one of the worst ailments in the game: miasma. Miasma, to put simply, cuts your health bar in half, and only lets you heal up to that halfway point as well. So if you thought using one consumable every time you got an ailment was bad, imagine having to use a nullberry, then use an additional potion immediately after. I mentioned earlier that almost all of Black Veil's attacks afflict miasma, so anytime you get hit, you gotta sheath your weapon, run away, use your 2 items, then back into the fight. But wait, you gotta afflict it again. Then you gotta sheath your weapon, run away. Normal Val does this ailment too, but he was not nearly as obnoxious in its proc rate as Black Veil was. It's also true that miasma resistance is a thing, but that doesn't make the fight suddenly good if you have it on, it just makes it less obnoxious with how it deals damage. On top of that, there are some very questionable hitboxes with the gas, and it really feels like you shouldn't have been hit by it at some points. His fight brings stalling to a whole new level. All this gas and miasma it spreads forces you to stay back and wait for the mist to clear, which can take forever given how much vape he emits. His super move is another example of stalling, as it's a cool spectacle, but it just makes the entire area afflict that damn ailment. But if you want to talk about stalling, the Ancient Forest is surely the cause for that suffering. The Ancient Forest is cramped, like insanely cramped. There's a reason they didn't put big monsters like Diablos or Radobon on here. But Val has this obnoxious tendency to constantly back into walls and fire effluvium from a distance. So you can wait outside the hallway while he does his fart beam, then you run in, but he's blasting effluvium, so you gotta run back out, then you wait, then you go back into the hallway, but you got miasma, so you gotta go out, have your 2 consumables, and soon enough the fight quickly turns into something like... His nest is even more of a nightmare. I swear, they just wanted to frustrate you with the nest, or rather lack thereof, because it's the most cramped area imaginable, making for endless ticking damage and even more miasma.
Jesus Christ. Wear it! Wear the fucking top!
We won't get to base Valazak for a while, but my main room for improvement with that monster was the fight. But that's the one thing this monster doesn't fix, and it's made worse. I don't get how they butchered the same monster twice with the same issue. It also hurts since Iceborne did this weird thing where they had the variants replace the original, so you cannot fight base Val, Nergi, or normal Deviljho and Basil in Master Rank. You have to go back to high rank if you ever want to fight them again. Blackveil is the worst offender though, because the base is better in every aspect. The best way to experience this fight is with the Resident Evil crossover. The zombie mode makes the effluvium actually something to aim for, and the rhythm of switching between human and zombie mode to properly fight Blackveil is surprisingly satisfying. Ultimately, Blackveil Valazak is a monster that really grinds my gears, because it takes the worst aspects of the monster and amplifies them up to an infuriating degree.
Women.
Marking the last of the bad Elder Dragons is the Mary Sue of Monster Hunter, Lunastra. The female counterpart to Teostra went from being just another color swap in past games to becoming one of the most difficult monsters in her debut return. This insane difficulty of hers created a lot of backlash from the community. While some of these people are just Weenie Hut juniors, there are some complaints that are definitely warranted by some unfun mechanics. Before I get to that, I do appreciate that Lunastra is her own creature and world. She's given some visual differences as well as a unique theme. The easy way out would have been just giving her Teostra's OST, but they decided to go above and beyond with creating Luna's cover of it. The focus on brass and percussion in Teostra's theme is replaced with flutes, harps, and a female choir that truly gives this theme an elegant vibe. I also like how batshit crazy she is. Compared to Teostra, who you can just chill with, his bipolar wife is one of the few to kill on sight in this game. I may appreciate these differences in her aesthetic and music, but the actual hunt melts my brain just as much as she melts your armor. While it's important for the title update to be a challenge, a lot of said challenge comes from broken mechanics and unfair difficulty. For starters, she has a tail attack that is just flatly BS, with an insanely busted speed and hitbox, and she will spam the hell out of this attack. Unlike Teostra, who will roar and then give you a second to recover, Lunastra runs like a banshee towards you immediately after roaring, making you take unavoidable damage if you don't have the earplug skill. She also has this heat aura around her that will cause tick damage, so when she's enraged, staying close to her will melt your health, which is too bad because being able to push the aggression was one of the best things about Teostra's fight. All of these are little problems on their own, but they just build together to make this hunt insufferable to get through. Another new addition is these blue flames that she creates with her attacks, which will absolutely melt your health if you stand over them. This I don't hate. What I do hate is that any of her attacks can fan these flames to deal insane damage with some frankly questionable hitboxes. Speaking of hitboxes, God, we're back with wind pressure. Just like Kushala, Lunastra can utilize wind pressure to stun you, and while nowhere near the agony of windbags, man does Lunastra test your patience. All of her little problems accumulate into her biggest issue, that damn supernova. It's insane how all the little issues I mentioned, the wind pressure, the heat aura, the ticking damage, the fanning flames, the hitboxes, are all combined into this single move, making it the cherry on this nail-topped sundae. For me, it's the speed and frequency of this supernova that's the major problem. Despite the fact that she needs to power up before using it, this attack basically comes out on a whim, and she has this annoying tendency to roar and then instantly do the supernova, meaning she's toasting the map before you even realize what the hell is happening. It also lacks the impact of Teostra's supernova, which is funny given how ludicrous the range is on this move, as you basically have to be in another part of the map to avoid any damage. There are existing solutions. Asterojerky and Farcasters do exist, but the fact that this BS attack determines the difficulty of the entire fight drops Lunastra down multiple points in my eyes. I should acknowledge that there is a way to stop the supernova. When she's charging energy, you can use ice weapons to knock her out of powering up. However, not only does this charging happen way too fast to take advantage of, but you can never tell visually whether your aggression was actually rewarded or not. There are times where Lunastra's blue sparkles will still remain even after you flinch her. In general, the whole gimmick is just very poorly communicated in the game. The fight is worse than Teostra's by a long shot. Is the armor better? Nope. It's just an eyesore. That high rank armor is hideous. Even the cat armor isn't that good. How do you mess up the cat armor? Things can get especially dicey when Luna and Teo are in the same room. As opposed to a turf war, Lunastra will bond with Teostra and cause a supernova of hot and steamy destruction, being one hell of a spectacle. However, these two can gank up on you a lot, creating this hellspawn of chaos and being knocked back and forth. Sound familiar? She's also given some new flying attacks and spends way more time in the air, which quickly becomes grueling because of her immunity to flash pods. On a last note, she's one of the few monsters to be significantly improved in Master Rank, as she's given a new Mini Nova, something I find to be a much more fair, small-scale version of her big attack. It prevents her from being so spammy with the actual supernova, and it's a far improvement from the high rank version. I do appreciate Lunastra for having taken some liberties that prevented her from being just blue Teostra, but a lot of these liberties made Juliet artificially difficult, rather than the fair and exciting step up that I was expecting from a red Nomeo and Juliet. Nomeo and Juliet. What the hell did I say?
Yiro.
Yo.
Yiro.
YOLO.
Yiro.
Sergio?
Yiro.
Ah, the Rotten Vale, a literal graveyard where monsters go to die, and such a fantastic landscape to hunt in. Even though it might be one of my favorite biomes, that doesn't save Great Gyros from being so painfully mediocre. Now, Great Gyros isn't the worst monster in the game, but is easily one of, if not the most forgettable monster in all of Base World. You can honestly go through the whole game without even fighting Great Gyro, and I've talked to some people who've done just that. I think it says enough when this monster's most memorable moment is getting his ass beat by a much cooler monster. I do genuinely like his design. It's basically just a cobra with legs, but combined with his color scheme, I think he fits quite well in the Rotten Vale, and I do like him as an animal. In terms of the fight though, it's anything but enjoyable. All he does is flop around and bite at you, with the occasional spin and spit attack. Although, I do like his "Get down, Mr. President!" attack when he body lunges at you. That's pretty funny. Aside from that, none of his attacks are engaging or scary to deal with at this point in the game. The main threat comes from the ailment he introduces to new players: paralysis. Oh, God, man. Paralysis is the worst element in this entire game. While other ailments can be treated with items, stun and paralysis prevent you from moving your character, and you just sit there, waiting to be attacked. Now here's the difference though. Stun is an ailment that you can be flinched out of, so when you get hit by a monster or clipped by a greedy longsword player, you snap out of it. With paralysis, you're forced to squirm on the ground helplessly, suffering, and proceed to get abused by your sleep paralysis demon in the form of a coked up snake lizard. So when you have a monster where almost all his attacks inflict paralysis, you're bound to be squirming in pain 90% of the time. And I haven't even talked about his gang of greedy goons who tend to swarm around him and can also paralyze you with their fangs. So do you know what that means? More paralysis. So when you get paralyzed by a goon you didn't see outside your camera, this fight can get old real fast. Okay, that's enough being a negative Nancy. What do I like about the Great Greek hero? I like the sound design of his roar when he summons other Gyros. I like the Plague Doctor armor that you get from him. I like his ecology and how he has gills adapted to the effluvium of the Veil, as well as his rivalry with Odegaran given how weak he is to paralysis. Despite my complaints about the paralysis, you can break his fangs to remove the ailment. Combine that with actually being able to cut his tiny stub of a tail, and this fight does a decent job encouraging dynamic part breaks. I also find it funny how breaking Gyros' fangs will make his goons peace out, like even they don't give a damn about their leader. The fight isn't helped by the fact that he always resides in the most cramped areas of the Veil, stock full of toxic gas and more annoying goons wanting to jump you in the battle. Great Gyros is just as incredibly inoffensive as he is incredibly underutilized in the grand scheme of things. He isn't the most offensive or frustrating fight, but most people will probably forget this hero exists faster than I can finish the sentence.
I've fallen and I can't fucking get up!
Viper Toby Kadachi is a monster that aggravates me because he really removed a lot of the magic that the original Toby had, and I personally found all of his new additions to be far from enjoyable. To start positive, damn his design is clean. Toby is a monster I already love, so slapping my favorite color on him was enough to satisfy me, especially with the orange glowing eyes he gets in dark areas. Speaking of which, that cutscene. Holy guacamole. Having this massive monster just stalking you in the cold caves, it's surprisingly terrifying for an early game monster. His ecological niche is also pretty sick, being the one reclusive monster in the bottom areas of the Reach, and he has a really cool orange nest area packed full of poison and bones that perfectly blend with his color scheme. Now on to the negatives. His fight is so much worse than the original Toby's that it's honestly impressive. For some reason, Viper Toby is completely void of his mechanic to climb on walls or trees, instead being able to fly around with his flying squirrel wings. This is a cool addition, but why did they completely take away his mechanic of climbing on walls? He lives in the caves. It should be the perfect place to use it to his advantage. That missing mechanic along with the lack of static shock really takes away from this subspecies compared to the original. Instead, Viper Toby is given a double whammy of ailments, paralysis from his fangs and venom from his tail. When it comes to monsters with ailments, they're usually given a bad rap by a lot of players, and while I'm pretty welcoming to ailments on monsters, I have to draw the line on Viper Toby. The reason why is because every single attack inflicts an ailment. I fought this spaz for 40 minutes, and every attack causes paralysis or venom. It's one thing to have certain attacks indicate ailments, and it's another thing to make the entire moveset cause them, especially given how obnoxious these two in particular are. The normal poison is an ailment that usually can be ignored by the time you get to endgame. Venom, on the other hand, will make you faint faster than the disappointment that hits you when you look in the mirror. This forces you to use herbal medicine or antidote, and given every attack causes an ailment, you'll grow sick of this fight once you get to the 9th antidote drink. The venom also comes from these tiny quills he fires from his tail, and my issue with them is that they vary in speed. Sometimes they move like a snail, and other times they move faster than a bullet, so it can be incredibly inconsistent to know when to dodge. And then there's paralysis, and you all know how I feel about paralysis after Great Gyros. I do know ailment resistance exists. You can use mantles, you can use the cleaner booster, even some sweet tunes from your hunting horn, but the entire fight becomes a joke after removing the ailments. Because of this, it's pretty apparent that the fight relies on its gimmicks to be difficult rather than the actual moveset. So you have two options. Either you suffer with venom and paralysis, or you demolish Viper in minutes with your ailment resistance equipped. Despite my complaints, I don't despise this monster. It's still Toby at the end of the day, so he has things I like about him, but subspecies should be a fresh way to experience a previous monster. And the best of these are the ones that feel like their own monster separate from the original. But all Viper Toby does is subtract from what makes the original so special. So I'm gonna stick with Lightning when it comes to our crackhead Italian squirrel.
Man, shut
Now we finally move on to my favorite environment in not just Monster Hunter, but any form of fiction, the Coral Highlands. Whoever came up with this map should have a golden statue of them adorned on the front of Capcom HQ, with a Wiggler helmet on. Taking the beautiful, vibrant ecosystem of an above-ground coral reef, where staghorn coral towers as the trees and anemones make up the undergrowth, then slapping that ecosystem onto a windy mountaintop landscape, it's just gorgeous. It's absolutely phenomenal. Plus, they contain my favorite endemic life, my beloved grandfather Mantigrel, and of course,
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle.
The Coral Highlands is an absolute masterpiece, and it's just too bad that the intro monster does not live up to the environment. Yeah, Titty Kicker has been a monster that's never really stuck with me ever since I met him. He's quite an oddball in the community, in fact. Some think he's a charming little guy that provides better support than most longsword mains, and others think he's by far the worst original monster in base world. While I hate to go that far, I definitely find him quite mediocre and honestly forgettable amongst his game's roster. His design is fine. I like the fluorescent crest like a disco-era Dilophosaurus, and his purple color scheme reminds me of Randall from Monsters Inc., so bonus points for that. But overall, compared to how creative most monsters in this franchise look, Tit Cat is pretty bland in his design. The same can go for his fight too. I get he's about as frail as a starving African kid, but Zitzi is still way too much of a punching bag, especially after the massive dino nugget you had to face before him. The fight is as brain dead as they come. Keeping any form of distance from the raptor guarantees your safety. You can just charge in, hit him a few times and then back off, or just run in, hit him a few times, break his legs, break his skull again, and you won. Congratulations. Because he can't defend himself. All he has is, he has a tail swipe, he has a kick, and he jumps. That's it. That's really about it. His main threat comes from his paparazzi gimmick, where he uses his disco flaps on his head to blind you, leaving you or other monsters stunned. Now, being stunned is a scary thing in this game, but the problem is, Zitzi will just sit there and do nothing, with his two brain cells trying to comprehend what's happening in front of him. Maybe if he had a pin attack where he punishes you after causing epilepsy, maybe he jumps and stomps on you over and over like a demented cassowary, then maybe the gimmick would be interesting. But no, instead the whole gimmick is just a waste of time on an already boring fight. I can't even complain too much on the gimmick because the flash is so easy to avoid. These blue flashes will indicate the danger zone, so you can either block, iframe with your rolls, or literally sheath your weapon and walk towards him to avoid it. Furthermore, with enough cranium cracking, you can completely remove his gimmick, which happens pretty damn fast considering his head is the only thing to target. He does have a neat gimmick in his nest that is filled with shiny shells and thingamabobs, which will reflect the light and turn the room into a giant disco fest of epilepsy whenever he flashes. It's a cool gimmick, but most people probably didn't even know it exists, because by the time you get to his nest, his head is fried beyond comprehension. The main redeeming quality of Flashbang is his personality. If you put away your animal abusive tendencies, he's one of the most chill monsters in the entire game. His most iconic quality is how he becomes an environmental hazard. So when you're fighting other monsters like Palumo or Legiana, he'll just roll up to a fight, say, and then peace out.
Flashbang through the door!
Zitziyaku is still a very unimpressive monster, and his gimmick where he flashes other monsters is the only reason I have him above Great Gyros. Randall is just the definition of an inoffensive monster. He has a potentially neat gimmick that feels undermined by an uninteresting fight combined with an equally uninteresting design. Oh yeah, feel free to insert your 20 bald jokes here.
Bald, bald, bald.
I'm getting glares off the side! All right.
For one of our favorite games on the show called What If It Was Pink?
In all honesty, Pink Rathian should not be this low on the list. Like, objectively she shouldn't, but I have a bit of a personal gripe with her. First off, I'll get into this more when I discuss normal Rathian, but my main complaint with her is that her moveset is pretty limited when you compare it to other monsters. I think that the surplus in flying wyverns also plays a factor into this. At this point, you've fought Puke, you've fought Palumu, you've fought Diablos, and so many monsters that bring unique things to the table, so Rathian just has trouble keeping up with the rest. Now what does her pink cousin do to stand out? She's pink, she can flip diagonally, she has armor that can make your weapon bounce more. It's not a good addition, but it's certainly an addition. The problem is that Rathian's moveset is already pretty simple. You got a triple fireball, you got a backflip, you got a fitness grand pacer, that's pretty much it. So while you may argue that I'm being too harsh on a subspecies, you can't just add some more of the same attacks on an already repetitive fight. Combine that with how spammy she can be with the tail flips, you now have a Rathian that spends about half the fight tail flipping as opposed to one who spends about a third of the fight tail flipping. Great. But my main gripe with Pink Rathian comes from the story. After fighting Zora and saving the world, you're then assigned to go on this Blues Clues MacGuffin quest, where you search for the tracks of a mystery monster under the name ? So in hindsight, I know the point of this. It's to prepare you for high rank, when the game gets tougher or you start fighting Elder Dragons and reaching endgame content. However, as someone who's new to this franchise, playing for this game blind, all that's going through my mind is, oh my god, there's a massive mystery monster. There's been so many crazy monsters so far. And after seeing that epic spiky dragon that we just fought on Zora, it has to be something awesome, doesn't it? So after all this Blues Clues adventure, taking several hours at least, you finally get the quest. You finally pull up to the Coral Highlands, and what do we see?
Somebody just fucking spray painted a Rathian and you're acting like it's the biggest thing that's ever happened.
Spray painted a Rathian!
It's a Rathian, but it's pink. It's a Rathian, but it's pink. Look, I get it. This is a relatively minor nitpick, and I shouldn't be this critical, but for me, this was easily my biggest disappointment in the entire game. Now, this doesn't make Pink Rathian a bad boss the way that Azur Rathalos is a bad boss, but it's just a personal gripe I have with her. Her pink color scheme, while kinda dull, does fit well into the Coral Highlands, but like Azur, I wish they had the vibrance that the old designs did. Despite thinking her appearance is kinda dull, I do like the intro cutscene where she chases you through the clouds, but it still didn't change my initial disappointment. In general, Pink Rathian, like her blue hubby, just doesn't feel like a proper upgrade to Rathian, and she only became more of a disappointment as a satisfying surprise reveal of a mystery monster, as well as an introduction into high rank.
The Fitness Grand Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The test will begin on the word start. On your mark, get ready, start.
Feel it.
1, 2, 74, 75, 76, 133, 134, 135.
Here we have undoubtedly one of my hottest takes on the list, because people really love Tigrex. He was the flagship of Monster Hunter Freedom, and flagships usually have a unanimous love in the fanbase. However, my thoughts on Tigrex are quite divisive due to him having an awesome concept that is completely soiled by a maddening fight. Based on the bit I made a minute ago, it's pretty apparent that I do not like hunting Tigrex, and it's all because of the Fitness Grand Pacer. Now, charge attacks in video games usually suck. With games like this and Elden Ring that demand proper dodge timing, having an attack that makes the entire boss a massive hitbox makes for a very unenjoyable experience. Now, what happens when we have that kind of attack, allow a boss to repeat this attack over and over again, and have that attack make up 90% of the boss fight? Well, then you'd have Tigrex. If the charge was a single attack that made up 5% of the monster's fighting kit, then it would be fine. But Tigrex charges and charges and charges and never stops fucking charging. If you could roll through the attack, then it would be okay. But you can only dodge through the opening part of the run. So you either dodge the first run, but he's coming back at you for the second time, or you get hit by the first and you just stay on the ground to avoid the second. Because of this, there's no engagement. You just run away or Superman dive from his pacer with no ability to punish these attacks. You can use weapons like Lance or Greatsword to take the attacks head on, but that's not fun either, it just becomes turn-based combat. People are always confused when I say I dislike this boss because I'm a hammer main. You should be able to knock him out of his charges like the cool video I saw. But that never happens in the fight, maybe like twice if you're lucky, but most of the time you just end up stuck in Hitbox City. There's another thing that plays into why Tigrex charges so much, and that is his surprisingly bare-bones moveset. Similar to what I said minutes ago about Pink Rathian, Tigrex is another monster lacking a broad enough moveset to be fun or replayable to hunt. Aside from the fitness gram, he has a bite, an arm sweep, a tail sweep, a rock throw, and a jump attack. So that's only 6 attacks for a former flagship monster. Tigrex has been around for a while, but compared to the other returners I fought in Iceborne, he was the first classic monster that felt dated. I know that sounds harsh, but it's the best way to describe it. He's supposed to be this relentless, hyper-aggressive predator, but he's so repetitive in his fighting style that the more I hunt him, the worse he gets. I just want some new stuff to be implemented that makes Tigrex feel fresh, and World just didn't give him a proper upgrade to his archaic moveset. It does frustrate me, cause I do like the concept of Tigrex and what he stands for. Tigrex was molded to be this prehistoric apex predator that serves as the ancestor to precede a whole tree of different wyverns. The look definitely conveys this ancient longevity, and I love the idea of a monster whose roar quite literally shakes the earth itself. It's too bad this concept is pretty underutilized in the fight, since he has no sound-based attacks, and even when he roars, he backs up so there's never any actual danger unless you try to take damage. As for positives, I love the sculpt of this guy. Tigrex was the perfect name for the beast, cause the huge muscular tiger-like body, along with the theropod-like head and rugged scales, makes for a wonderful combination of apex predators. The reason I say sculpt and not design is because I do not like this guy's color scheme. The yellow and blue combination is super weird to me. It looks like a kid's dinosaur toy despite the muted realism. I would have much preferred a black and orange coloration like a real tiger than this brawlosaur looking crap. Big cats are such amazing animals with a huge amount of mobility and unique ways to hunt. But compared to the other two, Tigrex never scratches the surface on the potential agility found in this kind of skeleton. That's overall one of my biggest complaints about Tigrex. From the prehistoric lore to the ear-rattling roar, there's a lot more that I want from him given his amazing concepts. I know he was the original of the Pseudo Trio, but from my perspective, it felt like I was experiencing a worse version of Narga and Barioth. There's a reason Tigrex is in the mediocre tier and not the bad tier. I don't detest him or never want to see him return. There's simply a lot of missed potential with the monster that hasn't been done justice. You could make him a sound-based monster that sends you flying with his roars, make him a Devil Joe-like invader that can pick up smaller monsters and chuck them at you. There's so many directions to take Tigrex, and he unfortunately is stuck in this mediocre stalemate. Tigrex may be my hot take, but I don't hate the guy. He's a monster with a frustrating fight and concept that simply needs to be done more justice than he's been given for the past decade.
Hey, you guys are watching Bird Up, the worst show on television.
For a monster that usually dies in less than 5 minutes, Kulu-Yaku has become one of the most polarizing original monsters added to World. Even though I personally find him to be a mixed bag overall, most people either love this guy or want to turn him into a 6-piece combo.
I never really knew my father either.
Starting with its design, Chicken Joe is easily the most grounded monster in the entire game, and he really feels like a creature that people in our world would dig up fossils of. Many people call that boring, but I personally find that pretty interesting in the monster. The finger pads on his phalanges akin to lizards, the way he blends into the wildspire waste, and the spikes on his tongue similar to birds, they all serve as logical characteristics from a creature in our prehistoric and modern day wildlife. Another great attribute of Chicken Joe is his charming personality, as he comes across as a curious and conniving egg thief, and it's a lot of fun watching him steal some eggs, scamper off with them, and enjoy a nice morning breakfast. Despite his shrimpy size, Kulu's balls seem to be as big as the rocks he holds because he loves to pick fights with literally any monster, even winning fights against elder dragons. My main issue with Chicken Little though is that the fight is anything but interesting, as his moveset really just boils down to pecking and jumping like a spaz. That is, until he pulls out the greatest weapon of any monster, rock. And rock hurts a lot. He can use this rock to either block your shots or bash your skull in, but weapons with longer reach like longsword will really struggle to get a hit on this guy without bouncing. While this can be quite annoying, there is a solution in the form of your slinger, as firing any pot or ammo at him will make him lose his rock, like Silksong fans losing their hopes and dreams every time that game gets delayed. What Kulu really needs though is more variety in his moveset and possibly different items to pick up aside from his rock, as while you can make the excuse of him being the second boss in the game, his fight becomes more and more stale the more you experience it, and they need to change it if he does return in future games. While suffering from a basic and sometimes irritating fight, Kulu Yaku is mostly redeemed by his fun personality and interesting ecology. And of course, I have to mention the Final Fantasy crossover, which kicks off with you challenging the infamous Crystal Kulu, a source of rage and agony amongst hunters. Now you may ask, how could you possibly lose, let alone rage, at one of the easiest bosses in the game? Like this.
Bird up!
You son of, I always hated you anyway, so you're just worse now! What, are you kidding me? Oh, come on! No!
God damn you. Piece of shit! Fuck you.
What? What the fuck? Just one-shot you!
This set has 488 defense!
That's not enough for you, Kulu!
Stop! No one hit! Man, I was 20 feet away from him!
Oh, yes!
This guy is such a fucking cocksucker. How are you such a fucking cocksucker? How are you such a fucking cocksucker? This is insane!
I hate this music, I hate this quest. I hate how that crystal blocks.
I'm so fucking sick of this shit. God, he's looking at it. He's getting this crazy look in his eyes. Fuck, the thing's the size of an engine house. Oh my god. What do we do with the old model? Just make it bigger, stupid. That was their idea.
But he's annoying the heck out of me. Oh, Anjanath! Take the hint, Anjanath! Oh! Bow off! Are you kidding me?
Bear, if you fuck... I swear to God! Help me! What the fuck is going on?
Bird up!
I fainted?
Okay, bro. Like, that's...
Who the hell's that guy joining me? No! No!
We are going to kill him. He's going to fucking die.
Bird up!
I'm actually losing my fucking mind.
I hate that we're in this stupid cave.
You don't like the Thunderdome?
He's not dead.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Jesus Christ! I'm trying to get up. I'm trying to go up.
Screw it. We're putting bottom down.
Bird up!
Palumu is quite the weird one of the bunch, both in his design and his fight. One of the personal complaints I have with Monster Hunter World, especially with the base game, is that there was a surprising lack of variety in its animals. I find one of Monster Hunter's best attributes to be its creative creature designs, ranging from spiders to bears, monkeys to birds, cats to crabs, and so on. But in base world, it mostly consisted of birds, lizards, dragons, and dinosaurs. That's pretty much it. But just like Kirin, this lack of variety definitely makes Palumu stand out amongst the roster, appearing as this mammalian fluffy bat that sucks up air to float around the highlands. I know some people disagree with this, but I really like Palumu's design and I find it his best attribute by far. The pink and white color scheme fits well into the highlands, and his bipolar tendencies where he flips on a whim between being a cutesy cuddly little creature to wanting to devour your soul, it's great, I love it. As for the fight, it starts out pretty lame and it's definitely my biggest complaint of Palumu, as it's essentially just a Puke Puke without any of the interesting poison or peculiar tail attacks, meaning most of his moves are incredibly basic, boring, and predictable. The fight is luckily lifted high by his main gimmick, where he soaks up the air and starts floating around like a Goodyear blimp. His balloon form has a couple of somewhat interesting attacks, and while they're stupidly predictable once you know what to look for, it's unlike anything else you see in this game. The problem is that a lot of these balloon attacks aren't really punishable, and combined with how high he is in the air, it can quickly turn from "aw, look at that cute fluffy bat float" to "please stop floating, you hairy fat piece of shit." Really though, Palumu's difficulty is just a lot of hot air. He does look the part of a giant floating sandbag, but that doesn't excuse him of being so easy to abuse. He is one of the few monsters to use wind pressure in the form of these little gusts that he'll spit out, and unlike Kushala or Lunastra where it's incredibly irritating to deal with, here it just feels half-baked. The gusts of wind are not big enough to be a concern, and he moves too slow to punish you when you do get stuck in them. Lastly, not many people know this, but Fuzzy Tubby has a cool mechanic in his nest. It's just he's usually pummeled to the point he resembles a torn whoopee cushion before he even reaches the nest. But anyways, he'll fly to the top of his nest after waking him, where there are multiple openings out to the open air. So he'll go into one of these holes and start flying around the nest in 80 days. Then when you lose sight of him, you'll start to question where he is, and you're spinning with your camera, and what's the fuck is that? Oh my god, oh shit! Overall, Palumu's a cute and cuddly middle-of-the-road monster. He's got a pretty inoffensive fight, but is mostly up here for his unique personality, ecology, and design. Honestly, if World had more variety in its roster, akin to that of Base Rise, Palumu would be a lot lower on the list. I do still like how unique he is, especially with his puff pastry phase, but the fight's too tiresome and easy to really want to hunt him. Although, it can be fun to blow this balloon up like a certain 20th century German blimp.
Can you say Hindenburg?
Hello, West Buy? Yes, I'd like to make an insurance claim on the controller, as well as your new TV deals.
Elder dragons are quite a strange category of monster, used to describe creatures of unimaginable size and power, with the ability to control elements of nature to create insurmountable disasters. There's a very broad spectrum on what qualifies as an elder dragon. Some are the stereotypical dragons you'd hear about in fairy tales, while others are disgusting monstrosities capable of collapsing ecosystems. Some can only breathe fire, while others are capable of breathing a variety of different elemental beams. Some are colossal kaiju snakes that could swallow a village whole, while others are small unicorns capable of spewing lightning bolts. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Kirin. The fact that out of all the monsters in the franchise, a goofy thunder pony is what's considered the most polarizing monster is something I consider very funny. You know how with Palumu I talked about Base World's lack of variety? Well, Kirin is the one exception. There is no monster in the game, let alone the series, that's like Kirin. Being the smallest large monster to exist, this creature has a skeleton and moveset entirely unique to itself, and its abilities are quite supernatural. It controls the lightning through that rod of a horn it's got, which allows it to send thunderbolts right at you or to power itself with that element. It's easily one of the best looking monsters in the game. Yes, it's just a horse, but a unicorn does not have any right to look this damn cool. The use of scales instead of a straight up coat is sick, and the blue and silver is a clean coloration that looks nice given his blue lightning. Similar to Kushala, he has this passive yet regal aura that makes him feel like a literal deity. But this god of the Kelby will not be so nice once you lay your blade on it. The fight is where a lot of the controversy comes from, and I definitely think that it has a lot of problems that do need to be addressed. It can be quite aggravating to keep up with, scratch that, survive this Psycho Lightning Horse. He is insanely aggressive, never giving you time to breathe, let alone kill the bastard. From its lightning fast charges to fast charged up lightning, Kieran can get you from just about any range, and don't even try to run away and heal. You're basically signing your own death warrant.
It was at this moment that he knew he f***ed up.
Because of how tiny and fast Kieran is, it can be a nightmare trying to attack it, especially with the only weak point being its tiny little head, so shorter weapons like dual blades will especially have trouble. He can even power himself with lightning, making a thunder armor that bounces any attacks that aren't directly on its cranium. Even long-range weapons aren't safe from this thunder armor. One of the main complaints I see from people is that Kieran's lightning comes out of nowhere and there's no way to predict it aside from the visual blue circles and lines. However, I disagree with this, and I actually find Kieran's fight to be more fair than it's given credit for. This is because Kieran has distinct sound cues to let you know what lightning attack he's about to do. For example, listen to this sound. This sound will play right before he strikes down lightning in every player's current position. And then there's this sound. One that will play whenever the thunderbolts will fire around him, letting you know to keep your distance. It doesn't explain every attack, like the lightning that comes out when he does the edgy prance is just flatly BS. But it's definitely more telegraphed than people say, which is why I consider him easier than the general consensus. I'm fine with all his other moves. I like the tic-tac-toe game he plays when he's enraged, but his moveset is honestly pretty limited for an Elder Dragon. My main complaint of Kieran is that the horse has nothing to do when you're up close and personal. Like, he completely lacks any physical attacks. He has a donkey kick, a charge, and a new sweep move in Master Rank. I just want more for such a unique monster. Like, imagine if he knocked you to the ground and started stomping on you like a moose. What if he impaled you with his horn and then struck lightning on you while you're still impaled on it? You know how freaking cool that would be? I personally wish that every monster had a pin attack that's very telegraphed, but if you get caught in it, you're in for a world of hurt. Just let me see the unicorn impale you. I just want to see it. As for other annoyances, this guy is the king of paralysis. Getting hit by these thunderbolts will not only cause thunder blight and therefore stun, but also paralysis. So sooner or later, you in the real world will be writhing in pain along with your hunter in this battle. Even though the fight is incredibly frustrating at times, I do enjoy watching this horse die. Like, after enough shock therapy, finally being able to knock it down as it neighs in agony, breaking its horn and playing whack-a-mole with its tiny head, feels amazing. To put it simply, I enjoy watching Kieran suffer. But then we get to the elephant in the room, the armor.
Japanese people, what the fuck is wrong?
I know it's iconic. Apparently the whole reason Kieran was added to World was because the dev team wanted to see Kieran's armor in HD. I wish I was joking. But what the hell? Why is Magic Mike crossing over in Monster Hunter? The female one is okay. It's a bit overkill in the anime girl department, but it's fine. However, why is my hunter ready to appear at a Vegas bachelorette party? The armor has its fans, I'm just not one of them. Another thing, the enjoyment of hunting Kieran is very much determined by your weapon. With hammer, switch axe, or bow, it's actually pretty fun. With greatsword or hunting horn, it's a chore. Kieran's a monster I'm very much mixed on. The design and uniqueness of Kieran definitely do it a lot of favors, but the actual fight itself, while not as bad as people say, still is quite frustrating and leaves a lot of room for improvement. I'll be honest though, part of me does hate him, as the scars from fighting Arch-Tempered Kieran back in the day still remain. That lightning. Jesus Jelly Jamboree, that lightning.
It's awful.
It's all fucking awful! It's all I have snorted a suitcase full of coke, and I'm starting to feel the effects!
Another hot take coming right up. I don't like Ebony Odogaron. Now, this subspecies isn't the worst monster in the game, far from it, but Ebony ticks me off more than almost all the others, because of how it dropped the ball on a subspecies to Odogaron, one of the best monsters in the game. It's hard for me to compliment this puppy, because everything about Ebony is something Odogaron already had and did better. Ebony's design is definitely cool with the black and blue, but I much more prefer Odogaron's simplistic crimson. And the purple tail just sticks out like a sore thumb. Speaking of which, aside from the Coral Highlands, Ebony does not fit into any of the other environments. Even the Rotten Vale he looks quite odd in. The glowing eyes and crackling energy is definitely cool, but I wish there was more, you know? Make him literally drooling dragon energy from his mouth. Go all in on the edginess if that's your concept. Unlike other subspecies, which actually changed the original fights in inventive ways, Ebony is just the same battle as normal Odogaron, except he's more aggressive, has dragon effect on his bites, and like 2 new attacks. He doesn't use the element aside from a lame spitball. Once again, why not go all in on the concept? Make him literally vomit out dragon breath, make it look like he can't control this insane power he has, but there's none of that. Like other dragon element monsters, he has a gimmick where using elemental weapons can knock him out of his powered state, but this is never properly communicated as a mechanic. I found it out by pure accident. Then there's my biggest problem with Ebony Odogaron, his invader mechanic. In the Iceborne expansion, they apparently weren't happy with Basil and Pickle being the 2 invaders, so they decided to elect 3 monsters as invaders that completely missed the point of what an invader should be, a group I like to call the idiotic Iceborne invader trinity. Despite being the worst member of the trio in my opinion, Ebony makes the most sense because of his ecology. The lore is that he's an Odogaron coked up on elder dragon meat, and is searching the new world for another kick of that sweet dragonberry powder. First off, this already makes me question why he's a subspecies instead of a variant, but also, it's literally just Devil Joe. Devil Joe works as a gluttonous invader because he's able to take down most creatures, even standing toe-to-toe with elder dragons. But Odogaron not only can't beat other apexes, but can literally be chew-toyed by Pickle Joe. I think the fact that an invader can be tossed around by other invaders says it all.
Mr. Plumber Boy, your worst nightmare has arrived!
Odogaron is such an amazing monster, and there's so many creative ideas you could do for him. It almost makes me believe Ebony was the result of rushed production. You know what would have been a better idea? Ice Odogaron. The expansion is called Iceborne. You are making a new ice map. Why not make him a Hoarfrost exclusive? You could give him a white and blue coloring, maybe an ice breath that keeps the player in place, or have his claws turn into icicles. There was so much creativity and potential with this monster. Why did you waste it on this? In my opinion, Ebony feels like the most unnecessary monster in the entire Iceborne roster. If I want to fight Odogaron, I fight the original. If I want to fight a hyperactive puppy with an interesting use of the dragon element, I fight Stygian Zinogre. If I want to fight a scary gluttonous invader with epic dragon attacks, I fight Savage Joe. Ebony Odogaron isn't a bad boss, but there's very little reason for me to like him when he's so pointless given both World and Iceborne's roster.
Yo, look at this. Do a flip!
Despite how essential Rathian is to the history of Monster Hunter, I don't really have a lot to say about the series' first monster ever created. And yeah, she was the first monster to be made, even before Rathalos. That's her on the OG logo. The idea of a mascot essentially being a duo of the same species that are sexually dimorphic is a really cool concept that helps Rathian stand out as a secondary mascot. I'll give more credit to Rathalos in this regard, but these 2 wyverns are Monster Hunter, and I believe that's something worth credit given how much dragons have become a dime a dozen in modern fantasy. However, Rathian's extensive history has also become her downfall in my eyes, because while her moveset was quite revolutionary back in 2004, it's become pretty archaic over time. To make it clear, nothing in her moveset is necessarily bad. The triple fireball is fine, the tail sweep is fine, her fitness gram pacer, while annoying, is fine. Even though her fight is repetitive, I still have fun fighting Rathian. I mean, she's weakest to stun, I'm a hammer main. She's my bitch, that's just how it goes.
You're my bitch!
She also lacks anything in her fight that makes her unique or have her own identity. Like, Palumu and Puke both have the same skeleton and most of the same attacks, but Palumu's got the puff pastry phase and the use of wind pressure. Puke has the dynamic use of both his poison and the environment. Rathian doesn't have this. The only thing unique to her I can think of is the backflips. There's a lot of people who hate this move, but I think it's cool. The poison is deadly, but it's easy to punish once you know what to look for. Still, you can't just have only one move to yourself and claim that makes you a unique monster, when most creatures have entire unique movesets or gimmicks that make them stand out. Rathian just needs something. I don't know what that something is, but anything is welcome. A new gimmick, maybe more use of her tail, a few more attacks separate from Rathalos or any flying wyvern. I don't care. A lot of people like her simplicity, claiming that she's the test dummy for trying out new weapons or builds, but there's honestly other monsters in this game that serve that role better, at least for me. She also lacks any of the presence or danger that her husband has, despite being a secondary mascot. Whenever Rathalos rolls up to a fight, it's a big deal, and you better be on your toes if you weren't before. When Rathian rolls up to a fight, the only thing I'm saying is, stop running, stop spinning, just get lost already. Just like Tigrex, Rathian's moveset is way too basic compared to other monsters in this game, both returning and new. She really needs that next-gen revamp in both her moveset and personality. Rathian does a good job serving as a middle-of-the-road, plain Jane monster. I really just want more from her, and for her to mold her own identity, beyond just being the quintessential wyvern to base new creatures on.
I want you to fuck me, Jerry! Fuck me!
Rodrigo, hit it. Just as big and bold as she is terrifying, we move on to Black Diablos. You'll likely assume based on my thoughts of the color swap duo that I share a similar distaste for this subspecies, but despite appearing as a lazy color change, this girl is a far more enjoyable experience than those two could dream of. Then again, this is likely because I enjoy fighting Diablos a lot more than the Raph couple. What makes Black better than those two subspecies is that she actually has a different ecology than the original, outside of just having spray paint on. To put it bluntly, Black Diablos are literally just female Diablos that are very, very
horny.
So yeah, this is the thing in nature called estrus in females, or rut for males, where elephants or other big mammals get riled up on their lack of love. And yeah, times they get desperate. I do question why she isn't a rare species then. Like, she really should be based on her ecology, but whatever. Her black color palette with the demonic red eyes is fantastic, and I definitely prefer it over the original color scheme. She also has a cool turf war with the normal Diablos, essentially being a domestic dispute episode from Cops. It's the only turf war in the game to not have a predetermined winner, and it makes me glad Capcom is committing to turf wars like this in Wilds. Overall, Black Diablos is just as good as normal Diablos, which I would say if the fight didn't suck. Okay, I'm exaggerating, the fight doesn't suck, but it still suffers from the same problem as the other color swaps, where a harder fight does not automatically make it better. My complaints come from her new attacks, as most of them are completely unpunishable and force you the Superman dive to survive. This DC hero impression is a big thing in these games, and a consistent strategy for the normal Diablos. But what's different is the original gives you enough time to stay on the move and not have to dive if you're good enough. Unless you're role-playing as an RPG tank, you're not going to be avoiding some of these attacks the same way. This is most evident with the Burrow, because she has this new ability to delay it for like 3 seconds before doing a massive sweeping charge. And unlike Diablos' normal charge, it gives you no chance to punish it. The fact that she can choose randomly between the delay Burrow and the normal Burrow makes this mechanic a waiting game rather than engaging like the original. She also has a homing charge which can pin you down like a heat-seeking missile, and a new Master Rank move where she roars and charges at the speed of a bullet, which both force you to Superman dive. Combine all of these together, and the fight can quickly become tedious if you want to avoid getting trampled. Aside from this, Black Diablos is mostly the same, just more aggressive and faster as any strong, independent woman should. I just wish the fight wasn't so reliant on attacks that prevent you from being aggressive. Black Diablos is a neat addition and a good upgrade to the original, but she has some problems in the fight that don't really improve on the original Diablos. But still, do not be in this girl's sights, or you'll be facing 50 Shades of Black.
Pineapples. I don't want to do. Pineapple! No lie. I feel like I just did a line of crack.
I think it's telling of how high the quality and standard of bosses in Monster Hunter are, when we still have nearly 50 monsters left, and we're already reaching the ones that I like and consider above average. But anyways, we have our first tie of the list. Well, technically not a tie because I think one is just a slightly better version of the other, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We have the crazy chicken cousins, Yangaruga and Scarred Yangaruga. This bird wyvern is such a weird member of the roster, and I kinda struggle with how I feel about Garuga. Part of me wants to love this insane chicken crackhead, and another part of me dreads whenever I have to fight him. Let's just discuss the normal Yangaruga for now. This chicken's freaking nuts. Despite how insane his design is, I actually like this eldritch love child between the Cuckoo and the Rathian. Yangaruga's Black Air Force energy is definitely a fun characteristic. He's basically the honey badger of Monster Hunter. He may be small, but is willing to pick fights with creatures of any size, and usually wins through sheer thick-headed perseverance and constant pecking. The cutscene establishes this perfectly, having him take down a Devil Joe of all monsters through solely being enough of a little Not knowing a thing about this returner, I figured it was just going to be a faster Rathian, but I was quickly proven wrong as this bird has a lot of surprises to catch new players off guard. Garuga's most unique feature is his supersonic scream, which deals no damage but leaves you vulnerable to his follow-ups. I'm not a big fan of this attack though, because given his aggression, getting caught in it means you're practically guaranteed to get hit by his next attack. You can dodge the roar with proper timing, sure, but because of how instant the roar comes out, getting hit by it can feel like BS. Another BS move is the mini charge he has, because there's so little time between the tell and him running like a nutcase that you're basically screwed if you're even near him. Otherwise, I like the new moves he has, like the big pecs when he starts smashing the ground, and I appreciate how he combines all the moves from previous fine wyverns into a single batch. He does have that pink Rathian problem with his armor, the wings to be exact, so weapon bouncing is a constant annoyance. Another problem is the poison he has, because this guy poisons you a lot more than Rathian does, which means antidotes are a must. The fight I'm pretty mixed on, but I do like his personality a ton. He just has a lot of little things unique to him, like when he's tired his head will get stuck on the ground after pecking at you enough. Instead of the typical enraged roar monsters do, he'll start hopping up and down like a toddler's temper tantrum. Other than that, there really isn't much else to talk about. Oh yeah, Scarred exists. So what's so special about Scarred Yangaruga compared to the original? He has a scar. He always appears tempered. He has a cool Daka 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 move like a Gatling Pea over a torch would. Aside from that, it's just a more aggressive Yangaruga, and the fact that Scarred replaces tempered Yangaruga makes the difference between these two seem slimmer and slimmer. I mean, it's a cool concept, having a monster that has survived the battle with a hunter and is permanently tempered because of it, but I don't really see any reason to argue him as considerably better or worse than normal Yangaruga. It's confusing because I see so many tier lists put Scarred a whole tier above or below the original, and I just don't get why. I can agree that Scarred can be superior or inferior to the original, but not enough to warrant an entirely different score like other variants and subspecies. As for me, Scarred is the better Garuga to fight, but he doesn't improve on the original monster enough to warrant beating out other monsters. Yangaruga and his Scarred variant are monsters I like, and it's nice to see an endgame bird wyvern, but they have that level of jank and frustration that can make their fights unenjoyable. However, I'll take fighting these guys over the literal spawns of Satan in the real world. Stupid fucking geese. Fucking geese, man.
I've been fucking with you. Oh fuck, he's oh shit!
Going back to the Witcher crossover, I did enjoy everything about it except the lessons. Despite having never played Witcher, I found it to be a fun and novel experience. I just wanted more from the bosses, though I could say my expectations were set quite high, all thanks to the boss of the previous crossover, Behemoth. Just like Leshen, I've never played a Final Fantasy game, so I can't judge Behemoth on how good he represents the game or aligns with the mechanics of Monster Hunter. This was undoubtedly the hardest monster for me to rank. Ancient Leshen is pretty damn obvious, while only a few people actually find base Leshen to be underrated. Meanwhile, I've seen Behemoth bounce between 10 out of 10, 0 out of 10, piece of garbage out of 10. It's very hard because Behemoth has some of the highest highs, yet lowest lows of any boss. But let's go over the crossover first. After taking on the beautiful insanity that was Crystal Kuulu, you pull up to a literal magic meteor crashing into the Elder's Recess, revealing the cursed Behemoth. Compared to the Tree Men, Behemoth looks so damn cool. I am all for a roid-raging, bullhorn demonic nightmare of a creature. Its stupidly massive size and menacing appearance helps sell it as this otherworldly threat to our entire existence. This fight is easily the best spectacle in all of Base World. The gravitas of fighting this titanic creature with a group of people is really well done given the Behemoth's abilities. This battle does a fantastic job at translating a raid boss into Monster Hunter. You need 4 players that are assigned essential roles. You need a tank that keeps the enemy to hold Behemoth's attention, you need a healer to keep everyone alive, and you need 2 DPS players to maintain damage on his health bar. It's a great way to combine the games, and I do like how you can beat this monster solo or without certain roles if you have the skills and DPS. Sure, it's far more annoying, but the alternative is always there. He can use a variety of different mechanics, from raining meteors to summoning thunderbolts to dropping comets that need to be protected. This all leads into that climax of a super move, the Ecliptic Meteor, which can insta-kill anyone who isn't standing behind those comets on the ground, so it becomes quite a test to protect those rocks. The Final Fantasy jump serves as a great mechanic too, as timing it just right allows you to dodge the meteor without hiding behind a comet. The meteor is such a good super move mechanic that became the staple for so many bosses in the future of World. The fight does have a lot of jank and frustration that needs to be called out. A lot of Behemoth's attacks are pretty janky and come out on a whim with some massive hitboxes given his size. Sure, you can learn to watch out for those hitboxes, but almost all of his attacks have at least some level of wonkiness. Some of his magic attacks are especially annoying. The thunderbolts, for example, come out so fast that there is no time to properly dodge them. He also has these meteors that he can just spam over and over again that also become a major source of pain. There's this awesome pin attack where he picks you up and slams you into the dirt, but the hitbox on the pin itself is completely broken. You have to dive or be on the other side of the monster to not get hit. There are other attacks that have questionable hitboxes, but the worst of them is Charybdis. This is basically a Kushala style tornado that Behemoth will summon if he lacks Amity, taking up a section of the map. However, casting carry bodies takes a couple of seconds, so you can run to the side to reduce the tornado's coverage. It's definitely the most frustrating mechanic with Behemoth, but as long as you maintain Amity with the tank, he can never do Cherry Toddies. But unfortunately, Behemoth had to be brought down by his stupidly frustrating cousin, Extremeth. Basically take all of the issues I mentioned, the broken hitboxes, the annoying magic, the frustrating mechanics, and just turn them up to pure agony. Behemoth can cast Chlamydia almost instantly, so tornadoes will be everywhere with no ability to properly place them. The meteors now come out so instant that there's barely any time to react, and the magic spam is never ending with Extremeth unless he has Amity. A new DPS check was made in Phase 3 that basically auto-fails the quest if not met. It is possible if everybody times their jumps properly and keeps doing damage, but that's essentially impossible in this quest, and the final phase is just a never-ending storm of pain. Despite all my complaints, I never disliked fighting Behemoth. Whether playing the role of the tank, the healer, the DPS, I always look forward to helping people fight this crossover, even if you will fail the quest a lot. And I mean, a lot. But the feeling you get when you finally kill this monster, there's only one other monster in the game that unanimously gets that feeling in anybody who conquers it. If you're wondering where base Behemoth would be without Extremeth to bring him down, he would be between number 41 and 40, while for vice versa, Extremeth would be between numbers 61 and 60. Behemoth is miles beyond the Lessons as a crossover, as it combines the two games' mechanics in some really fun and satisfying ways, but there's a lot of jank that prevents the fight from being that enjoyable. So I find being one of the lowest monsters that is still considered above average as a good spot for him, cause I never not have fun fighting Behemoth.
I'm a fire in my laser!
Final bosses have quite a lot riding on them, whether it be how they test what the players learn throughout the game, brings the story to a natural close, or how they convey the themes of the game. It's important to end on a high note that will leave players thinking about what they experienced. Regarding Vanilla World, Xeno'jiiva is a monster I am relatively mixed on, both as a creature and as a finale to the game. After all the Elder Dragons are mounted on a wall, we finally reach the source of the Elder Crossing, which is a massive cocoon filled to the brim with bioenergy, which hatches this unknown monstrosity later given the name Xeno'jiiva. And his design, wow. It's 10 out of 10. It's absolutely stunning. The grossly incandescent blue and orange coloration is gorgeous. The fact that bioenergy literally flows off its body, and the triple orange eyes along with its translucent skin gives it a truly alien appearance unlike anything else in the series. The concept of fighting a massive creature that is the baby form of a literal kaiju is so tough, leaving it up to the imagination of the player as to what this terrifying creature becomes as an adult. It's neat that the fight clearly demonstrates that this creature is a literal baby fresh out the womb. In the first phase, the baby is barely able to fight back, and it slowly becomes more and more difficult as it gains more awareness of its own astronomical power and strength. The biggest display of this power is its most iconic move, where it... Yep, a straight up laser. And god, it's so sick to see Godzilla's atomic breath in a game like this. Another move that really shows this is the second phase, where it literally recoils from firing its laser. Then because he'll spray the laser on the ground below him, the floor will give way and it falls underground, leaving a knockdown opportunity to attack it. It's attacks like this that really sell this creature as a newborn baby of an eldritch world-ending monstrosity. Despite my praises, this baby mechanic is also to its detriment, because Xeno'jiiva's fight is not really fun or a final test of what you've learned throughout the game. The reason why is because the battle is laughably easy. I know that's the lore, but as a Monster Hunter fight, it's not thrilling in the slightest, and it honestly takes away from the spectacle of the battle. A good example is when he starts flying, as it's a scary moment when you first witness it, but that fear only lasts for 10 seconds, until you realize there's nothing more. He doesn't do anything up there but stall for minutes until he decides to fly down. Overall, the fight is just too reliant on its gimmick of the boss being big. Not to mention, this fight lasts forever. I get he's massive, but after a certain point in phase 2, you're just waiting for him to die as you sing 100 years by 5 for fighting. The length of the fight wouldn't nearly be as bad if phase 2 had some major changes or a new form, but aside from being able to fly and some new laser attacks, the fight mostly stays the same from start to finish. I haven't talked about arch-tempered monsters much because most don't change them enough to be worth discussing, but Xeno is the exception. Arch-tempered Xeno is just straight up the better way to fight him. It actually stays aggressive, it has some new dangerous moves, doesn't spend nearly as much time in the air, and actually is fun to fight, even if it doesn't fix every problem with the original. Honestly, if Arch-tempered Xeno was the original, I would have Xeno'jiiva be a couple places higher, but at least a more fun option is always there. Xeno'jiiva is a decent final boss. It has the size, weight, and gravitas that a finale of this kind of game deserves, but the mediocre and disappointingly easy fight holds it back from being truly exceptional. If we're not counting the crossovers, this was easily the hardest monster for me to rank on the entire list, and I still don't entirely know how to feel on this guy. Brute Tigrex is a monster that has bounced from mediocre to good to average back to good, but I've come to appreciate Brute as a truly redeeming subspecies. One thing's for certain, Reese's Puffs is a far improvement over the original, and somewhat succeeds in what I wanted from base Tigrex. The Reese's Peanut Butter Cup color scheme looks way better than the original, and makes this overall design much more appealing, at least for me. Brute Tigrex was given something that the original was sorely lacking, more than 6 attacks to work with. The whole supersonic roar concept that Tigrex had felt very half-baked because of how little it was used, but instead of charging, Brute decided to make sound attacks the focus of the fight. He will scream a lot more, sometimes roaring to back away from you, and sometimes roaring as a shotgun blast to knock you off guard. My favorite aspect of Reese's is his new super move, where he screams a whole sonic beam in a 180, which is super cool to dodge through. Unlike Tigrex's Fitness Grand Pacer, you can actually dodge through Brute's roars if you know the timing, making it a fight you can learn and actually punish rather than a waiting game. Another factor that helps is that when Brute does charge, he never runs back and forth endlessly. He usually charges once, turns around, then tail swipes at you. He's also given some more variety in other new attacks, which helps in spacing the fight out, making for a less repetitive and far less annoying experience than the original. This monster still has a couple of problems, some of which align with the normal Tigrex. The constant screaming, while dodgeable, can be quite annoying to deal with for the entire fight. Even if you don't take damage, Brute will definitely punish you while you're stunned, giving no time to react, leading to that Yangaruga problem I mentioned but worse. I also find him to be too trivial to fight, as he is undoubtedly the easiest of the endgame monsters. I did say he's no longer frustrating, but I definitely would have liked him to be tougher than the original while still making the battle fun. I do still feel that more can be done with the fight based on his concept, maybe a pin attack or even a gimmick beyond the roaring to further develop the monster, but I am still positive towards Brute as a whole. Overall, Reese's Puffs is a subspecies that undeniably redeems Tigrex as a monster, both his battle and his look. If Brute were to completely replace base Tigrex, I would be perfectly fine, because there is nothing Tigrex has that Brute doesn't already provide and improve on. The more I fight this cat, the more I enjoy him, so don't be surprised if he ends up higher on my list in the future.
Squish Mellows. Yeah, you're banned, buddy.
Finally, we reached a tutorial boss, the one that started my journey into this franchise, Great Jagras, and man does this Rastafarian potato leave a solid first impression. When you boot up this game, you start off by fighting some shrimpy little lizards, then it picks up to a couple of wannabe pachycephalosaurs.
Fudge!
Overall, little goons you'd have to be asleep to die to.
Fudge!
And then you see this gigantic lizard that can swallow these dinos whole like a hungry hippo. And then told, alright, get in. As a newcomer to these games, the idea of challenging this giant lizard was definitely intimidating. That is, until you fight him and realize that this 1,000-pound sister is an absolute joke. As a tutorial boss, this oversized iguana does succeed in teaching some of the basic mechanics of Monster Hunter, but is far from perfect as a teaching tool to new players. Great Jagras has two main forms, his normal skinny build and his squishmallow build after eating, and they both serve to teach the player about monsters having different phases or forms they can change between if certain conditions are met. Given how most monsters have different forms in their fights, whether it be Anjanath's fire sinuses or Toby's static shock, it's smart to have this mechanic established early on. Another aspect he succeeds in is showing how weak points can change depending on these forms, as when he's in his chunky phase, attacking his size 10x belly does more damage than attacking the head. On top of this, if you attack his fat belly enough, you can give him involuntary heartburn and make him vomit out all his food, knocking him back into his anorexic form. However, he does fail at teaching other important lessons of Monster Hunter that a tutorial boss should teach. A good example of this is his lack of range, as this double-decker bus has got nothing to defend its backside, so it's very easy to just stay to the sides or behind and just wail on him. Another issue with Biggins is that the fight is too easy and repetitive, especially his slim form, as all he does is simply bite and noodle around with abandonment. I understand that he's the first boss, but they should have given each form's moveset a bit more variety. As for things Great Jaggers has going for him, I absolutely love both its design and ecology, as his Rastafarian haircut and bright color palette really sell him as an ancient forest native. I also love his ecology of eating monsters whole and then barfing up his food to feed the children. It's honestly the main reason I find him superior to other early monsters like Kulu or Gyros. On top of that, this fight is given a major upgrade in the form of the Greatest Jagress, which introduced some new vomit attacks in this chunky form that he fortunately kept in Master Rank, and of course, a few minor changes. Good times.
Dude, he's just rolling,
Heal!
Overall, Great Jaggers is a solid starting monster. He's definitely memorable due to his gimmick and design, but he could have had a more effective fight at teaching new players about this game, and maybe spent a little bit less time as a chew toy. Finally, we can talk about the mascot of Monster Hunter, the video game character that made it into Smash before Crash Bandicoot or Dixie Kong or a certain purple character whose name isn't quite coming across my mind. It's time for Rathalos. I know the community has grown tired of Rathalos and his oversaturation, especially with how many reincarnations there are of the guy, but you have to give credit to the King of the Skies. He is Monster Hunter. Even my friends who never touched or heard of this franchise know who Rathalos is, whether it be the insane number of crossovers he's featured in, or just how unique his design is compared to any other dragon design in fantasy media. People argue that Rathalos is generic compared to the creativity of other monsters, but that's exactly the point. With every monster being insanely unique and crazy with their design and ecology, Rathalos is just the dragon, and that's what makes him so special. He has such a strong presence and gravitas in this game that an apex predator should have. Seeing him be the one monster to make Anjanath, the massive T-Rex that has terrorized you and every monster you've hunted thus far, be scared shitless at the sight of, and then be picked up and dropped like a sack of turnips just cements this King of the Skies as a big deal. I really like how he'll also pick you up and chuck you the same way with his grab attack, a mechanic I wish more monsters had in this game. There are plenty of Monster Hunter YouTubers with much more experience on this franchise that can do a better job explaining why he's such a good mascot. Let's talk about the fight. It's fine. The obvious annoyance prevalent with Rathalos is the flying, but unlike the Azure reskin, he actually lands and gives you opportunities to counter him, such as his stomps and bites. The poison coming from his claws can be a pain, but at least you know that dodging the swoops should be prioritized over other attacks. The fire attacks are nothing to cry home about, and overall, Rathalos' fight is just pretty standard and unremarkable. He doesn't reach the highs of Legiana or the lows of Azure. He does have that problem where your weapon very much determines the enjoyment of this fight, which is mostly due to how much time he moves around and flies. But it's far from being as big of a problem as it is with, say, Lavesiaf or Uragon. Lastly, I do really like the mechanic in his nest where he can break the dam, sending a whole water slide at Rathalos and giving him an involuntary trip down the Kokiri body plunge for massive fall damage. And yeah, that's about it. There really isn't a ton to say here. Rathalos is quite underappreciated, but I like him as a mascot a lot more than I like him as a fight. But he's still a classic, and I don't mind having to fight him if I need to. Still, make him a fighter in the next Smash Bros. I know he was a boss, but please do it. You let Ridley be a fighter in Smash Ultimate. Ridley used to be a boss. You can fit Rathalos just fine.
Come on, Rathalos. Can we get another one? And just more? And can we actually get one more? And just one more? And one more? Can we actually get one more? And just bring in one more. Yeah. And then I think this is looking good.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Barroth is a fun monster. Yep, that's about it. There's not a whole lot to say about Barroth that hasn't already been said. I mean, he's been around since 2010 with Monster Hunter Tri. He's got quite the history, being the first brute wyvern, and has become quite a recurring classic in this franchise. Even though I lack the rose-tinted glasses that older hunters wear, I definitely see the charm that can be found with this little mud puppy. He was the first wall I encountered in this game, and his fight is definitely a good step up from the punching bags before him, as his charges can pack quite a punch, and he coats himself in mud armor that can be quite a hassle for beginners. Speaking of mud, I absolutely love the simplicity in both Barroth's design and his ecology, which makes him fit perfectly into the Wildspire Waste. Like, why does he have armor? Because he rolls around in mud to keep himself cool. Why does he have upward nostrils that go choo choo? Because he swims and sleeps in the mud and needs an oversized snorkel to do so. Why does he have a giant crest? Because he needs to break open the oversized anthill so that he can snack on bugs like an oversized Pumbaa. Everything in his ecology is explained in natural ways that make him feel like a living, breathing animal and not a bloodthirsty monster. You can cut his tail and break his scalp for extra carves, which I find a neat mechanic, and it makes me wish there were more breakable parts that encourage blunt weapons to hit the head. I also love how much personality he has, from him rubbing mud on walls or shaking mud off of him, and the biggest highlight being his train whistle as he charges full speed at you. Like a mud-caked dirty diesel. An annoyance I have with Barroth is the thing he teaches new players about, his mud armor, as the weapon bouncing can be kinda tiresome. However, I can't complain too much because there's so many methods to get rid of his mud armor. From using puddle pods to wash it off, breaking through the mud via pure raw damage or water weapons, as well as many events like when he shakes off the mud or rubs it off when you mount him. This mud that he sloshes around can trap you in an involuntary mud bath, but it's not nearly as annoying as it is with his rival Jura Tater Tot. My main grudge against Barroth though is that the fight is just too easy. Like, he's supposed to be a warm-up, but when the fight is this simple and somewhat forgettable, you don't really find a reason to come back and fight him after the story. Another problem with Barroth is nowadays, he lacks anything unique to really stand out. As the franchise continues and more modern brute wyverns are becoming more and more creative, Barroth just has trouble keeping up. Perhaps if he used his train whistle for more sound attacks, or used his mud in more interesting ways, but for now he's getting outdone by a lot of the rookies in town. Overall, Barroth is a neat introduction to the brute wyverns. He's not anything groundbreaking or amazing, he's just a simple fun monster that gets you warmed up for bigger fights to come. Just don't mess with his pizza, you don't want to see that.
He skipped that one. Maybe I didn't want that. Maybe I wanted the corner. He skipped that one. I went to the corner. Stood up and took mine. I didn't stand up nothing because if
he reached across and he took my slice. Stay on your side.
You're pissed.
Stay on your side. It's not proper pizza etiquette.
Radoban is a difficult one for me to rank because I find him to be both very underrated, but also not fun to fight at times. For a monster that people claim is a forgettable reboot of Uragan, Radoban surpasses him in almost every way possible, to the point where I'd be happy to see Radoban replace Uragan. First off, Rado's design is way more interesting. The black tar aesthetic combined with his sharp, bony armor gives him a striking appearance that fits so well into the Rotten Vale. This mascot of the Bone Boys is basically a tar-covered Uragan that coats himself in the bones of the Vale, which is such a sick ecology, and I love the attention to detail, like how his legs have Diablos horns on them. I also think the chin and overall design doesn't nearly stick out as much as it did with Uragan, and compared to his bombs, the bones that fly off Radoban make sense as part of his attacks. I mean, look at him, he's literally a porcupine of femur, of course bones are gonna fly off him as he moves. Now given my detest for Uragan's fight, you'll likely assume I hate this fight as well, but I say balderdash because this fight is actually pretty fun, most of the time. Now at first, Radoban bounces your weapons just as much as Uragan, but the difference is with enough damage done to the bone armor, you can break it off. This is everything. Instead of being an endless chore of bouncing your weapon, it becomes an exciting game of targeting certain parts of his body to break the bones, then capitalizing on the fleshy parts underneath. Another thing I complained about with Uragan is that you couldn't interrupt his rolling, but that's not the case with Radoban. Your slinger, weapon, or even him being tired will cause him to slow down and fall on his ass. So now you've changed what was once a tedious waiting game where you watch him rollin' into an engaging fight where you can constantly push the aggression onto him. Radoban also has quite the variety of rolls, especially when he enters his rage mode where he starts rolling around on his side like a Beyblade, which has good tracking and high damage. Combine that with his constant aggression and he serves as a decent challenge for new players. I also love the areas he resides in. He's the only monster exclusive to the upper regions of the Vale, and most late game monsters stay near the lower regions. From the floor of squishy moss that can cause tremors to the massive Dalmadur teeth that serve as stalactites, it's a shame he's the only monster that really uses these regions. So what's holding Radoban back? Well, while I do think he has a lot of things going for him, he isn't impervious to every issue his bombshell cousin has. While I appreciate tearing through his armor, he can refresh this armor in the literal bone zone, which isn't a bad idea, but given how he'll refresh his bones again and again and again, it can become a chore breaking off the same parts. Another issue he has is how damn tanky he is. While nowhere near 27,000, he's about as bulky as an Anjanath, and combine that with his bone armor and how fast he refreshes it, it can make the fight drag from time to time. Also, his whole sleep mechanic feels kinda slapped on rather than being an engaging mechanic. It'd be cool if maybe he left a sleep mist trail when rolling around, forcing you to think about your positioning. As for now, the sleep feels like it's there just so that there was a sleep monster in base world. Radobaan could have been an amazing monster, and he's got some great underrated stuff in both his fight and design, but some of that is brought down by the issues he shares with his Crimson Chint cousin. But one thing's for sure, when it comes to cat armor, Radobaan is unmatched.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Come catch some Z's, good buddy. Take your motherfucking ass to sleep. Didn't I tell you take your motherfucking ass to sleep? Oh, he did.
When working on this video, I warmed up to a good number of monsters that I originally didn't care for or even considered bad. But there were two monsters in particular that truly had a redemption arc, with their scores being bumped up by multiple points. The first one we won't get to for a while, and the second one being none other than Nyquil or Nightshade Palumu. Similar to how I said Radobaan is just the better version of Uragaan, Nightshade is just the better version of Palumu. I used to think Nightshade was pretty mediocre, but I've grown to love this sleeping sandbag. His coloring is so much more striking than the original. The use of neon stripes that contrast with the deep purple and black, along with his giant fake eyes akin to real-life creatures like orcas. It's so visually interesting that it makes normal Palumu look bland in comparison. He also matches really well with the ancient forest and his main habitat, the Wildspire Waste. At first glance, the desert map seems like an odd choice, but they actively change his ecology in natural ways that make him fit into the environment. Nyquil is mostly nocturnal and resides in the foresty regions of the waste, which works as a neat ecological niche given how underutilized that part of the map is. Since he can't eat Rafino eggs anymore, he eats ants from the Wildspires, blowing air into the anthill to force them out and then sucks them up like a vacuum. After the joke of a sleep monster that the roly-polies were, it's nice to have an actual sleep status monster in the roster. This is where a lot of people complain about the sleep ailment, because you walk around until collapsing on the ground like a squirrel that had fermented crab apples. But a lot of people don't know you can use your energy drink to snap out of it, just like antidotes. On top of this, there's one thing that saves the sleep from being a tedious mechanic with Nightshade, and that's his ability to punish. Remember how with Zitzi, I talked about the problem where he sits there and does nothing after flashing you? Well, Nyquil is that mechanic done right, because his AI is programmed to punish any players who are asleep, stunned, or stumbling around in their delirious state, so there's very little downtime to be had with the fight. This punish ability combined with his aggression makes Nyquil a much more engaging battle than the original, and he's given some new attacks in his floaty form to catch you off guard. Now, Nightshade is far from perfect. He has that Viper Toby problem where the fight's difficulty is very reliant on whether or not you sport sleep resistance, which equipped can make the fight a joke. You can also argue that needing to chug energy drinks constantly can be a pain, but all of his attacks that fire sleeping gas are incredibly telegraphed, and the bright blue color of the gas contrasts with the Wildspire Waste, so you always know which areas to avoid. For a subspecies to be this distinct, interesting, and as much of an improvement over the original as it is, definitely deserve credit. Nightshade Palumu's a monster I've learned to appreciate over time, both with how unique he is as a status monster, and with how he differs from the vanilla in believable and interesting ways. After discussing enough residents of the Rotten Vale, it's about time I critiqued the ruler of this ruined region, Val Hazak, and it was ironically such a breath of fresh air to re-experience this fight after the suffering that was his Mushroom Minster variant. Val Azak got the variant treatment in Iceborne and was unfortunately left behind in high rank, which is a damn shame because he's easily better than Black Veil. Much like Radoban, Val Azak is absolutely defined by his map, both through his design and how he utilizes the effluvium gas in the Veil to his favor. Speaking of which, holy hell, this guy was plucked straight from Bloodborne and I am all for it. The fact that he's supposed to look like this, but now being in the Veil has covered himself in the corpses and tainted flesh of other monsters, the way that his flesh looks almost stretched and torn from the massive body and wings, the fake jawbone that he boasts, and the jagged hooks on his tongue and tail, it's horrifying and disgusting in every conceivable way, and I love it. The effluvium he has isn't just a visual either, as Davy Jones over here has a symbiotic relationship with the toxic gas, where he uses the miasma to literally feed off the life of other monsters. I appreciate how this unique ecology is actually shown in the fight, whether it be him draining the life of small monsters and you to recover health, or using the effluvium to take out rivals like Odogaron. Also, I have to mention the music, because good guacamole, it's so tough. The combination of the eerie violins representing Val and the triumphant trumpets representing the Hunter, and the way they merge the two together in that powerhouse of a chorus is so clean. Easily one of the best Monster Hunter themes, period. His armor and weapons too, straight up top 3 material for best looking armor and weapons in the whole game. Not much more to say there. So after all this praise, why is he not higher? Well, it should be pretty evident from my thoughts on Black Veil, but fighting him sucks. Now I will say it's nowhere near as bad as his variant, but that doesn't mean it's enjoyable either. Despite likely being the last monster you fight before the final boss, he's just way too easy, and everything that is difficult about the fight is simply frustrating. Because of his ecology, he should use his effluvium to attack you, but most of the attacks force you to back off rather than stay aggressive. He can also give you the horrible effluvium ailment, and although he doesn't proc it as much as Black Veil, it still happens enough to be aggravating. Compared to the other Elder Dragons, Val is slow, like at a speed that makes corpses look lively, and you could argue that makes the fight stand out, but I find that the fight is as insanely boring as it is insanely easy. You can see his attacks coming from a mile away, and his moveset is surprisingly limited and repetitive for a late game Elder Dragon. Combine that with how much he flinches and knocks down, this fight very quickly becomes a cakewalk. It seems Capcom was way too insistent on making this fight tough because of its gimmick, rather than just having a tough fight. It's a shame because the mediocre fight really makes Val lose his luster. He's a phenomenal boss on your first hunt and only becomes worse and worse as you farm him more. Val Azak is a monster that has so many things going for him. His fantastic design, ecology, music, and weapons made him so close to becoming a staple in the franchise. But the battle just doesn't deliver and was way too reliant on the gimmick. Despite how difficult it may be due to the way his ecology and the Veil tie together, I would love to see a return of Val with some needed changes. I feel a Val Azak that is given a good or even great fight could easily rival some of the best Elder Dragons in Monster Hunter history.
I think Moto likes you.
I will be roasted over a barbecue spit for this opinion, and you know what? I deserve every ounce of pain, because Dodo Gama is not in the top spot. In fact, he's not even in the top 25. But please put your torches down. Let me explain why. As an animal, Dodo Gama is a 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. He's so perfectly cute, and derpy, and thick, and adorable, and thick, and precious, and thick. His derpy little face with his oversized chin, his little pudgy feet and tiny toes, and the baby blue and orange color scheme instantly made him a beloved icon. Now there are other monsters that are chill as long as you don't attack them, but none of them can match the aura that this legend has when he waltzes around the Elder's Recess. Dodo is basically a cuddly version of the Gronkle from How to Train Your Dragon. All he does is sleep and eat the crystals of the caverns, which he crunches down into molten rock to spit back at any savages that dare attack him. It's amazing that a universal rule was created by the community to never kill Dodogama, and if you are forced to hunt him, you must capture him. Even before I was exposed to the Monster Hunter community, I still never had it in me to kill him. I mean, come on, his sound design is literally taken from whales. One of the most majestic creatures to ever roam the earth. Also, Dodogama has the highest damage hitbox in the game, which was a test made by Ryozo to judge the heartless will of speedrunners, and those psychos on Team Darkside that would dare use our beloved boy as a tool to accomplish their sick and deprived goals of what? The highest damage number in some admittedly well thought out and crafted video? Nah, these guys are going to jail and hell. Okay, after all my love for the guy, it's time to get critical. As an animal, Dodogama is an 11 out of 10. As a boss, Dodogama is like a 3 out of 10. I know, you don't fight Dodogama unless you have to. But if I'm gonna critique every other monster based on their fight, design, and ecology, it's only fair that Dodo is treated the same. His moveset is basically a fat Great Jagras, where he charges, rolls, swipes, and spits out molten rock. He only has 2 attacks unique to him, and even his molten rock mechanic is no longer special, since the greatest Jagras was given these attacks in the form of vomit instead of rock. Dodogama just has nothing unique for himself in his moveset. He has a gimmick where in his powered up phase, you can hit his weak point to knock him back into his normal form, just like Great Jagras. He can inflict an ailment that forces you to be cautious with the head, as well as having a severable stub of a tail, just like Great Gyros. Even though he looks amazing, the fight makes it pretty apparent that he's a member of the Volcanic Reskin gang. When it comes to Dodo, have you ever heard anyone say, "I love Dodo because he has a fun and exciting fight"? You haven't, and that's my main issue with the guy and why he's not higher on the list. Dodogama is an amazing animal, not an amazing boss. I would love to see Dodogama come back. Hell, I'd love to see him become a classic. But this is a boss critique just as much as it is a monster critique. And Dodogama needs an upgrade to his fight and moveset in order to truly make him a masterpiece. I love to watch this beautiful boy roll around the recess, but I never want to fight Dodogama, not because he is precious, which he is, but because the fight is just not fun. On a last note, if any monster dares to hurt our beloved boy, you know what to do.
So, you like kicking butts, do ya? Well, we'll show you, old man! There he is!
Like fire, hellfire.
Earlier, I went on and on about Pink Rathian and Azure Rathalos, how they felt like an underwhelming upgrade to the original duo, how they never really challenged me in the way I was hoping for. Well, what do you know? The Meadow duo met my expectations. We have yet another tie, Gold Rathian and Silver Rathalos. I know this is somewhat controversial, especially with how much I see people hate Silverlos in this game, but in my opinion, I find their pros and cons to be very similar, mainly because of how they share the same new mechanics. One of the reasons why I hated the last Color Swap duo was because they weren't given any new moves or mechanics, they were just made to be more spammy. But the Metal couple are fucking tough in this game, and they are given so many attacks unique to them. These new moves, their insane aggression, and multitude of combo extensions make it so these rafts constantly throw you off. Silver Rathalos is a lot more relentless, focusing on spreading hellfire and constantly swooping, while Gold Rathian is given much more creative use of that deadly tail, along with having venom instead of poison. Their scores balance out in my eyes, as Silverlos can spend too much time in the air, but also easily knocks down, while Goldian is a much more fun fight, but gets pretty repetitive. For one of my complaints, the metal skin bouncing your weapon and basically forcing you to tenderize is pretty annoying. I haven't talked about tenderizing in this video much, because we all know how we feel about that. But for these guys, it's quite excessive making you have to tenderize to even properly hit the monster. This is luckily counteracted by another new mechanic, being their Hellfire mode. Silver and Gold both have a special phase, known as Hellfire mode, where their skin glows blue and allows you to actually deal good damage, but they become way more aggressive and their firepower is turned up to the max. Each of them are also given this awesome super move where they nuke you with blue flame, something that the flagship couple were sorely lacking. However, my biggest gripe with them is when they fight together. When you're hunting solo, they are a blast to fight one at a time. When you fight them together, it is a goddamn hell spawn. It's not shrieking bad, like they clearly put more effort than that, but I'd be lying if I said the duo didn't piss me off a few times. I've personally found that tackling this duo with another hunter is the best way to experience this fight, like a fun tag team battle. But aside from the crossovers, I think this boss is the one that's better to experience in multiplayer than solo. Overall, Silverlos and Goldian are exactly what I wanted as an upgrade and test of your wit to the original duo. Are they a perfected version of hunting Rathalos and Rathian? Definitely not. But are they still fun? Absolutely.
Duck this one.
In this corner, we have the rookie sensation, the bruiser from the bronze, the slimy slugger. It's Brachydios. Brachy is one hell of a fan favorite in this community, and that's definitely warranted given the amount of style this Brute Wyvern boxer has had over the years. I usually prefer monsters that have grounded ecology and blend into their environment rather than monsters that are given a crazy anime flair without any explanation for their design and elements. However, I cannot complain about Brachydios because he looks so sick. An indigo flavored theropod with a rocky carapace, a mace-shaped tail, and two fists full of green Nickelodeon slime that literally explode on contact? Yes, please. The green and indigo color palette works wonders, and the concept is just too cool to not adore. The fight is definitely fun, but it is far from perfect. The use of his fist arms completely changes this fight compared to any other Brute Wyvern. Instead of the same old bites, charges, and jumps, his mentality is punch, punch, punch till you stay dead. He has two main phases. The most used one involves green slime, which will stick to you, other monsters, or the ground through his punches, and will eventually turn red as they let off a fiery explosion. If you get hit or step in this slime, you will be inflicted with a special blast scourge, a blast blight that forces you to dodge 5 times to avoid getting blown to smithereens. This is my least favorite part of the monster, as most of his attacks inflict this status, and leave you constantly rolling and rolling. If it weren't for the ability to use nullberries to treat the blight, I'd honestly drop him down a couple places. The second or enraged phase is considerably better, as the slime will turn yellow and explode on impact, which not only removes the nuisance of blast scourge, but also forces you to think about smart positioning. The one mechanic that really redeems this fight is your ability to negate his slime. If you break any parts with slime on them, such as his head, tail, and arms, then Brachy can no longer apply slime on them, which is a genius method to encourage dynamic part breaks in a fight. Another one of my main issues with Big Brachy is his ecology, that being, why in the hell is he a carnivorous apex predator? The slime and heavy armor just lacks logic if he hunts and shares the same diet as something akin to Anjanath. If he was a Geovore like Dodogama, it would make so much more sense. The punching in slime could be explained by his need to blast through rock so he can access consumable minerals. Even if he was an insectivore like Baroth and used his arms to punch apart anthills, it would work. But where it stands, calling Brachydios' ecology flawed is quite the understatement. My last issue, one that's not necessarily his fault, is that once you get into Iceborne's endgame, there's a certain that removes any reason to go back to this guy. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Other than that, the music is great, some of the weapons are great, the design is great. It's just these problems that hold him back from being amongst my favorites, like so many people see him as. Brachydios is an insane and fun monster, but just some proper changes to his fight and ecology can truly bring this boxer to the world circuit.
Knockout! Whilst you were out doing drugs, I studied the blade.
Just roll the cutscene. Yeah, Acidic Glavenus is pretty badass, isn't he? This cutscene alone is one of the best in the entire game. There's a lot of pressure when creating a subspecies to one of the most popular monsters in the franchise, but while he doesn't reach the highs of the original Sword-tailed Rex, Acidic is still a great monster. First off, the ecology. Taking a Glavenus and slapping it in the Rotten Vale seems like a silly idea, but they make it work brilliantly. He's given a more grim aesthetic, and his tail is covered with acidic spikes rather than being ignited on the ground. Another difference between him and the original is his movement. The original Glavenus uses his tail like a greatsword, so they decided to make the sword tail coated in acid that causes defense down. Then he can sharpen it into a sleek blade that he uses like a longsword with extensive combos. My appreciation of Acidic comes from how he differentiates himself from the original. He's not trying to be color swap Glavenus. The tempo and rhythm of the fight is entirely different from the original. Acidic also isn't given enough credit for his use of defense down, a very underutilized ailment that, as the name implies, makes you take a hell of a lot more damage. Despite how dangerous this ailment is, it's rarely ever used in the game aside from being slapped onto endgame monsters just to make them do more damage. The acid that coats its blade actually crystallizes over it and makes its tail inflict defense down, which is a really good way to explain the ecology of a monster. Acidic is far from perfect though. My biggest complaint is the color palette. Like, it matches the upper regions of the Vale, but it's just so dull. The green and yellow is such a boring color scheme, and it definitely lacks the oomph that the original Glavenus had with his iconic Optimus Prime colors. If I could change it, I would want a color scheme akin to the acid pools in the Vale, cause, you know, his name is Acidic Glavenus. If he had a black and blue aesthetic that matched those pools, it would be a lot more visually appealing in my opinion. You can argue they wanted to differentiate the two, since Glavenus also has blue, but you could easily change the tone of the blue, make it a bit brighter or even closer to purple. Despite my love for how Acidic changes the original fight, I feel that it's also to his detriment, as I find it inferior to the original's rhythm and tempo. Mainly, I think it comes down to the attack style. Almost all of Glavenus's attacks leave his head, tail, or both open for counterattack, but a lot of longsword moves unique to Acidic force you to back off or prevent you from attacking his weak points. Also, the acidic dust he leaves behind can force you to stay away from his tail sweeps rather than dodge into them. These moves, along with the way he extends his combos over and over, makes the fight turn into a waiting game at times. My last issue with Acidic is less so his fault, but the map he resides on. Because Acidic is a Vale exclusive, he's very commonly stuck in the map's cramped canyons and hallways with very little room to move, which is fine for monsters like Odogaron or Gyros, but Glavenus is huge. He needs large areas to make use of his sword attacks. So when you slap him in the Vale, his attacks constantly clip with the environment, and it can be pretty frustrating to avoid his attacks or even see what's going on with your camera. Despite sounding negative for the last minute, there's a lot to love about Acidic, as he's still Glavenus at the end of the day. Even though he doesn't live up to the high standards of the original Glavenus, this is still a great subspecies, but maybe a bit too weeby for my take.
Nice of you to drop by.
Never heard that one before.
Next up is the apex predator of the Coral Highlands, Legiana, and let me tell you, it was pretty chill to fight her again after a good while. All stop. At first glance, Legiana appears to be just a lanky Rathalos, but she has a lot more that stands out compared to the other flying wyverns. Most notably, she was the only ice monster in base world, which was pretty ridiculous if you ask me. I mean, Imagine having to hunt the same monster over and over and over again every time you want a weapon with that element. It must have been the most agonizing thing in the world. Legiana has a surprising amount of presence in the campaign, first attacking you on your arrival at the Coral Highlands, then intercepting your mission to the Vale, then being the kickstart to the Iceborne expansion. She does a good job serving as a mini-rival in the story, as well as being the second major skill check after Anjanath. Unlike the Wrath duo who fly traditionally, Legiana rides on wind currents to traverse the air, so she's a lot more graceful as she glides through the sky, almost like a manta ray swimming in the sea. I also appreciate how her elegance is conveyed in her moveset. Instead of the basic swoops and stomps, she's pulling somersaults and full-on barrel rolls in her fight. Lasagna has this rhythm to the battle where there are small but prominent openings to punish her. I will say though, it can be tedious at some points with how much time she spends in the air, but it's not Azure bad. She also shares a manta ray aesthetic, with the striking blue, black, and white coloring combined with her large foldable wings, which does wonders to make her fit as the apex predator of the Coral Highlands. The music of the biome matches her fighting aesthetic too, really selling the idea of this fight feeling like a dance between you and Blueberry McFlurry. Her turf wars are what really sell her as an apex predator though, whether it be standing toe to toe with Clifford, her rivalry with Pink Rathian, or absolutely decimating Paolumu.
Nice throw!
The sound design is one of my favorite things about her. Her roar alone is one of the most iconic in the entire game, and for damn good reason. As for her element, she's surprisingly reserved when it comes to using ice, only leaving trails of frosties in her wind and tail attacks rather than directly spitting out ice. I do wish she used the ice in more interesting ways. Yes, I ranted about shrieking, but monsters like Velkhana and Barioth show that you can use ice properly without being obnoxious. Another complaint is that a lot of areas that you fight in are a bit too cramped for Legiana, and can make the fight pretty annoying, but that's not necessarily her fault. Overall, Legiana's a solid apex predator, doesn't blow me away, but is a monster I don't mind going back to, as long as her obnoxious cousin isn't there.
Know your fucking place, trash!
It's been borrowed time.
Early game monsters are usually forgotten or seen as unimpressive by a good chunk of the community, but Banbro is awesome. He's an easy fight, but like Beatotus, I think he's just the right amount of difficulty to get people back into World. Most of his attacks are very slow and predictable, but given his massive size, those same attacks have a wide reach and require proper positioning to dodge. I also appreciate that despite Brute Wyverns being so abundant in World, Banbro never feels like Anjanath, Radobon, or any of the other Brutes, and I think his gimmick and design have a lot to do with that. Most Brute Wyverns are theropod themed, mainly like T-Rexes, so it's cool to see this big brute herbivore, especially with how he's as chill as a capybara when you leave him be. The other main thing that makes him unique is his gimmick. He'll pick up items with his giant antlers and charge full speed at you. I see, so if he picks up a tree, that'll increase the whiff of his attacks, so he's gonna be harder to dodge and pose more of a threat. Yes. I also love how the weapons he picks up vary depending on the environment. So when he's in the forest, he'll pick up entire trees to mow you down. In the caves, he'll pick up snow-covered rocks that comically get larger and larger as he rolls them up. And in the hot springs, he'll pick up rocks steaming with water to slam down on you. Overall, Banbro is a fun and enjoyable monster with no real issues. So yeah, Banbro is the second member of the idiotic Iceborne Invader Trinity, and in my opinion, the worst offender. Just one look at Banbro, even if you've never played this game, and you know he's a creature that lives in the tundra. So why the hell is he in the desert? Why is he in the Philippines? Why is he in the volcano, literally waltzing around in the lava?
Over here sweating tsunamis. It is hot outside and up in here. My mama don't want to turn on the air conditioner for some reason. Oh, Jesus!
I know there's some BS in his ecology about how his fur is insulated to all natural elements, meaning that he'll withstand heat and cold, which is why he's weak to dragon. Honestly though,
We don't really give a fuck.
I really don't. This invader mechanic not only ruins his design, but it also affects his ecology, as this supposed creature that's a gentle giant that gets along with all peaceful wildlife is changed into this bipolar moose that constantly pick fights with any creature because why not? I know I'm making a big deal about this, but that's because this is the only critique I have of Bambro. Everything else about the monster is just top quality. If Bambro was to return in Wilds or future games and was kept entirely the same except for staying his rear in the snow where he belongs, then he would easily be a 9 or even a 10 out of 10. For an early game boss to be this well designed, with this many interesting mechanics and neat ecology, should be worthy of praise. Regardless, I still love Bambro as a monster, but please, keep him out of the volcano. It's animal cruelty at this point.
My titties crying, my feet sleep, my back screaming for Jesus.
When mucus causes chest congestion and coughing, it can be a late night.
Fulgur Anjanath is such a fantastic monster and exactly what I want from a subspecies, when a different element and or ecology are used to change the design and fight in new and exciting ways. Anjanath is already an amazing monster and one of the most memorable in base game, so making a rendition of this creature in the snow map was a smart move by Capcom. I love the tiger stripe aesthetic. The white and blue color contrast is a really cool look that blends well into the Hoarfrost Reach, and the orange head feels like it shouldn't work, but it strangely does. The fight starts out pretty simple, just Anjanath with some thunder effect on his bites, but then his fur starts to stand on end, and he gains some unique thunder attacks. My favorite of these being how he takes the ecology of Anjanath having a sinus issue and translates that into a mucus electric ball that he can sneeze at you. But then, this happens. That has got to be one of the coolest sound designs and face changes in the entire game. This is where the fight gets really tough. He starts becoming way more aggressive with a couple more new electric attacks, especially this new super move akin to Anjanath's Noob Incinerator, where he pulls a foxy jump scare and lunges at you with electricity, and it hurts. Thunderblight is such a good ailment to have with Anjanath, cause getting stunned with this T-Rex is scary enough. Having Thunderblight cause stun repeatedly is horrifying. The thunder effects look amazing too. The way his sails sparkle with electricity with the black and blue patterns is beautiful to watch. The fight's really fun and I love him as a tundra monster. However, his presence and role as an invader is what makes him inferior to the original in my eyes. He really lacks any weight or impact that Anjanath had throughout base world. The original served as this massive test of your skills, while Fulgur feels like an afterthought. He's just way too easy and he lacks the challenge and brutality that regular Anjanath had, which I was hungry for in Iceborne's campaign. Another problem is that Fulgur is the third and final member of the idiotic Iceborne invader trinity, and just like Bambro, it makes no sense. He fits so well as a Hoarfrost exclusive with his fur coat and primal coloring, so why is he in the desert and volcano? It just doesn't make sense no matter what BS ecology reasons you throw. Fulgur Anjanath is a great addition to the Iceborne subspecies, but he should have stuck with the snowy maps. He and Bambro don't deserve this kind of animal abuse.
I am sweating like I am working out 796 days a year. I am sweating like I went to hell and back. I am hot.
Tactical nuke incoming!
It's pretty hard to talk about seething Basilgeuse without also discussing the normal B-52, but I'm going to try my best to talk about Seething as his own being, and in my opinion, why I consider him inferior to the original. So the idea of a Basilgeuse variant making a surprise appearance after taking down the flagship is a fantastic idea, and it's nice that Seething is one of like 4 monsters to not be revealed in the marketing, and he definitely lives up to expectations as a variant. I find Seething's coloring to be superior to the already great original color scheme. The darker black and orange is super tough, and the way it literally glows pink and orange like an aggravated jellyfish is a really cool way to display him, well, seething with rage. The fight is also a considerable upgrade compared to the original. The bombs start out the same as normal, but once Seething becomes enraged with that bright glow, he reveals that the lavender color isn't just for show, as the bombs will now turn into these purple radioactive rosebuds that will grow big until bursting in a massive explosion. They also made an added danger to the bombs, since now they can stick onto walls and ceilings, which further encourages smart positioning. I like all his other new moves, and the new tail attacks he's given makes him dangerous on both sides as opposed to just the front. It's neat how when you cut his tail, it doesn't invalidate these tail attacks, since bombs will fly off, just not as many. His new tactical nuke is simply phenomenal and definitely the big super move that base Basil was sorely lacking. And Seething's sound design, it's so tough. I already love normal B-52 sound design, but they made me love it even more here. Especially his roar after his nuke attack, just listen to it, man. So we have a Basilgeuse variant with a better fight, better design, better sound design, some awesome new attacks, and an amazing super move. So most of y'all are probably wondering, why is normal Basilgeuse higher? Well, there's a simple answer to that. The idiotic Iceborne Invader Trinity. This is good timing since I just talked about Bambro and Fulgur, but you may wonder why I'm making such a big deal of these three stooges. But that's because of who had to pay the price due to their incompetence. Seething Basilgeuse. The B-52 bomber is defined by his role as this insurmountable invader that rolls up on fights with his iconic theme. However, all of that is missing with Seething because he is not an invader. Why? Why did they make him stuck in the Elder's Recess but let the Trinity go wherever they wanted? My second main criticism with Seething is his lack of difficulty. Because base B-52 was not a monster you had to kill to complete the story, the developers had full freedom to make this nigh impossible threat that could whoop your ass. But because Seething has to be killed in order to progress the Iceborne story, they had to nerf him, which is such a letdown for the apparent upgrade to the bomber. These two issues may not seem like big problems at base value, but just like Blackveil and Ruiner, Seething completely replaces the original, so Basil's infamousy is nowhere to be found after getting into G rank. He just lacks the whole purpose of B-52. The B-52 bomber is not the B-52 bomber without. Because of this, the developers seem to completely forget what makes Basil such a unique monster, and it's a damn shame because if this was fixed, Seething would easily usurp the normal bomber in terms of quality. This Basilgeuse variant lives up to the name of Seething, not because it frustrates me with how hard he is, but because he frustrates me with how the developers took away the spirit and identity from this otherwise upgrade to the B-52 bomber. I'm gonna get killed for having this monster so high up, especially above fan favorites like Bracky and Dodo, and you know what? I don't care. You guys brought this on yourselves, all because a certain someone got screwed over by a certain community poll. But fuck it. Beatotus is an absolute banger of a monster. You know how I mentioned the two monsters that had a redemption arc with Nightshade? Well, the other is Beatotus, because this ranking opened my eyes to how underrated this monster actually is. I wasn't gonna say much, but then the community poll came in.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Beatotus in the bottom 10? What? He's worse than Jura Tattletale and Lava Sloth? Are you serious? This guy is worse than those two. He just... what? This guy needs some love. For anyone complaining about me talking too much on Beatotus, you have no one to blame but yourself. Personally, I believe he's so far down not because of how much people hate him, but because of how forgotten he's become. He's the starting monster in Iceborne story, and a Hoarfrost exclusive that doesn't hang around in the areas with late game monsters, so people never see him on the map. He's also one of only 2 monsters to not appear in the Grinding Lands, Duratotus being the other, but like, I don't give a fuck. With how small the Grinding Lands snow area is, Capcom could have definitely made some more space, like a snowbank or something for Beatotus to fit in this map. It's a shame that he's forgotten and left to rot, even compared to his fishy cousins, because Beatotus is the best Piscine Wyvern by a landslide, and the biggest surprise of the whole roster. But I'm worried that this pull might prevent him from being in a future game. But enough talking about how Beatotus became a forgotten gem, let me explain why he's so underrated. After ranting about how lazy the last 2 fish looked, Beatotus finally does the Wyvern class justice. They decided to make the colors pretty on a monster for once. The overall navy blue contrasts nicely with the snow, and I love the gold and red underside that's clearly inspired by a brook trout. Really gives him that pop that he needs. The head is the real star of the show. The shark-finned horn, green eyes, sharp teeth, and rigid bone structure gives the frozen fish a striking appearance compared to any other monster, let alone Piscine Wyverns. I also love the sound design of this guy, as opposed to other fish wyverns who just have generic monster noise number 28. Beatotus has these distinct clicks and roars that sound like a chainsaw revving up, which is just so unique. Another aspect of Beatotus that isn't given enough credit is his additions to the world building. The Boa Boa, these psycho natives of the Hoarfrost Reach, treat this creature as a sort of god, and the rite of passage is done where they challenge the Beatotus in a glorious battle, composing of a frat full of 3-foot fellas trying to wrangle a frozen fish. There's even the skull of a particularly huge Beatotus in the Boa Boa hideout, and this whole lore really adds to Beatotus as a monster. The fight is also such a considerable upgrade to past Piscine Wyverns. It's like I'm actually hunting a monster with engaging moves you learn how to avoid, and interesting mechanics that force you to think smartly about how you approach a boss. Like, who made this Piscine Wyvern? Cause it sure as hell wasn't the people behind Lava and Jura. Unlike other Piscines, Beatotus uses the environment to his advantage, with lots of mobility and ways to swim circles around you. Instead of the typical fish that swims through water, he's a monster that swims through the snow, which I find to be a much more creative outlet for the Piscine Wyvern skeleton. It's become pretty evident at this point, but I much more prefer when monsters gain their elemental power through their environment, whether it be Rattlebond's Armor of Bones or Baroff gaining his water element through the mud he rolls in. It feels much more grounded than a monster that magically breathes ice because of some sack in its throat. Beatotus also achieves this, as he's not directly an ice monster, but a snow monster. He covers himself in snow for armor and smacks you with this snow to inflict ice blight, rather than just straight up having a nice breath. His moveset is also surprisingly diverse for an early game monster. Aside from the same old Piscine moves, he can use his horn to slash down on you, he can spin like a Beyblade, and he's given 3 different ways to burrow and attack you, all with their own distinct tells. One is where he burrows and dives back up the same way as Duratotus, one is where he does a dolphin flip and then lunges forward at you, and the third is when he dives down then breaches right back up like a whale. As mentioned, he's the first boss you fight in Iceborne, and I think he's just the right difficulty to get people back into the game, especially those on a hiatus from the game like I was. He's a great teaching tool for the new mechanics with Iceborne as well, that being the Clutch Claw. For example, knocking all the snow off of him will reward you with the opportunity to clutch attack. Successfully flinch shooting him into a wall will also knock all the snow armor off. There's this fantastic rhythm to the fight that's unlike any monster in this game. Basically, Beatotus will have his bottom half under the snow, with his navy top half being the only part to attack. However, this top half is armored, so unlike most monsters, the head and tail are not the weakest points of Beatotus, but instead his legs. Basically, the goal is to deal enough damage to knock the fish out of the snow and leave his gold belly and legs exposed, which are much greater hit zones than his blue armor. Not only does this make the legs actually matter for the Piscine Wyvern, but it also turns this once simple fight into a dance where you can knock all the snow armor off to force him out of his turf, then use that opportunity to dish out damage on his exposed legs. Then he burrows back into the snow and the cycle repeats. Last point is that the armor is really good too. It looks so sick, and it actually has some really good skills for an early game set. And the Palico armor, it's just too great to pass up, how could I not? Overall, Beatotus is an underrated gem of a monster, and truly shows that Piscine Wyverns can be done right. After Duratotus and Levisiov, I thought Piscine Wyverns were a lost cause, but if we get more monsters like Beatotus, I'd be happy to see the fish back in wilds. And I'd be especially happy to see this frozen fish return and get the love he truly deserves.
Water. Earth. Fire.
Elatrian. This boss was designed by spiteful dev team all because they weren't happy that people were playing there and having fun hunting.
Elatrian
and hunting
sucks.
are the key
It is too
words
hard.
here.
Please fix this
spitefully
issue,
designed
Dev. A
boss
great game. I don't like
changes
to buy
the
a
very
single
rules
fight.
that we monster
Please,
hunters
whoever
were taught
designed
to
the
this point in
Elatrian
this game,
fight
all
Elatrian
because
sucks
the
from
team
ever
either
the end game
contributed or
to anything
unimaginative
ever.
or
Give me my
designing
life.
a
Games
hard
should
player
Elatrian
monster
design
fight.
suck my
My
balls.
favorite
Elatrian
place
sucks.
well,
Elatrian
now
sucks.
I
Shut
know
the
that.
fuck up!
Elatrian is a monster where there is so much to talk about, but everybody has already said it, so it's hard for me to add anything substantial about this divisive black dragon. Which way do I approach Elatrian? Do I talk about the quote-unquote drama he created with people rage quitting and review bombing the game? Do I discuss the variety of different YouTuber fiascos, such as that blind speedrunner being exposed? Or do I talk about... I guess I should address the elephant in the room, because I kinda get tired of everybody talking about Eschaton and only Eschaton when discussing Elatrian. The DPS check, also known as Eschaton Judgment, is a mechanic that doesn't ruin the fight for me personally, but there are issues that need to be addressed. People are such melodramatic magpies with this move. I don't want to change my build. But like, the whole game is built on build variety, creating new weapons, and finding the fastest way to kill a monster. My issue comes not from having to change your build to accommodate for Elatrian. My problem is that every player is being funneled into a single elemental build that the developers force you to use. Now granted, it's not impossible to beat Elatrian without element. I've done it myself on a solo quest. But most players will have a much more difficult time with the dragon simply because of how they play the game. For example, weapons with more hits per second such as dual blades or bow output much more elemental damage than say hammer or gun lance. Because of this, people who main those weapons with better elemental output will have a much easier time than those who main weapons with less elemental output. I wouldn't be this harsh towards the DPS check if it simply made the fight harder like with Fatalis and not breaking the head. There's this excellent video on Elatrian by Mishwooker, I think, and he has a really cool idea for what could have been done. Instead of having Eschaton be an insta-kill mechanic, have it simply make Elatrian move way faster, deal way more dragon damage, and be way more difficult to deal with. This would make it so that failing Eschaton isn't an auto-lose, but rather a punishment game that's insanely difficult, but still learnable, just like the rest of the fight. Eschaton Judgment is a mechanic I never wanted gone from Elatrian, but I feel the gimmick shouldn't have been as aggressive with how it funnels players into a certain build. I could keep going on, but this isn't another Elatrian video essay. This is a monster ranking, so let's just continue. The fight itself is very fun. Elatrian is erratic and relentless, but has constant openings to bite into him. His triple fire waves allow for a punish window, as you can roll into the first wave while avoiding the second wave. Most of his fire and ice beam attacks allow you to clutch the head. His thunder attacks will shred your mantles while clutching, but give you ample time to hit his forearms. Once you learn this fight and take advantage of the openings, it becomes an incredibly difficult yet satisfying endgame encounter. As for problems outside of Eschaton, the arena is pretty irritating. Trying to wallbang this dragon is the biggest pain in the neck. The walls are so inconsistent on whether they actually count or not, like it feels busted. One personal complaint I had with Elatrian was the lack of elemental combinations going on. Like, the water can be set ablaze with his fire like oil, the thunder makes the ice red and explode, but aside from this supposed Master of the Elements doesn't do a whole lot of element mastery. Maybe I'm spoiled because of Avatar, but I was just expecting more interesting combinations of different elements. But now, we get to my biggest problem with Elatrion, one that I never see mentioned by people. It's not the DPS, it's not the walls, it's the flying. This fucker will never stop flying. Basically, just like the enraged state, Elatrion's flying is set on a timer, so he won't come down to the ground until the timer finishes. The problem is that all of his flying attacks are massive sweeping charges that can make his whole body a hitbox, and he flies so high up that you can't hit him, so you're just waiting for him to get down with nothing to do. Now there are solutions to bring him down, such as wall bangs, flash bangs, smoke bombs. However, these only work when he's unenraged. So that timer I mentioned on both the flying and the enraged phase, well, after the first flint shot, he is almost always enraged and flying at the same time. So there's nothing you can do as he stalls and stalls and stalls and stalls until you lose your mind.
So, you think I'm stalling?
It's by far my biggest complaint because it's this flying that truly rolls the dice on whether I can make the DPS check. If I mess up the flint shot or the 2 timers align, and I can't get any damage in during the flying, then I just have to give up. Guess it wasn't my run. It's yet another example of Elatrion prioritizing some weapons over others, as the flying makes longer range weapons have an easier time than shorter ranged weapons. The reason I'm spending all of this section discussing the fight and mechanics is because in terms of spectacle and design, Elatrion is one of the best in the series. He truly holds the gravitas you'd expect from an ancient black dragon, a god of myth who's had all of his records burnt to ash in fear of it ever returning. Elatrion was quite the experimental boss, and I appreciate the amount of risks Capcom took despite knowing how controversial the result may be. But while people definitely exaggerate on Elatrion and how unfair he is, there are some mechanics to the fight, not just Eschaton Judgment, that prevent him from being a masterpiece like the forbidden dragons that precede or succeed from him.
You forgot the pickle!
Old Pickle Joe. To say Devil Joe left quite the impression on new players is a gross understatement. This pickle has had a hell of a history, as he was the pioneer of the whole invader monster concept. And even though I prefer the B-52 bomber, Joe absolutely nails his role as this invasive brute wyvern. Your first time running into Pickle is something you never forget. You're just hunting your low tier monsters all willy-nilly, getting accustomed to high rank, and then you see this shadow the size of a mountain. You look up, and there's this colossal Godzilla looking T-Rex towering over you, and then die. This monster truly is an invader, as he has some of the most wild turf wars in the entire game. Apex Predators don't stand a chance against this brute. The dude can even stand toe-to-toe with Elder Dragons. He has such a fun, psychotic personality, mainly displayed through his insane aggression and hunger towards anything that breathes. Speaking of, his lore also further illustrates his role as this insurmountable invader. He's the equivalent of the Megalodon appearing in modern-day Earth, for those stupid stuffy seals who still believe that isn't extinct. Devil Joe is a prehistoric creature, a last surviving member of an era long past, as shown by his insane size compared to any other creature. This has led him to be in a constantly starving state, looking to eat anything to fill a gluttonous desire that can never truly be filled in this new world. I find this to be a really cool concept for an invader species in the world of Monster Hunter, and his design is equally remarkable. I really am a fan of Devil Joe's look. He is just a massive dinosaur, but dinosaurs do not look like this guy. The robust strongman physique with his entire body built on pure muscle, the pickle green color palette, and the rows and rows of teeth on his chin and face, it's definitely intimidating to say the least. I also love how when he's enraged, his blood literally boils and turns him into a chow moi pickle. It's such a sick look for the guy. But my favorite mechanic of the pickle has to be his ability to pick up smaller monsters and literally use them as weapons to kill you. He can pick up Jagras, Gyros, the beloved Dodo, even Odogaron as they squirm around helplessly with Joe throwing them around like literal ragdolls. It's just hilarious. The battle is my main gripe with Deviljho, because his fight feels designed to frustrate you, which prevents him from being that fun to actually hunt. This dino is insanely large as you can see, but he's also insanely aggressive and fast, because of his massive hitboxes, aggression, and how 90% of his attacks are big sweeping moves. He is the biggest pain to avoid getting hit by. On top of that, most of these massive attacks don't really allow you to dodge into him or push the aggression, but rather force you to run away or Superman dive. I just wish he had more attacks that allow you to stay close to him. And for most of the fight, you aren't even hitting him in the face or the tail, you're just smacking him in the legs because of just how big he is. Another thing about Deviljho is that he was the only dragon elemental monster in base world, but he was surprisingly limited with the element. He has literally one dragon attack, and I just wish he had more to use with that dragon element of his. That is until we get to Savage Deviljho. Yeah, you guys forgot this was a tie, didn't you? The Deviled Pickle is a variant that exists, that's for sure. He's the replacement for base Deviljho in Master Rank, and unlike Black Veil or the other variants, I pretty much share the same opinion with Savage as the original. He's given some new uses of the dragon element, with his Vape Breath and his new nuke attack, but this guy's the definition of more of the same, which is why I don't really care about him replacing the OG. My last point against Pickle is that as an invader, he tends to turn most fights into a chaotic mess where you can't see what the hell is going on. Deviled Pickle usually does a better job hunting the monster than you do, and whenever he's on the map, your hunt quickly becomes a jumbled mess of you, Pickles, and whatever monster you're peacefully relocating to the afterlife. It's fun the first 2 or 3 times, but after a while, I just want to hunt the monster that I put on the quest board. Deviljho and his Savage variant are monsters I like as an invader, but to actually battle and hunt the Pickle, there are definitely some better fights to experience.
Oh no! Oh no!
God, if you want to talk about influential monsters in this game, you talk about Rajang. The monkey is a cultural giant in this franchise. He is easily up there with Deviljho and Diablos as one of the most iconic monsters that isn't a flagship. Regardless of your love or hate for hunting the Great Ape, you have to give brownie points to Rajang for how unique he is. I know the skeleton isn't unique to the guy, Blanganga does exist, but in Monster Hunter World, there's no other monster with a skeleton or characteristics like Rajang. When talking about his design, what do I need to say? It's a fucking jacked gelada monkey with the ability to literally go Super Saiyan by eating Kirin horns. No words could do justice how inconceivable that concept is. Oh yeah, he eats Kirin horns to gain his power. That is so sick, and the cutscene is simply a masterpiece. I mean, watch this mocap and tell me that this isn't the most amazing thing you've ever seen. The golden spiky fur that runs down his back makes for a striking appearance, and I love the Dragon Ball inspiration behind this monster as a whole. This anime flair can be seen in his Lucha Libre style fighting, as he fights using his fists, insane speed, and pure muscle to tear you limb from fucking limb. And just when you think you're far enough away to get a heal or take a minute, he literally has thunder attacks for some godforsaken reason, meaning you have to deal with Thunder Blight during this battle. He can either fire a spitball or literally blast a banana beam, both with ludicrous range to annihilate you. I should make it clear that the energy of this fight is unparalleled. In a Monster Hunter game, having a psycho monkey that chases after you with murderous intent, constantly punching you and blasting his banana beam, it's absolutely phenomenal. The vibes of fighting Rajang are incredibly panicked and frantic. He never leaves you alone. There's no moment in the fight where he slows down or lets you take a breather. When he's not running at you with bloodlust, he's throwing 20-piece combos. When he's not throwing combos, he's firing his banana beam. When he's not banana slamming, he's grabbing your ass and smashing you against the wall like a sack of turnips. Speaking of which, that grab attack is terrifying. He'll just snatch you off his arm, slam you into a wall, then crack his knuckles before making paste out of your skull. It's pulse pounding in the best way since it barely gives you enough time to avoid it. A lot of other aspects contribute to this frantic vibe. Think you can knock him down? Nope, he just grabbed onto a wall and is flying back at you. Think you can trap him to get some damage in? Nope. Normal Rajang just annihilates pitfall traps, while enraged Rajang will literally smash shock traps with his bare hands. It all just contributes to this insane thrill of a battle that never lets up. The turf wars are fucking amazing too. Rajang easily has the best batch of turf wars of any monster, even surpassing Deviljho and Nergi in that regard. I do also like how despite his insane temper, attacking his tail will knock him out of his rage mode, a cool gimmick and yet another fun reference to Dragon Ball. However, from an objectively critical perspective, I share a lot of issues with the fight of Deviljho and the fight of Rajang. As mentioned like 5 minutes ago, Deviljho's moveset and fighting style feels designed to kill you rather than be fun to hunt, and Rajang shares this same issue. There's a few attacks in particular that emphasize this problem. For example, his repeat punch move will sometimes have a clear tell, but other times, the punches just go flying without any windup, which can feel like complete garbage. Another attack is his triple fist slam on the ground, as the first slam gives you way too little time to actually see the attack coming. And there's other examples like this where sometimes the attacks have a tell, and other times he just forgets the tells and gives no reaction. Also, Rajang causes tremor a lot, and given this guy's speed, you are guaranteed to get hit by this roid raging ape. Rajang and Deviljho are just monsters I have very similar opinions on. They both have innovative designs, they both have animated personalities and unique interactions with their environment. However, they both suffer from having somewhat cheap movesets that are designed to frustrate the player in a way that's not really that fun to experience. The reason Rajang is higher than Deviljho is solely because of how unique he is in comparison. Another opinion I share between Deviljho and Rajang is that I don't share a strong positive or negative opinion towards their hot-tempered variants. Yeah, once again, it's another technical tie, this time with Furious Rajang, except I actually like the original Rajang better. To put it short, Furious George has some neat ecology of losing his tail, the new lightning attacks are tough but fair, and his new grabs are so visceral you can't help but love it. The only issue exclusive to him is his changed weak point, as he doesn't have a tail, so you have to hit the head in order to knock him out of rage mode. This isn't bad on paper, but the fact that his arms will turn red and bounce your weapons makes it a chore to hit him in the head, especially with long sweeping weapons like the longsword or switch axe. Normal Rajang has the same thing, but because the tail is the focus, it isn't as big of a problem as it is with Furious. Otherwise, I don't have much else to say. Definitely not enough to give Furious Rajang his own spot, even if I do consider him worse than the original by a slight margin. In general, Rajang and his variants are undoubtedly cult classics, but the fight could use some big changes in order to truly be a masterpiece. And yep, that's it. Moving on.
I wonder if there's any furry porn.
Monkey.
Help!
Why won't he stop?
Oh my god damn!
He already killed me! Oh my god, Rajang!
I wanna go home. I don't wanna...
I wanna go home! Conan, where are you? I need...
Okay, time to go in, fellas. You can tell. What the fuck's going on? Cut! No! I'm gonna be fine! No! Oh, looks like I made it yet again.
I feel like we should just fight and see if it ain't. This is bad.
What in the Donkey Kong?
It's tail. You know what, handler? I'll do that, handler. You know what? You got a good idea.
Stop! He does! He uses his monkey arms and dexterity to rip Clutch Clawers off! Oh my god!
Okay, well, we got an Azure Rathalos and a monkey. You son of a bitch!
Oh, he just pulls him! He pulls him down by his tail and then picks him up and slaps him over his head!
God, I'm invulnerable. You can't fuck with me. Haha! Oh, God, fuck!
So the more difficult variant of this monster is called Furious Rajang. Compared to this, the polite and patient Rajang, of course.
Oh,
it's very well there for
he said that.
Fucking. Go.
Why he left ground? But I have a genius tactic, okay? I'm fucking about to blow your mind, boys. Right? Fucking check it out.
Nope.
Yeah, boy.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Oh, God! No! You son of a bitch!
Fuck this shit, I hate this game!
I give him the naked giggles. Oh, Christ!
Patrick! And there comes a giant fish! Yes! We're gonna do it! Yes! Savage Stolen Richie! Up in top ball! Yeah!
The birth of a new god. Oh my god! He punched his ass down.
Get that. Oh my god! Well, that works.
I can't get away! I can't get away!
Oh my god. What?
Oh, bullshit.
Kitty! My god! Wait, Kitty? No, Kitty, what?
It's like dog shit.
And things we didn't need to know today.
But the real question is, which monster would you want inside you?
Too late. Rushing is already there. Too late.
I wonder if there's any furry porn in this book.
When it comes to the Iceborne roster, there's definitely debate about whether the selection of monsters was good or not, as the roster being made up of almost every major flagship made it feel like a Monster Hunter All-Stars to some older players. However, this was not something I had to worry about. As mentioned, I started the series on World, but I did not know that the franchise was as old as it was, so I thought that many of these classics, like Glavenus and Brachydios, were entirely original monsters. These quote-unquote new monsters blew my mind, and Nargacuga was the first in the bunch I was introduced to. This second member of the Pseudo Trio is a fan favorite to be sure, and I can't help but love this monster, both the fight and the design. Like, come on, a bat Black Panther with a tail that fires retractable spikes and has glowing red eyes that become a blur as it jumps from tree to tree? If that's not cool, I don't know what is. I like that Nargacuga serves as the quick and nimble member of the Pseudo Trio, using its mobility to attack you from the sides or behind rather than the full frontal brutality like Tigrex. Most of his attacks are quick yet simple to dodge, which makes the moveset so satisfying to master. Two of my favorite moves are his tail spin attack and his tail slam attack, which both leave punish windows for the head and tail respectively. Due to his aggression yet ability to dodge your attacks, it's wiser at some points to let Nargacuga come to you and find the right openings. His enraged state is another great thing about him, because unlike most other monsters, enraged Nargacuga will always have extensions to certain attacks, the two I just talked about being perfect examples. He'll use his tail spin a second time immediately after the first time, and will do the same with his tail slam, both designed to throw you off. However, this never feels like BS because his eyes will turn the iconic red glow whenever he's enraged, serving as the indicator to know when the follow-ups will happen. I like the implementation of bleed in the fight as well. The fact that the sharp retractable spikes on his tail are what causes it makes sense, and bleed is the last ailment you want to have with this panther around. And the music, oh my gosh, the music! It's one of the best tracks in the whole game. And the jazz cover, oh, it's so good. There's just a lot to love about Nargacuga, and I definitely see the appeal of him in the community. In terms of things holding the cat back, the fight is a lot of fun, but it can become pretty simplistic. It doesn't ruin the fun of the fight, but after enough hunts, yeah, he could definitely use some new moves to spice him up. My other issue is more of a personal nitpick, that being his missed potential. Black Panthers are ambush predators known for their agility, allowing them to climb from tree to tree, and sneak attack on prey with ease, and Nargacuga is shown to be no exception to this in the cutscenes and in the lore. However, the gameplay never shows us any of these abilities or behavior, which is a shame, cause there's many monsters in the game, even Barioth, that are shown to climb on walls or trees, so why doesn't Nargacuga? This is just something that struck me as odd, especially because the developers show that they can do mechanics like this on other monsters. Even still, Nargacuga is a blast, and I have a lot of fun hunting this monster when I get the chance. And I have even more fun bopping to his music, cause damn that jazz cover is clean.
It's the Tobigarechi. I said a Tobigarechi. It's the Tobigarechi.
We finally come back to early game so we can talk about an absolute banger, the Tobigarechi. This Italian spaz squirrel is a big upgrade in difficulty, and serves as a nice enough challenge to prepare you for Anjanath. He runs circles around most early game monsters, literally. The jump in speed and mobility between Toby and every monster before him is insane. Similar to Legiana, he's a boss that gives you obvious punish windows despite having a clear speed advantage over you, which balances him out as an early game monster. He has such an interesting way of moving compared to any other monster in the game. He slithers around in a surprisingly regal fashion, and the way he jumps from tree to tree to pounce on you is strangely mesmerizing. He primarily uses his tail to attack rather than his teeth or claws, which combined with the tail also being his weakness despite not being severable, makes him unique compared to other fanged wyverns. This fight is already fantastic, but it's made even better with the addition of his thunder element, which is woven beautifully with its fight, design, and ecology. I find that the best elements in monsters are the ones that gain their element through their environment, rather than some organ or sac that somehow lets them breathe thunderbolts. Toby is a prime example of this, as he gains electricity through his static shock, which he builds up by rubbing his fur on the trees of the ancient forest. After enough static shock, he enters a powered up state with a white mohawk running down his back, looking like Spike from Gremlins. He then uses his thunder element to boost his attacks and deal a lot more damage, especially this one backflip move that will destroy you the first time you fight him. It certainly did for me. Speaking of ecology, his ability to climb and jump from tree to tree through the use of his flying squirrel flaps is such a fun way to use the environment to his advantage. People argue that this mechanic is tiresome, but I disagree because not only does he always use this as a form of attack, rather than staying away, but you can knock him off the tree if you do enough damage to his low-hanging tail. He also deserves credit for being one of the few monsters to receive major changes in Master Rank. Through the static shock, he's able to enter an even more powered up state where he glows super bright, and his attacks will leave a trail of static electricity that will spark as small AoEs, forcing you to think about where to dodge. I did mention this with Viper, but I love Tobi-Kadachi's design. The snake-squirrel combination works better than it has any right to, and the blue and white color scheme helps him stand out in the greenery of the ancient forest. I really don't have any major complaints of Toby as a monster. As for the armor though, oh boy.
What is this? What is this?
I did say that armor will not be affecting my ranking of the monster, but my god, Toby's armor is some of the most hideous fashion I have seen in this game. You know what really confuses me? How does the thunder squirrel in the humid rainforest make this Siberian lizard league looking trash? The best theory I can come up with is that because of the lack of ice monsters, they needed a snow gear set before Iceborne was a thing, but who is wearing this mismatched garbage for fashion? Toby is such a cool design, why did they make such a bad armor set that looks nothing like him? This isn't what's holding him back from being higher on the list, but my god, I was tempted to drop him down just for that. Aside from that fluke, Tobi-Kadachi is a rock solid early game monster, one that introduces the right amount of challenge, has a fantastic design with a thunder element that blends into his ecology, and a boss I will go back to just for the fun of the fight. But please Capcom, change the armor set, change the bits on sticks, nobody will be missing this garbage. ahora nos vamos a desafiar el rey del desierto, el demonio de las arenas, el único, el irrepetible. Diablos. When it comes to classics, most monsters don't hold a candle to the digging demonic destroyer, Diablos, and what an impact this guy has had on the series. Just like how Rathalos serves as the Pikachu for this franchise, Diablo serves as the Charizard of Monster Hunter. Not as iconic, but still beloved and a staple throughout the game's entire history. Ever since their appearance in the first Monster Hunter alongside their now forgotten one-horned cousins, these dual-horned demons have become iconic, and for damn good reason. He serves as the yin to Rathalos' yang. Rathalos is the fire-spitting king of the skies. Diablos is the burrowing tyrant of the sands, who despite his wings, digs underground at the speed a flying wyvern should not be digging at. With the massive twin horns, the scorpion-esque tail, and the iconic ear-splitting scream, the Trixie Wyvern has quite the intimidating appearance. This is an all-physical boss, and the hunt behaves like a big old bullfight, with charges, sweeps, charges, digging, and more charges, just to be sure. Diablos is one of few to thrive in his simplicity, which is mostly thanks to his extreme aggression. The vibes of this fight are almost unmatched in base game world, as he literally never leaves you alone.
I have to utilize my ghillie suit.
Despite his aggression, there are constant opportunities to attack him, from countering his charges from behind to using screamer pods to force him above the ground. The digging is technically a time waster, but screamer pods are always an option, and because he's so aggressive, there's very little downtime to be provided. The environmental trap he provides is also phenomenal, having a sand trap that can be triggered from above using Noyos to cause a fissure for other monsters is a really cool concept. I really love that despite his aggressive and extremely territorial tendencies, he's a vegan who fancies cacti, proving to everyone that it's rather the cute and cuddly hippos, rhinos, and buffalo you should be worried about in the wild. The sandfalls in this nest are cool as well, which he can dig into and surprise launch at you like a bat out of hell. If I had to complain, I'd say he lacks any ability to really defend himself from behind, aside from like a single tail sweep. And he can have that Black Diablos problem, where he extends his combos to the point it can be sometimes tedious. But even so, Diablos is just the definition of a classic monster that has continued to stand the test of time throughout the series, and proves that you don't need to fix what isn't broken when it comes to a consistent boss.
Maybe I'll be able to like slip tongue.
There are so many monsters to choose from that it's easy to find your guilty pleasures. Monsters you find underrated or deserve more love than they receive from the general community. I've already talked about some with Beatotus and Nightshade, but for me, none of them can rival the greatness that is Puke. In my opinion, Puke are the most underrated species in the entire game. Its design is fantastic, its ecology is super interesting, the fight is solid, it serves as such a good learning tool for new hunters as well. Way better than most early game monsters. You know how I said most people see Rathian as the test dummy for new weapons? Well, Puke was that monster for me. Anytime I wanted to practice with a new weapon or see how efficient a build was, Puke was the guy. He's incredibly underappreciated for how much he teaches to a new player, like myself at the time. He's the first boss with a roar that stuns you, teaching you the roll for roars. He introduces you to severable tails, which teaches dynamic part breaks. He's the first monster to have wings, meaning he's harder to track and more agile with his movement, and introduces you to the world of ailments, poison being his expertise. Puke is able to teach so many lessons that become crucial aspects of playing this game, and people never properly give him credit. He's also the introduction to the Flying Wyvern class, which I think is executed well with this goofy goober. He can fly and has flying attacks, but he never uses it as a crutch like Legiana or Rathalos tend to do. There's a surprising amount of variety in his moveset for an early game monster. Aside from the typical Flying Wyvern moves, he's given some new attacks such as licks from that massive tongue, as well as the utility of his poison. The poison is used just the right amount in this fight to be a potent threat without being irritating or overwhelming for new hunters. What's neat is that he is a vegan that gains his grape Kool-Aid through consuming the botany of the ancient forest, such as poison cups and scatternuts. He'll stick out that massive tongue to slurp up these plants, which can then be transferred to his mouth or tail. His body will visually indicate whether the poison will come from his mouth, as the Kool-Aid will cause his face to grow a gigachin, while his rainbow twist of a tail will bulge into an excessively chunky third leg. The poison will then be puked out from his mouth, or can be leaked as a gas from that swirly tail. This is a super smart way to use his ecology to explain his ailment, and his great attention to detail with how the plants he eats will also affect these attacks. For example, eating scatternuts will cause the poison to spark and automatically stun you if you're caught in the crossfire. Then onto his design. I love it. It's just the right amount of derpiness and goofy to make him endearing. The green and purple color scheme, along with how the traits of chameleons, birds, and lizards are combined into this Frankenstein of a forest wyvern, makes him visually very memorable. Also, he has one of the best personalities of any monster, which is shown through his behavior or even his colors, which will change depending on his emotions. When he's enraged, his feathers will ruffle up and turn red. When he's scared, his colors will become green and way more muted. Another fun thing to mention is that he is an absolute sissy. He'll pick fights with monsters smaller than it, but dip out like a weenie whenever something big like Anjanath rolls up on him. The Witcher quest where you save the Puke and he joins you in the final battle made me love him even more, though I know the agony some felt with trying to keep this bastard alive.
Alright bro, I'll respond in 10 seconds, man. Just don't die, just live, man. Come on. Oh my god, how'd you get hit by that? That was the easiest dodge I've ever seen, bro. You're so duty water. Oh my god, you're so garbage, man. Oh my god, twice in the same attack, man. You're so bad.
There's so much to love with this bird wyvern, and I could go on, but we still have plenty of amazing monsters to cover, so I'm gonna end by saying this. I treasure Puke, and I'd love to see this goofy goober back in future games. How could I not adore it?
Did you really believe it would be this easy?
What better word to describe Anjanath than iconic? This T-Rex has become a staple of not just World, but Monster Hunter as a whole. He became sort of a pseudo-flagship in Vanilla World. He was the first monster to appear in the reveal trailer, he's on the original splash screen, he was the most prevalent monster in the marketing, and is one of the biggest challenges players face in this game. They played their cards right with this guy because Anjanath is such a great representation of Monster Hunter, something that is clearly inspired by real-world creatures and biology, and then given a fantastical flair that molds it into something fresh and unique. Anjanath at first glance appears as just a T-Rex with some distinct features like the thermal sails and the nose bone that pop out when he's enraged, but the twist is that he breathes fire, something that dinosaurs don't exactly do. One of my favorite things about him is that he has a sinus issue, where he constantly blows boogers with his big nose bone. It's just that attention to detail that they didn't need to add to a monster, but it does so much for the guy. Even though he doesn't have his own theme, the Ancient Forest theme feels like it belongs to Anjanath. If there's one thing Anjanath is borderline unmatched in, it's his presence. No other monster scares you how Anjanath does in early game. The way he effortlessly tears apart every monster you fight before him, combined with his massive size and insane aggression, makes him this insurmountable tyrant in your first playthrough. Every new player remembers their first experience with Anjanath. It usually ends up going something like this. Anjanath is the first wall in the game, meant to make sure the players know what they're doing before progressing the story, and my god, he excels at this. Rexy here was the Margit from Elden Ring before Elden Ring was a thing. The battle is the main reason for this. It's incredibly simple, but very challenging. He has bites, tail swipes, bulldozers, and Yoshi jumps, all of which have massive hitboxes and high damage. His fire breath is where the true danger comes in, as there are two new attacks in this phase. A sneeze attack that brings his sinus ecology into the battle, and then there's the noob incinerator. Every player has died to this move at least once. If they say no, they are lying.
Okay.
This fight is truly a test of your skills. Anjanath can get you from anywhere, at any distance, but because of how simple his attacks are, once you memorize his moveset, it becomes incredibly easy to master. The fight also does a great job encouraging dynamic part breaks, whether it be cutting his tail, breaking his legs which will turn them into weak points, or his flaming head. During the fire phase, you can hit him in his glowing gullet, and with enough damage, you can trigger a special knockdown that is so good to pull off. Anjanath is just a very special monster to me. He's a blast no matter what skill level you're at, and he was what truly hooked me onto the game. It's true that I fell in love with Monster Hunter World and its creatures from the start, but the glory of conquering Anjanath after so many hours of death and rage was such an exhilarating feeling that I wanted to have again and again and again. I love Anjanath, and he is a classic. No better way to describe this dinosaur. He will surely stand the test of time alongside monsters like Deviljho and Diablos, as a boss worth discussing in your experiences with Monster Hunter, as he surely has defined my history of the series. On a side note though, where in God's green earth does that nose bone go? I can excuse the sails, they have fur on the tops of them and you can see where they fold down, but where does that nose go? It just disappears. Like what?
From now on, I'm gonna call you Diego.
Okay, now we're talking. Barioth is without a doubt my favorite of the Pseudo Wyvern trio, which I know is a pretty hot take considering the fanbase. Compared to Nargacuga and Tigrex, I find that Barioth is not only the best of the three to hunt, but is also the only one to reach his fullest potential out of these big cats. The concept is just pure genius. A white saber-toothed tiger dragon. What more is there to say? The white color scheme, combined with the subtle tan and orange, fits great for this apex predator of the tundra. It's also neat how his eyes will change from blue to orange when he's enraged. The intro cutscene is awesome as well. It was the first monster that I truly felt intimidated by in the Iceborne campaign. He's a major wall for many players, and definitely a monster of discussion when talking about Iceborne, akin to Anjanath in base game. I fell in love with Diego ever since I saw him. During that first hunt with the tiger, we were dancing, dodging each other's attacks, taking advantage of any opening the other gave, and man, the fight is a joy from start to finish. Barioth takes full advantage of the skeleton he's given. He's the only one who utilizes his wings, being able to fly in short bursts, and constantly glides and leaps from one side of the arena to the other. This nimble speed and agility makes him hard to keep track of, but he always gives you just enough time to move your camera and know what attack is coming. Unlike Nargacuga, Barioth is the only big cat that truly utilizes the environment like a big cat should, being able to climb on walls to pounce on you, as well as having all kinds of acrobatics with his dives and backflips. This constant hit and run tactic makes Diego difficult but insanely satisfying to master. The hitboxes on his charges and leaps give you just enough space to dodge through him, which is so much more enjoyable than the hitbox city of Tigrex. He has a ton of other unique abilities, such as his Ice Breath, which creates these mini ice tornadoes that send you flying with Ice Blight. Even though they take up a lot of space, his Ice Breath is clearly telegraphed, and the tornadoes themselves only last for a couple seconds before dissipating. He's one of the only fights in the game that is at its most difficult when you start and gets easier as the battle continues. The reason the battle gets easier is because of the dynamic part breaks, and Barioth is the best monster regarding this universal mechanic. For most other monsters, severing tails and other additional carves are usually the only time part breaks are encouraged, but for Barioth, every part break matters. When you start the hunt, Diego is at its fullest strength, able to pull off an onslaught of damage, agility, and aggression. However, if you break his arm, he will now stumble whenever he pounces at you, giving you a small opportunity to attack. Additionally, he will struggle to get up on walls when his arm is broken, giving you time to prepare for when he pounces. Breaking his other arm will make him stumble even more. Severing his tail will make him fly less often. Breaking his head will make his tornadoes last for less than a second, and further head damage can make him not able to use Ice Breath altogether. This mechanic with Barioth is exactly what every other monster should aim to have, where the hunter is changing where they attack depending on what parts are broken or not, and that dynamic play being rewarded as the fight gets easier. Aside from the fight, everything else about Diego is top quality. He uses the Hoarfrost theme, but I wish he had his own theme like all the other returning classics, especially after hearing his debut OST in Monster Hunter Tri. It just perfectly fits the guy. I love how he's a Hoarfrost exclusive too, and he fits great as an Apex Predator with those turf hordes of his. Some minor complaints is that he's surprisingly reserved with the ice element aside from the tornadoes, and he also has that Bracky issue I mentioned earlier, where a certain variant kinda removes the reason to fight this original in endgame, but it also doesn't hurt Barioth as much as it hurts Bracky for obvious reasons.
And there comes a giant fish!
Overall, Barioth is a phenomenal pseudo wyvern. He takes full advantage of his design, skeleton, and ecology to create one of the most exciting fights in the entire game. He's one of the few monsters I'll go back to with a level 1 weapon just to experience the thrill of the fight for like 30 minutes. I love the saber-toothed tiger that much.
And you're supposed to be dead.
I got better? God, this one is so difficult for me to rank, cause Nergigante is the GOAT, undeniably, but I have to put aside my bias, because his variant is quite disappointing. Ruiner Nergigante marks the last of the variants that replaced the original, and like most of the others, it's a downgrade. To put it bluntly, this could have just been Nergigante, plain and simple. He has a similar problem to Ebony Odogron, where he doesn't really need to exist. 90% of the monster is kept the same, but that 10% that they changed are where my criticism lies. It is still Nergi, so bias be damned. The gripe I have with Ruiner is that he subtracts from some of the best things about the Spiky Boy, and I just don't get why they changed it. The biggest thing they butchered was the dive bomb. It's changed from this simple singular dive bomb that removes the black thorns to this trio of dive bombs that are far easier and less interesting to deal with. 2 of them involve dive bombing his left or right arm into the ground, which only makes that left or right side of him the danger zone. You can tell though which side of him is safe, as the arm that's raised higher will be the one he unleashes the spikes on. This then leads to a climax where Ruiner slams down and unleashes the spikes straight forward. I get what they're going for, having build up with the mini novas that lead into the big nova, but the mini and big nova are so simple to avoid that it's considerably easier despite being an upgrade to the Hedgehog. In fact, that's something I don't like about Ruiner. He's supposed to be this veteran Nergigante that has survived hell and back, but the fight isn't enough of a step up to warrant being a variant. It also takes away from the tempo of the battle, as he starts out slow and methodical, but becomes more erratic and dangerous as the battle continues. But this lack of difficulty, and how easy he is to KO, makes this concept fall apart. I like most of his other moves though, like when he flies and literally drags his hand across the floor to you, but the dive bomb isn't the only thing they butchered. Another removed mechanic is the spike breaking. Instead of the thorns that grow and turn black, Ruiner's spikes can't be completely broken to get that special knockdown. The developers removed such a unique mechanic, breaking through the thorns before they turn black, which knocks him down and prevents him from unleashing the dive bomb, which he no longer has. It just makes him feel lacking in comparison. Speaking of new spikes, Ruiner Nergigante has been given bleed. Why? Because his spikes are metal. Why? Getting stabbed by a thorn the size of a sword should make you bleed just as much as a metal spike the size of a sword. For the Spiky Boy, I don't like the metal spikes as much as I do the thorn regeneration. An animal growing metal organically on its body does exist, but it's not to this insane of an extent, and there's no explanation for how the Nergi becomes a metal spiked Ruiner. As opposed to Savage Joe being a Cannibal Devil Joe, Ruiner is given no explanation for the medal. It's vaguely implied that it's old age and constant fighting, but how is that possible? Then there's his contributions to the plot, and Ruiner definitely lacks in the impact that his cousin had. Granted, that should be the case since he's not the flagship anymore, but they try to make him the star of the show again. When you finally reach the map of the final boss, Ruiner drops in like a bat out of hell to face you, and the Origin Isle arena you fight him in is super cool, looking like the crash site of some massive asteroid. But after killing him and killing Shara, it turns out that we were bamboozled, and Ruiner finishes the job with Shara. Him coming in to kill Shara is so fucking sick, him fighting Basil is so fucking sick, and it's cool for him to be this final test of the Guiding Lands. The problem is that they decided Master Rank 100 should be the threshold. This makes Ruiner so much of a chore to even hunt, and by the time you face him, you're too overpowered for him to put up a good fight. If they simply made a Master Rank Nergigante with Ruiner's new attacks on the old moveset, it would just be better. To be clear, I'm not saying I wanted an Elemental Nergi. That would just take away everything special about him. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you don't have enough of a concept to make a variation, just stick with the original. I'm gonna save everything that Base Nergi also has for when I talk about him, but the only reason Ruiner is this high is because he still has the qualities of Nergigante. Therefore, he is still a masterpiece, just a pointless, flawed masterpiece. Ruiner Nergigante is simply an unnecessary monster, and is only really up here because of my love for the original. You may call me a hypocrite due to my thoughts on Ebony Odogron, but that was missed potential on a monster that could have been pulled in so many different directions. Ruiner, on the other hand, is trying to change too much on such a unique monster, leading this variant to simply be a downgrade to Nergigante. We've reached another big siege monster, one that's far superior to the Zora encounter, the Battle of Kulve Taroth, the Queen of El Dorado. This is an especially tricky one to rank, because the highs of this monster are truly top 5 material, but the lows of her are so obviously apparent. To get the lows out of the way, there are two main issues that hold Kulve Taroth back from the top 10. One is the siege mechanic, and the other is the first phase of the fight. Starting with the siege itself, basically, the original high-rank Kulve had kind of a shared health bar that needed to be tackled with a full lobby of 16 hunters, with the focus being to complete objectives such as breaking the armor and collecting tracks. This process of setup and grinding quickly became tedious, even with a stacked lobby, as you're spending 10 minutes finding tracks and firing cannons just for Kulve to instantly leave the fight, meaning you gotta start over and then start over. The whole siege system is even worse when you finally beat Kulve Taroth, only to realize you win a random selection of gold weapons and can only pick like 3 of them. So you put all this effort in, finally get the horns, and whoops, you got 5 golden longswords to choose from, even though you've never liked using longsword. It's an admittedly tedious process that has somewhat soured people's opinions on Kulve Taroth as a whole. Now, this grinding of armor and tracks wouldn't really be as bad if it weren't for how long and draining the first phase is. Basically, it's a massive sprawling cavern where you load and fire cannons at Kulve as she walks around at the speed of Zora Mag dogshit, expressing her anger by walking around slightly faster than usual. It's just not exciting in the slightest. Not as bad as Zora, but this first phase is definitely the weakest part of the actual hunt. Now that we've gotten the critiques out of the way, people don't give enough credit to how much effort was put into this original monster and the entire siege as a whole. The Caverns of El Dorado is a gorgeous map, and it's an actual ecosystem with hidden outcrops and even rare wildlife to net, compared to most other title updates, which are just glorified circular arenas to fight the monster in. The design of Kulve Taroth is also incredibly unique compared to the rest of the roster. The gold aesthetic with the ram horns is a stunning appearance, and it's awesome to see the Great Jagger skeleton be transferred into this colossal elder dragon. Her design is decent with the huge robe of gold, but god, she looks amazing once she loses the armor to reveal a much more sleek and nimble appearance. And that's not because she's a female, you sick degenerates. Kulve Taroth might just have the best monster theme in the entire game. It has such a fantastic leitmotif, the instrumentation is amazing, and the way it builds over the 4 phases of this battle is jaw-dropping. Let's talk about the fight itself. Phase 1 may stink, but the rest of the battle is glorious and gets way better as it goes along. The second phase is slow and methodical with her attacks, which makes sense given the literal tons of gold on her back and helps you get used to her moveset. I also appreciate that the second phase serves to prepare you for the upcoming phases, with all her attacks being kept the same, but way slower given her heavy armor. Her super hot breath and magma output will annihilate your health, but also are predictable enough to warrant such a dangerous move. Then the third phase is when you finally break through her armor, revealing her true form, with all of her attacks now coming out way faster than they did before. The lava on the ground merges with the lava she breathes to create this hectic game of the floor's death, but the area is big enough to think smartly about where to stand. Then we get to the final phase. Kulve melts the wall into liquid gold, revealing her massive golden shower nest. Then she loses her shit and enters fury mode. She blazes the entire arena in her fire, turning the sky red with liquid gold literally melting from the ceiling and falling on you. But the visual cues make this never feel unfair. She moves even faster than before, is far more aggressive, and capable of unleashing much deadlier attacks. She now has access to a new super move, where she climbs on the pole in the center of the room, lights up the ceiling with her hot breath, and all the gold just melts and rains down from above. The dance you have with the Golden Goddess is phenomenal, dodging and weaving her frantic swipes, running from her boiling lava, and the music hitting its climax with that tribal choir and beautiful piano. It all just builds to this powerhouse of a finale to El Dorado. Then you finally bring her down, and the joy you get with your hunting buddies when you finally reign victorious, it's a great feeling that you don't often get in World's Endgame. It's a battle for gold and glory that is communicated brilliantly with this grandiose siege of a monster. Now in Master Rank, you'll luckily get the chance to actually kill her, rather than break her horns, and this Master Rank quest completely removes all of the issues with the original version. The grading siege mechanic is mostly gone, and the quest just skips straight to the second phase, so there's no running around and firing cannons. This quest quite honestly redeems Kulve Taroth for me. If it was just the high rank version, she would definitely be a lot lower, but my praises are fully realized with this quest against the Golden Queen. In my opinion, aside from that first phase and the whole siege mechanic, Kulve Taroth is a masterpiece that truly brings a level of grandeur and spectacle that most bosses could only dream of, with an exciting fight that is well designed and builds up on itself like a top tier Souls boss. Kulve Taroth will likely not return to mainline for a long time, but it will still remain a boss that I truly treasure. Yo, it's time to talk about Chill Bill, the baddest bitch in all of gaming. From the hit game Skylanders Trap Team released in 2014, he is the best ice boss to ever appear in a video game. He has such a diverse moveset, he is so badass looking, he's got an ice gun that turns you into a popsicle, and the music is so damn amazing. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, the bestest boss to ever exist. Wait, what? We're talking about Velkhana? Oh, that's fine. You know, that doesn't matter. I totally didn't want to talk about Chill Bill. Oh yeah, Velkhana's pretty amazing. She's quite the polarizing monster, with a lot of people who consider her the worst flagship, and I don't really get that level of hate. She has objective problems, sure, but I don't really see that as being one of the worst monsters in the game. As a creature, Velkhana is an amazing elder dragon. I appreciate that compared to the unadulterated brutality of Nergigante, they went for something more elegant with Iceborne's poster girl. She's absolutely stunning. The pristine purple and blue with her base colors, and how they mesh with the light blue ice is breathtaking. She looks amazing with that ice armor that forms around her, but I feel like I'm one of few people to actually like her look even without the armor on. She just has a graceful and elegant vibe to her, even more so than the other regal elder dragons like Kushala. The sound design of Velkhana is also amazing, not just her roars, but the sound of the ice that forms on her body and the ice that she summons. It must have been a hell of a amount of work to get that to sound so crisp. Also, Velkhana's OST is straight up top 5 material in the game. I love how it builds up over Iceborne's story, with the music being very tame when you first encounter her, then it builds up as you face her again until reaching its full glory in your final confrontation. Her nest had my jaw on the floor as well. The beautiful crystal formations make this arena a visual treat, and it's a shame that the area itself is so underutilized. Her armor and weapons are also visually stunning, and the Frostcraft skill is super unique, making it cool to see how it'll be incorporated into future games. Fighting Velkhana is so fucking amazing. Despite her appearance, she is a non-stop aggressive snowstorm of elemental and physical attacks, which are all fair in their own regard. At first, this fight seemed super frustrating and difficult, but by the time I got to her in the final battle, it was like I was a machine. Velkhana and I were dancing, a beautiful and graceful dance at that. Once you learn how to dodge through her beams, how to take advantage of her tail attacks, how to close the distance between you and her, it feels incredible. The ice armor is a great mechanic, and like Nergi, being able to target certain weak points and finally destroying all the armor, getting that special knockdown as she shatters like glass, simply phenomenal. I love how well Clutch Claw is incorporated into the fight. You can Clutch Claw on her face when she fires her beam, and there's always a safe zone for a clutch attack. Because of this, you can alternate with the claw, tenderizing her face during her tail attacks and tenderizing her tail during her beam attacks. It's all really well designed. The fight is not perfect though, obviously. First off, the ice beams should not go through the ice walls. Everybody said it, and I'm gonna say it too. It wouldn't be that bad, but the fact that you can't attack through these walls and then get hit by a beam that quite literally comes out of nowhere, a certain change needs to be made. Also, the ice balls that drop on the ground are really annoying. Like, they have a clear visual tell, so I wouldn't call it unfair, but it's still a bother throughout the fight. Then there's her role as a flagship, and that's my main reason as to why she's not up to Nergigante's quality, or being on my top 10. She definitely lacks the impact of Nergigante, as there's no sense of stakes when encountering her in the story. She just harasses the Commission a few times and freezes Nanjanaf. That's all we get in terms of her power. She has nothing to do with the Legiana migration or the old Everworm. There's just no reason why she's a threat aside from she's the flagship to Iceborne. It doesn't help that after she's killed, Velkhana is completely forgotten about, and the story just goes back to the Nergi show with Ruiner. Now, I don't mind more Nergi, but it just took away from Velkhana as a star player. Like, imagine if Velkhana completely froze over Astera, leaving it uninhabitable and forcing a mass evacuation, where the Commission has to find somewhere new to call home. That's where Celiana is born, along with the investigation towards Velkhana. Then, after finally slaying the Elder Dragon, Astera thaws and is finally back to normal. Obviously, that wouldn't fix all the issues with Velkhana as a flagship, but at least there would be some stakes as well as a reason for why we need to kill her. She's also another one of those idiotic invaders, but she's not as bad as the trio, and I just don't get why she is though. Just keep her in the tundra. And yeah, there's my piece on the poster girl of Iceborne. I think Velkhana is an amazing monster that could use a couple tweaks to her fight, but also has a lot of objective flaws as a flagship that hold her back. She doesn't live up to the high standard of Nergigante, but still, there is a lot of love to be had regarding the Iceborne dragon.
I would like to be a terrorist.
Now we're getting into the best of the best when it comes to monster quality, because we're talking about the bane of beginners, the terrorizer of tenderfeet, the B-52 bomber, aka Bagel Goose, aka Beetlejuice, aka Bacon Grease, aka Big Bomb Basil Boy 69, Basilgeuse. Just like Devil Joe, everybody remembers their first experience with Basil. You don't just forget what you were doing the day you came across the bomber, or rather, the bomber came across you. As for my story, I remember just having beaten Pink Rathian and was hungry for something actually cool to fight. So I saw an unknown monster in the Wildspire Waste, grabbed my Murnos, and walked around searching for the mystery monster. Then I turned the corner in the forest, and then I saw him. So anyways, I was gonna fight a Puke instead. That's when it happened. A shadow the size of a kaiju appeared overhead. Then the earth-shattering roar of this monstrosity. Then I noticed the little geese shit suddenly drop all over the place. And then died. The whole concept is one of the best things I've ever heard in a video game. Hey, let's take the bomber plane, you know, like the Boeing B-52, and turn that into a literal dragon that drops retractable scales that explode as bombs. Genius, Tsujimoto. Just take my soul at this point. His design is so damn clean. The dark, rigid scales, the gigantic wings, and his spear-pointed tail, it really meshes together to create this bulky, heavyweight brute that was sorely lacking amongst the flying wyverns. The armor looks just as clean. That lion and eagle aesthetic, just perfection. The skin tacks that explode are also really neat. At first, the bombs appear as little steaming geese shits, but any attack done by Basil, other monsters, or even you will cause the scales to flicker orange and explode in fire. It especially gets dangerous when he's enraged, as he will glow orange all over his body, as will his scales, which will now explode on contact with the ground. It's such a cool mechanic to test your skills on positioning and movement, which is seen in how the bombs purposely fall off him. Like when he slams forward, the bombs will fly forward. When he drags his tail back and forth, bombs will fly out back and forth. And yet there are constant safe zones. The bombs constantly encourage you to roll into him and find your own openings. Plus, if you're efficient with attacking different body parts, you can get a special knockdown where his bombs explode and knock him back into his base form. I especially love how Basil will literally make like a bomber and fly overhead, shaking the scales off his body and truly selling his name as a B-52. And his roar, it's one of the best in the game. It's just so iconic, it almost sounds like a nuclear siren. I also love the rivalry he has with Devil Joe. The way these two are at each other's throats all the time is a joy to watch no matter the situation. I mean, their turf war is straight up one of the coolest in the whole game. There's just too many amazing things to mention. The fight is constantly fun, his invader mechanic is the best since he'll actively invade the hunts, the design is great, and the music, hell yes. The classic 1940s war melody inspiration for the music is just so good. The way the trumpets and the violins build up for that iconic... I absolutely love it. It's one of the few examples where a monster's OST is just as iconic as the monster itself.
Piece of shit.
If I had to say why he isn't in the top 10, 1, it's a pain to actually find the guy when you're trying to actively hunt him, since he's always on the move. And 2, he's a bit too easy to abuse on his tail and legs, like it's noticeably easier fighting him in the back than taking him head on. Basilgeuse is an absolute blast of a monster. From his role as an invader, to actually fighting the thing, to his armor, visuals, and music, he is simply a masterpiece. Of course though, anyone who's played through all of Base World knows the trauma that was the Tempered Duo Basil quest, because God almighty, did that quest make you wish for the sweet release of death.
Come get ya some crunchy, boy.
Hey guys, real quick before we start the video, I want to direct you to the community tab on my channel.
Teostra is exactly what I wanted when it came to an Elder. This flaming lion is the definition of rock solid. His look, the fight, music, everything about this monster is just consistent top tier quality. Despite having such an overused skeleton, Teostra uses this rig to its fullest potential to deliver an amazing battle and an equally amazing design. This monster screams royalty, from the Manticore inspiration to the rich red color scheme to the way he walks and looks at you as if you're a mere peasant. His regal presence makes me feel like a nameless knight challenging a king. The music also communicates this expertly. The combination of the heavy percussion and brass gives off this vibe of an honorable duo between you and this Lord of Fire, rather than say the bombastic, intense orchestra found in the music of Dark Souls. This guy's entire strategy is sound. He isn't any of the other Elder Dragons that rely on some gimmick to be difficult. He's a fire-breathing dragon, and fights like one for damn sure. He hits like a truck, but his moves are incredibly telegraphed and satisfying to dodge. He's relentless and can attack you from just about anywhere, but you can constantly bite into him and use clever positioning to avoid attacks. He has wings, but never flies enough to be annoying or tedious, and the firepower he boasts is used in simple but exciting ways. This firepower comes from alternating between two primary phases. The main one is when he'll use the traditional fires and flame breath, and his other phase is when he'll spray blast powder to these little balls that he can ignite at will. Both forms are great for different reasons. The fire form encourages well-timed dodges, while the blast powder demands proper positioning. After Nergigante, I was really hungry for a challenge like he was, but Kushala and Val were just way too easy. But luckily, Teostra fit the bill just fine. And when it comes to challenge, Teostra has his super move. My boy defined the term supernova because Teostra has the textbook example of what a super move is. The fight gets tougher and tougher as he builds up blast powder until it eventually reaches a peak, where he'll fly into the air, and then... It's such a simple but effective attack. Anybody who's played a video game knows what that build-up means. Get the hell away from me. All his other attacks are fun too, whether it be his burn the world, or his swipes and breath attacks. It truly becomes this dance between you and the lion. The main thing about Teostra is that he's the first monster we've reached where there's really nothing wrong with him. The only thing I could complain about is his armor, as I don't care for the whole clockwork thing they got, but it's properly done justice in his Master Rank set. Other than that, there isn't much to say. He's been around since the 2nd generation, so the rest is history. Teostra is a rock-solid masterpiece. He's a boss that shows you don't need to have some fancy schmancy gimmick or wild design, just a blast of a monster to hunt, and one I will actively go out of my way to experience. If only her waifu just kept this amazing fight. Goddamn Zinogre. What is there to say? I mean, seriously, what do I say? He's the most popular monster in the community, so he clearly doesn't need an introduction. There's definitely a lot of debate as to why Zinogre is consistently the most popular monster, and I think I have the answer for it. He doesn't have any secret ingredient that makes him awesome. He just has everything you want in a monster. First, the design. When you base a monster on a lightning wolf, of course it's gonna look sick. It's a wolf that summons lightning. There's also this charm to Zinogre that makes him appealing to a wider audience. Something I've also realized regarding why Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon is as popular as he is. And that is the balance they strike between the cute and cool factor. Zinogre has both, with the cute factor coming from the fact that he's a fluffy puppy, and the cool factor being that he's a thunder-powered wolf. Zinogre also manages to perfect this balance between his style and ecology, as he has this wild anime flair that, say, Valstrax has, that is balanced out by having grounded ecology akin to, say, Kuluyaku. This is achieved through the insane lightning attacks he pulls off, that are also explained by the symbiotic relationship he has with these feisty flies called Fulgurbugs. The Thunder Puppy also has quite the enjoyable fight, and is one of few monsters to be fun with any of the 14 weapons. Whether you're weaving through his combos with dual blades, blocking and countering with lance, or being completely devoid of danger with light bowgun, it's constantly fun to face this guy. I know Zinogre was the original Fanged Wyvern, but it's still cool to see a unique skeleton in this game, giving him a different vibe from any other monster. The fight has good build up to it as well. It starts out with him being an acrobatic spaz with solely physical attacks, then you literally see the Fulgurbugs migrate to his fur. Then once he gains enough of the bugs, he enters full on lightning mode, where now the Fulgur bugs allow him to unleash all these anime thunder moves down on you. However, aggression is encouraged, cause dealing enough damage can knock him out of his powered form. Or you can literally use your capture net while he's down to nab the bugs from his fur, which is such a cool addition for a monster. I love it. If I could complain, I would say he's a little spammy with how he extends his combos, and I'm not the biggest fan of his color scheme. Like, the blue lightning itself is cool, but the green and tan look just isn't that appealing to me. Luckily, that issue is redeemed with Stygian Zinogre. Yeah, it might come as a surprise given how differently I think of every original monster compared to their variations, but Stygian is basically just the slightly better Zinogre. His color palette with the red and black is so damn edgy, but I love it, and his use of dragon-powered lightning due to using Dracophage bugs instead of Fulgur bugs is a simple but brilliant concept for a Zinogre subspecies. Plus, he's given some awesome new attacks and ways to use that lightning. Especially his super move, where he slams down twice like the normal, but throws you off with a corkscrew at the end. It's just the better version of Zinogre to fight, and unlike Ebony Odogaron, this dragon puppy is not an invader, and actually feels like an expansion on Zinogre, rather than some pathetic attempt to be Deviljho. He's definitely forgotten in the roster, mainly because his title update got overshadowed by you-know-who. But I think he's a splendid addition to the roster, even if he isn't super revolutionary. As for why these two didn't crack the top 10, I just don't feel as passionate towards them as others do. I totally get the love and praise, he just didn't make my top 10. And yeah, that's it. There isn't much else to say here. Zinogre is an outstanding monster, with the perfect blend of everything you need, and Stygian is just the better way to experience this Thunderpup. But enough being a broken record, it's time we reach the undisputed champs, the big kahunas, my top 10 monsters in Monster Hunter World.
I take a look at my enormous penis.
Okay, out of over 70 monsters, number 10 is Coral Puke. This is probably sounding insane to some people, after talking about so many world-ending dragons, fan favorites, flagships that define the games that introduced them. We have a subspecies to a low-tier monster. To put it simply, yeah, I am insane, but my viewpoint is always right, so hear me out. In my opinion, Coral Puke is the most underrated monster in Monster Hunter World. But wait, you said normal Puke was. But I did say Puke was the most underrated species. But anyways, obviously Coral Puke doesn't have the most insane spectacle or fight. He's not even the most loved of the subspecies. Ruiner and Raging Bracky are usually the big boys when talking about Iceborne variations. But to me, Coral Puke is the perfect subspecies. He is exactly what every other subspecies should be. You, yes you, take notes, you'll be tested on this at the end of the video. By the time they reached Coral Puke and Namiel, the developers really seemed to have a grasp on what monsters to use for this amazing environment. Coral Puke blends beautifully with the Highlands given his gorgeous red and yellow color scheme. And just like base Puke, his colors change depending on his mood. Monster Hunter World was sorely lacking in water monsters, aside from so Iceborne picked it up with Nami and Coral, and Coral's use of the water element is just genius. He gulps up gallons of water from the blue fungi sprouts in the Highlands, then he will spew that water as pressurized beams from his mouth and tail. They really went above and beyond with the creativity on this guy, like he'll use his tongue to bisect his water beam. He can fire pressurized butt water from his questionably bulbous tail, spew out little water balls. He just has a ton of new moves for an early game boss. On top of that, he's even given his own super move, where he'll use his butt water to keep himself in the air and then spin his tail around like a helicopter. It's so perfectly fitting of his goofy personality. Like, who made this boss? He has such a range of attacks to get you from anywhere too. Whether you're far away, up in his face, behind him, to the side, he can give you trouble. Everything positive I said about base Puke applies here. The interesting attacks, the cool but goofy design, his amazing use of the environment, it's all just taken to the next level with this Coral upgrade. And just like the original, Coral Puke has been given some insane meme power. but then again, with a tail like that, how could he not? Coral Puke is an absolute masterpiece. He's got a fun and engaging fight, a beautiful color scheme, some amazing use of a new element that connects with the environment. He's just the perfect subspecies, which is why despite his lack of spectacle or impact on Iceborne, he is absolutely a boss worthy of being on my top 10.
Oh, I'm hurt! Oh, my neck!
With Monster Hunter World, Capcom didn't exactly do the best job at keeping any surprises with the new monsters, as the final bosses were usually the only ones kept entirely secret. There was only one time Capcom pulled the rug completely under us. A Stygian Sinogre DLC simply served as the appetizer for this main feast of a title update. Safi Jiva. The gentle simple sailor, the imperial red dragon, and the adult form of Xenojiva. After killing Stygian, you arrive at the secluded valley, seeing a mass of shedded skin, then the reveal of Xenojiva, having been alive and given time to fully shed and grow into its true form. You could have heard my jaw hit the floor from a mile away. It is an insane concept to take Xenojiva, a world-ending threat that was only a baby, then posing the idea of it surviving and maturing into an adult. It's undoubtedly the best quote-unquote siege monster, but I wouldn't even consider Safi Jiva a siege. You can't really compare it to, say, Zora or Kolv because they are way too different in their mechanics. Regardless, it definitely handles this siege gimmick of grinding down a monster's big health with a lobby and being rewarded weapons in a much more satisfying and, more importantly, efficient manner. This fight has consistently high energy from start to end, with all of its attacks being big and bombastic, yet at the same time having the telegraphed snappiness of any ordinary monster. Compared to Xenojiva, whose moveset felt quite limited for how long his fight lasts, Safi has a surprising amount of variety with the fighting kit. It can get you from literally anywhere at any distance, and has different types of attacks for each body part. I also love how this fight conveys a Xeno that has fully realized its powers and abilities, with its laser being incredibly fast and precise, even being able to track you down as you run. Also, Safi is honestly terrifying with how fast it is, being able to run across the map in mere seconds, but I wish this speed was conveyed a bit more, because it's cool to see such mobility on a large monster akin to Kulve Taroth. It's such an awesome visual when it literally sucks up bioenergy from the ground to heal itself, making his wings glow like a constellation. Speaking of visuals, you cannot mention Safi Jiva without discussing one of the best super moves to ever appear in a video game. First time I saw that in game, holy shit. Very few attacks give you that level of warning. He flies too high to attack, the arena is coated in that blue flame, you're told to hide behind the rocks, just absolutely amazing. The Sapphire of the Emperor is so damn stellar. The way the fight progresses as it descends each layer of the valley, the mechanics of Emedy and the music change that occurs when you're targeted, slowly breaking each part of its body, it all feels so grandiose and a fitting finale to World. All the other aspects of Safi Jiva are great. The mechanics of the armor are really cool, the weapons are super unique and look awesome, and the music is simply iconic. He does have some time waster attacks, including his super move, which can make the fight drag from time to time. This wouldn't be a major problem, but the fact that Safi is set on a timer before leaving can make it feel annoying at times to get some damage in. If you want to know why Safi Jiva isn't in the top 5, the answer is simple: his design. Now, I don't dislike Safi's design in a vacuum. It looks incredible as this ferocious red dragon, albeit a bit generic by Monster Hunter standards. My problem is that this turns into this. It just doesn't feel fulfilling given the concept of an adult Xenojiva. It's really the red color that bugs me. Why couldn't they have kept the blue? I'm not expecting him to be bioluminescent, but at least give it the blue pattern rather than completely swap colors. It also loses the alien motif of Xeno, going from this otherworldly abomination to the typical Western dragon you've seen 100 times. They could have easily made some slight changes to fix this, make the constellation wings remain all the time, give him 3 eyes similar to those on Zeno, and give him an overall blue and black aesthetic. It especially stings because the concept art feels like a better successor to Xeno'jiiva than Safi'jiiva. Even how he looked in the teaser was better, with the black aesthetic and the glowing eyes and wings appearing much more prominent. It doesn't ruin the monster or make me dislike Safi, it just feels disappointing as a successor to Zeno, even if the design is incredible on its own. Safi'jiiva is an extraordinary monster that stands as one of the best spectacles and fights to experience in the game. A gentle, simple sailor that changed the world of Monster Hunter and its community. Oh ho 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 ho. This boss. This right here is a battle of epic and explosive proportions. Raging Bracky is a blast of a monster from start to end, taking everything from the original Blue Bracky and turning it up to 100, 1100. Now, is he an objectively perfect boss with an objectively perfect fight and objectively perfect theme? No. There are some issues with Raging I will get to. And I mean, objectively perfect is quite the paradox of a term when you really think about it. First problem, he has a new mechanic where hitting his orange parts will cause slime to fall and explode almost immediately after hitting the ground. It's an okay mechanic, but suddenly being sent flying by a random explosion after successfully hitting a weak point can be pretty irritating. He also shares the same ailment as the original, that being Blast Scourge, one I equally dislike on Raging and Normal. I also prefer the enraged state of Raging just like the base monster, and that massive size of his creates some questionable hitboxes on some explosions. But aside from these problems, this monster is electrifying to hunt and endlessly replayable. Raging Bracky looks way cooler than the original. He's given a Takis color scheme with bright lime and orange on his body, along with a heavy dose of creatine cause he's way bigger and bulkier than he used to be. The fight is a ton of fun, and the slower speed yet bigger size of Raging allows for more creative ways to avoid attacks and deal damage. Getting those part breaks on his arms, dodging those constant punches, getting those KOs on his head. It's such an invigorating battle. I haven't even gotten to the crown jewel of this hunt. So Raging Bracky can be put in traps like all other non-elders, but he cannot be captured. So once you damage Bracky enough to reach his nest, you and him stare each other down, leading him to finally start giving a flying fuck. And thus begins one of the most insane and awesome fights in this game. Raging Bracky absolutely loses it, with the sky turning deep red and the whole arena turned into a fiery war zone. Raging Bracky is now turned black and orange, with his body literally steaming with rage. The exits are all blocked off, there's nowhere to run. You and Raging Bracky are trapped together, a final stand between man and monster, and only one will make it out alive. Bracky's mechanics are entirely changed in this fight, with the blast courage and color changing slime entirely gone. The now red boiling slime his arms spread across the floor will not detonate, but simply fester and sap your health if you stand over them. But after a certain amount of time, Bracky will release a roar, which will detonate all of the slime at once in a massive explosion throughout the entire arena. However, this slime damages both you and Bracky, as each broken part will add additional damage Bracky receives in this explosion. The battle continues on and on, the Hunter and Bracky exchanging blows as explosions fly across the arena, and the music, the fucking music. The soundtrack for this phase is some of the best boss music I've heard in a game. Then finally, the monster falls, and you reign victorious over a hyper-aggressive beast of unadulterated destruction. Raging Bracky's final phase is simply a masterpiece. Almost all of my critiques of Raging Bracky are gone in this phase, and it always manages to get the pulse pounding. Overall, Raging Bracky is a boss with one of the best individual phases I've experienced in a game, yet still has an overall engaging, albeit flawed fight.
It looks like grandma, the fucking thing. Blink, motherfucker.
Now this. This right here is how you do a final boss. Shara Ishvalda is an absolutely spectacular finale to Iceborne's story. So you finally go to Origin Isle, take down Ruiner Nurgi, and the entire mountain range starts to collapse on itself, revealing this amalgamation of rock and stone that towers over you. Despite being quite literally made of earth, it does a good job at appearing as this otherworldly titan that needs to be slain. The first phase is definitely people's biggest criticism, but I don't consider it a slog to get through like others do. I will admit the phase goes on for too long and has a pretty limited move pool, but you can tear through the stone armor pretty easy if you're efficient with part breaking. All of his attacks have so much weight to them. They're slow and predictable but hit like a truck. The only part of this battle I actively dislike is when he sinks below the ground and starts liquefying the sand. He just sits there like a literal punching bag and barely fights back. I find that part to be equally easy and sluggish. All of the attacks carry this gravitas, especially this awesome phase transition where he literally smashes the arena further underground. But as the fight continues, the rock armor starts to break, and you notice little cracks within its skin, revealing something much more sinister underneath. Then, once enough damage is done to that rock, it all crumbles off him, revealing its true form. Most bosses wish they could be this cool. Most bosses in video games wish they could have an anime transition like this. 10 out of 10, no notes needed. The fight from this point on is a panicked, intense delight of a hunt. It's surprisingly difficult for such a large monster. Trying to beat this fight without getting hit is an actual challenge. This is the reveal that Shara is not an earth monster, but a sound monster, using literal vibrations to create these beams of pure concentrated decibels. These vibrations are also what causes the sand to liquefy in the arena, something that actually happens in real life, as enough vibrations created can cause sand grains to lose their stable structure and liquefy. It's such a genius example of Capcom taking real-world physics and nature and translating that into a creature's abilities. His design in this phase is absolutely terrifying in such a fantastic way. The Hindi, Buddha, and Lotus Flower inspirations are all really well implemented in a way that makes them feel like an unholy god of the underworld. This quote I found said it best: Shara Ishvalda is proof that you can base a creature on something as beautiful as a lotus flower and still make it the most viscerally unsettling thing in existence. The music also uses Hindi instrumentation, and it sounds equally beautiful as it does disturbing. He has some creative physical attacks with the wings, claws, bites, and sound beams that come from his wingtips. Dodging all of these attacks are so damn fun, requiring precise but fair timing, while also having a big enough arena to avoid his larger moves. Another complaint that I tend to oppose is those who think hitting his head is near impossible, and getting that head carve takes way too much damage. However, Capcom designed his fight in a way that almost every attack leaves his head vulnerable for a counter. When he stands on his hind legs and fires his beams, his head will be vulnerable for a moment. When he scoops the ground with his wings, the head becomes steady to hit for a couple seconds after. It all boils down to this back and forth battle between you and the head of this creature. Then he gets super enraged, and those eyes of his are revealed, which might just be the best fourth wall break to ever appear in a video game.
Ma, there's a weird fucking stray cat outside. It looks like grandma, the fucking thing.
Oh yeah, fun fact, the eyes don't actually stare at the hunter, they stare at you, the player. It's an optical illusion where his big attack, called the Imperial Lotus Kalpa Cannon, which is such a tough name by the way, is so damn epic. He literally channels a spirit bomb and nukes the entire map. I also like how the first time he does that attack, he simply roars, but will try to sneak an attack in after the second or third time doing the Nova. One minor complaint I have with the final phase is the sand pools that can cause eruptions on the ground, as they appear all over the arena and can hit you out of nowhere, often leading to situations like this.
Ouch! Oh God, what?
However, I only learned recently that the sand pools only erupt when Shara fires a sound beam over them, or when he sticks his wingtips in the ground, so the eruptions have clear visual tells, it's just a mild annoyance. Another complaint is that his reveal and being the one behind Iceborne's conflict literally comes out of nowhere. Story obviously isn't Monster Hunter's strong suit, but I would have preferred some more effort with him being the final boss. In my opinion, Shara Ishvalda is one of the best final bosses I have experienced in a game. The dynamic moveset, the build up to the transformation, it's a boss that has so much grandeur and spectacle, while also having an intuitively designed fight like I'd expect from a top tier monster. Shara Ishvalda is an extraordinary finale that I will truly never forget.
Oh, watch out.
Got me like mid-enemy. I had my right then. Oh, my death screen is so funny. Oh, my death screen is a blur. Him like screaming and me flying.
Icebreaker, smooth, fancy.
Beware of an old man in a profession where men die young. What a perfect quote to describe Frostfang Barioth. It's funny how when an ice monster is given more ice, they turn into either one of the shittiest variants or one of the best monsters I have ever fought in the game. This monster is sorely forgotten in the fanbase, which is not necessarily his fault, but rather the fault of the developers. To put it simply, he came out at the wrong time, after Elatrion but before Fatalis. So with all these new massive siege monsters and black dragons, people tend to be too overpowered by the time they even reach Frostfang, leading many to see him as a forgettable and inoffensive variant. In my opinion, they should have released Stygian Zinogre and Frostfang Barioth as a dual package in the second title update, similar to how they released Raging Brachy and Furious Rajang at the same time. But now onto the monster and why he's underrated. Instead of taking a great ice monster and making it insufferable, they took an amazing ice monster and made it phenomenal. First, I really like the subtle changes to his aesthetic. They nailed the look of a grizzled, scarred, veteran Barioth that is coated in blue frostbitten ice. The simplistic white being given some bright blue, gray, and silver flavor is a nice improvement too. Ruiner and Shrieking felt like tried attempts to portray an ancient and wiser variant of a monster that has survived literal hell. But Frostfang is the first monster to actually execute the concept masterfully. He is a Barioth that has fought countless monsters, slayed numerous hunters, making him a war-torn, seasoned monster that looks at you as a pathetic challenger compared to the hell and back he has faced throughout his primal life. He also conveys this experience with his moveset. Compared to the erratic and hit-and-run tactics of base Barioth, Frostfang is a lot more opportunistic, taking advantage of his most powerful attacks, and will punish you if you give him the slightest opening. Without overpowered gear, Frostfang is a tough cookie with constant combo continuations and an insane aggression despite being less of a spaz than the original. His new ice attacks are amazing, making up for the lack of ice that normal Barioth had. The frostbite attacks are the main feature, where the ice won't damage you, but will keep you stuck in place, and the second Frostfang sees that, he will be dive bombing on your ass. People tend to hate this mechanic, but I adore it, because all of his attacks with Frostbite are incredibly predictable and constantly allow you to close in on him once you know the timings. Other than that, all of my praises regarding normal Barioth apply here. His ability to use the environment, his diverse moveset, how breaking each part changes up the fight, so on and so forth. In short, Frostfang Barioth is an underrated gem of a variant that I constantly come back to. It's a thrilling fight, a great design, and a fantastic execution of the concept of a Vietnam veteran monster.
Hi, my name is Emily Elizabeth, and this is Clifford.
With every new game of Monster Hunter, I find that there are two monsters that take the fanbase by storm. One is the flagship, and the other is an original monster that usually isn't an Elder Dragon. A monster that quickly becomes a cult classic before they even have time to gain nostalgia. In Rise, it was Gossarog. In Tri, it was Deviljho. And in World, it was undoubtedly Odogaron. Back in World's early months, you could not go anywhere in the community without hearing love for Clifford the Red Muscled Dog. But that love is 100% warranted because the Red Weasel is simply a masterclass in monster design and combat. On the visual end, Odogaron is an S+ tier monster. The way he looks like he doesn't even have skin, just pure red muscle, the Freddy Krueger hands with the second set of claws that can retract, his hellish sound design, everything about this demonic fanged wyvern is frightening in a way that perfectly matches the Rotten Vale. Speaking of, I like that Odogaron bounces between these two biomes. It fits well given his ecology, and he always has this menacing aura whenever he appears on the map. He's up there with Anjanath and Basil for monsters that made me soil myself the first time I saw him. He stands out so much compared to the other Apexes. It's really cool to see a small and scrappy top predator that still manages to annihilate monsters more than twice its size. Whether it be Radobon or Legiana, this guy is the king of turf wars and they are all fantastic. The fact that he has the balls to stand up to Valazok and just start tearing at him, I just love that. It adds so much personality to the guy. His ecology is overall really cool too, being this scavenger that drags meat and Legiana corpses to his den and will glow with steam after eating his meat. It's all really neat attention to detail. Then there's his ailment. This monster was made for bleed. Look at those claws. Your bone marrow is quivering at the sight of those. It's cool too, cause the second set of claws are the ones that bleed you, so instead of every swipe causing bleed, you can visually see when the claws are unretracted and when you need to be careful. Bleed basically forces you to squat on the ground and stay still to heal. How that works is beyond me, but matching this condition with a hyper-aggressive monster was a cruel yet smart move. I appreciate that Odogaron is a purely physical monster. Compared to the ice of Legiana or the fire of Rathalos, Odogaron takes his spot as apex for his unrelenting aggression and unadulterated belligerence, like a honey badger of the New World, even though Yangaruga fits that bill better, but anyways. Similar to what I said about Anjanath, Odogaron may have the Rotten Vale music, but the OST feels like Odogaron's theme, and it slaps like it's the best biome theme of the bunch. And then there's the armor. Oh my lord. The armor might just be more loved than the monster itself, like it's that stupidly popular, and definitely warranted. My favorite aspect of Odogaron is the fight. It's a constant thrill as he is one of the most aggressive monsters, and the vibes of this battle are insane, even more intense than Diablos. This guy has a ludicrous combo continuation. He'll follow up attack after attack after attack, with no room to heal or even breathe. This isn't Elden Ring though. There are no delayed attacks or anime dramatic flair, just an unrelenting, hyper-aggressive monster that attacks with endless ferocity. Despite this, all of his moves are telegraphed and there are constant opportunities to bite into him. From a purely mechanical standpoint, Odogaron is just perfect, a phenomenal dance from start to end. This monster truly feels like a test of everything you've learned in the game so far. The use of bleed tests your ability to survive under pressure and deal with new ailments. Your ability to keep track of the monster is tested by his rapid movement and how he jumps from wall to wall with insane speed. Your ability to use the environment is tested through the Vale's cramped hallways, the constant effluvium, and all the options available to you like the paratoads in his nest. Odogaron is up there with Anjanath and Nergigante as one of the most effective walls I've seen in a video game. They just knocked it out of the ballpark with this guy. To put simply, Odogaron is a gem of a monster. Everything from the design to the ecology to the battle is just nailed to perfection with this phenomenal muscle puppy.
This is 1000 degree glow and crammed versus bleach bottle challenge. Light that shit, motherfucker.
This is one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Glavenus. Goddamn Glavenus. Buttblade over here is undisputably my favorite monster that isn't an Elder Dragon. It's time to begin the rundown on the pinnacle of peak monster design. I cannot stress enough how amazing this monster looks. Do I even need to explain why? He's a massive spiky Carnotaurus with Optimus Prime colors and a greatsword attached to its tail which it sharpens with its teeth to heat into a 1000 degree blade. It's completely off the rails insane and I love it. His design fits really well into the Wildspire Waste, which was the best location for him, as the massive sprawling areas allow Glavnis to use his tail to his fullest potential. That massive tail constantly gets stuck in the slopes and ledges of the desert, saving your ass numerous times in a way that never feels like a broken hitbox. Speaking of, people never really mention how freaking huge this dinosaur actually is. Like, Glavnis towers over Diablos and is almost the size of Deviljho, which leads him to have massive sweeping attacks. However, unlike Deviljho, you can actually dodge through all of his attacks, so stalling is non-existent with this hunt. This fight is a mechanical masterpiece. It's a thrilling and intense dance that never lets up from start to finish, and is completely fair in all of his abilities. You can pull a waltz with this giant dinosaur, it feels incredible. Despite his massive size, speed, and sweeping hitboxes, every single one of his moves is fair, and he gives you constant openings in his tail, head, or legs. For example, his most used move, where he leaps into the air and slams the sword on you, can be dodged with the right timing, and you can decide whether you want to attack the tail while it's on the ground, or wait until he pulls his head towards you and punish that. His attacks are slow and predictable, yet at the same time fluid and snappy, which makes it so fucking satisfying to master his moveset and take advantage of his openings. I've fought Glavenus with all of the 14 weapons, and no matter what weapon I use, the fight is still phenomenal. It's always thrilling to experience whether you choose the defensive, aggressive, or dynamic playstyle. His dynamic part breaks are just as satisfying, if not more, than they are with Barioth. His head, tail, and legs all alternate as weak points based on when he heats them up, which encourages team cooperation because the heating up of different body parts changes up what you target throughout the battle. The two highlights of this are when he cooks up his head and tail to a scorching heat. Glavnis will drag his tail on the ground to ignite it as a 1000-degree blade, dealing crazy damage but also receiving crazy damage. Additionally, attacking the tail while it's heated is the only time you can sever it, leading to the most satisfying tail cut of any monster. This heating and sharpening of his tail also plays into his super move, where he grinds his teeth against that tail, then unleashes hell with his 360 no-scope tailspin, which comes out like a bullet and will annihilate your health. However, you can dodge and punish if you know the absolute perfect timing, something that is equally amazing to pull off. He can also use that tail to heat up his mouth, allowing him to fire out these pop rocks that explode after landing, but hitting that glowy throat enough will cause a satisfying KO like Anjanath. As you watch my footage, you cannot see how much fucking fun I was having with this sword-tailed Rex. It is so satisfying, so thrilling, so emblematic of how much I love Monster Hunter's combat. His roar is awesome, his armor is awesome, his music is awesome, everything having to do with Glavnis is so frickin' awesome. I don't even care that his ecology and design are kinda overkill for a top-class predator, he just oozes so much style that I can't even complain. Other than that and some of the weapon designs kinda lacking, Glavnis is just perfection in every other aspect. He is absolutely deserving of a spot in the perfect tier. Glavnis is just peak Monster Hunter design and combat. Truly a cult classic worth celebrating.
Find out what happens when I drop a toaster into Adam's bath.
Despite experiencing so much joy in these games by bashing an animal's brains out, I have a massive passion for wildlife and the natural world. But I try not to let my personal bias dictate my thoughts on a monster. For example, cobras are my favorite species of snake, but I still think that Great Gyros is painfully mediocre despite clearly taking inspiration from them. However, when a monster so perfectly aligns with my taste, I can't stop my bias when presented with one of the best designed creatures I have ever seen in fiction. I give you Namielle. Words can't do justice how much I love Namielle. Zap took his leave from Skylanders and decided to become one of the dopest elder dragons there is in Monster Hunter. If the design and concept of Glavnis was a 10, bordering on 11, Namielle is a 20, bordering on 25. I could make a whole video essay on why Namielle's design is a masterpiece, but loving her look isn't exactly a hot take. I said this earlier with Coral Puke, but he and Namielle are monsters that truly do the Coral Highlands justice, as Nami easily rivals Valazak for the monster that best connects with its environment. As an absolute fanatic of marine biology, let me get my shit off. Namielle looks so fucking cool. The bioluminescent rainbow glow on her wings and body clearly take inspiration from the filaments of comb jellies, and it is jaw-dropping to watch, even having the titular combs on those wings. With the jaw of a gulper eel and the teeth of an anglerfish, her face is absolutely terrifying, as it should for a deep-sea dragon. The webbed toes like alligators work great for an aerial amphibious creature, and she even has little suction cups on her feet for stability. Her upper part of her wings are clearly inspired by manta rays, resembling barbs like a stingray, and used to discharge electricity like electric eels. The fact that when she runs out of water, she dries up and loses her color, appearing opaque like a bleached jellyfish. The fact that she uses jet propulsion and changes the shape of her wings in order to fly the same way that a vampire squid would swim is so mesmerizing. The fact that she produces slime all over her body for protection like a lungfish. The fact that she has the fight of Namielle is where I see a lot of people complain or claim this monster was underwhelming, but I personally love the battle. Maybe not as much as Odo or Glavenus, but she's still a monster I will go back to for the fun of the fight. It's great to see a water-based Elder Dragon, and she's much more of an elemental user akin to Kirin the Lightning Spammer. What makes Namielle far more interesting than Kirin is how creatively she manipulates the water. She can fire a pressurized beam that is incredibly satisfying to dodge, she spews spitballs at close range, creates these water bursts or waves in the arena, and so on. Most of her attacks leave water on the ground, which Namielle can manipulate into waves to lose your footing. This is most players' main complaint, saying the fight is a chore with the constant tripping and waves hitting you, but this is an argument I fundamentally disagree on. The water very much contrasts with the environment, and most areas you fight her in give you plenty of space to avoid the water splotches. The waves all come from attacks that are clearly telegraphed and can be dodged with the right timing. If this mechanic is really that much of a pain, the waterproof mantle completely nullifies the wave tripping. It's not like you're using that mantle for anything better. Plus, there's never too much water on the ground since her electricity vaporizes it at a relatively fast pace. Oh yeah, she's a double whammy of elements, not only able to control water, but also output electricity from her body and tendrils. I love how the thunder wasn't something revealed in the marketing. It was such a shock my first time hunting her. Literally. She powers up with electricity, which doesn't have the same crazy range as Kirin, but has just as much danger when combined with her water. If any thunder attack makes contact with the water, it will spark in a steamy burst, which can combine with other connected puddles to create some deadly concussive combinations. This then leads to her super move, which I like to call the Sea of Sparks. This boss is really well designed. The water will always let you know where the electricity will expand to, and it's up to you whether to play it safe and go around the water, or take the risk and get in up close. It rewards both passive and aggressive playstyles in a way very few monsters tend to succeed in. On top of that, she also has a build-up mechanic by drinking water, which you can knock her out of to avoid the super move. Unlike Lunastra, Namielle will turn opaque and dry when successfully flinched, serving as a great visual indicator to know whether you snapped her out of it. It's an exhilarating test of positioning and dynamic playstyles, choosing when to push the aggression and when to hang back. Am I standing in a spot where I can roll out of the water, or should I simply wait until she electrocutes it? Take your gambles, use your mantles, learn what your weapon handles. It's a game of dodging and weaving, thriving under pressure, and watching where you step. The kind of game that makes Namielle a thrill to experience. If I had to critique, I would say she's very element spammy. She's similar to Kirin, where a couple of physical attacks would go a long way, but the variety of elemental utility helps in maintaining the fight's replayability. The double blights of thunder and water can be tricky as well, but it's certainly better to deal with than paralysis or sleep. Namielle's fight is the only reason she's not number 1, not because her fight is bad, but because the top 2 monsters have such life-changing fights that usurp most other bosses in gaming. I absolutely cherish Namielle, from being one of the best designed monsters in fiction to having such a fantastic fight. This abyssal dragon has held a dear place in my heart, and I look forward to any time I can experience this creature.
And there comes a giant fish!
This may come as a surprise to some, but I absolutely love a certain monster in this game. That was a joke, we all knew this was coming. The fact that it's not higher is the biggest surprise. So there's biasy here, and as a boss ranking, I need to put my favoritism aside. But is that really possible? You've seen the thumbnail, you've seen the channel, I'm the spiky boy. This is who I am now as an internet persona. I have to accept that one way or another. But it's time. The Eater of Elders, the Extinction Dragon, the Spiky Boy, the Flying Hedgehog, I proudly present Nergigante. I love Nergi more than I can possibly express in a 4-hour video. Everything about Nergigante appeals to me on a personal level. That picture of him on the back cover of the game was the reason I bought it in the first place. I have become just as obsessed with this hedgehog dragon as I have with the series as a whole. I'll do my best to keep it somewhat short since we're practically 5 hours in, but there's so much love to unpack for this monster. In terms of design, Nergigante is the greatest looking creature in these games, only beaten by Namiel because of personal bias, but my bias also manifests in Nergi too. I have an obsession with spiky creatures. Anguirus from the Godzilla films, Bash from Skylanders, hedgehogs, porcupines, pufferfish. I just get uncontrollably excited over spiky things. Luckily, Nergi has spikes galore. The thorns that grow all over his arms, wings, tail, and back give him such a striking and menacing appearance, blending in a way that doesn't feel overkill. The color scheme absolutely makes this monster. If Nergi was just black and gray all over, I would not nearly like his look as much, but the orange and purple vibrance on his underside contrasts with the gritty black on top to give him this pop that makes his aesthetic a visual treat. His armor and weapons are just as fantastic. They're bulky and barbaric, exactly what I'd expect from this monster and super unique as well. The sound design is one of my favorites too. The combination of bull-like grunts and dragon growls give him a bestial roar that matches his equally bestial design. The robust head with the minotaur twin horns, the massive bat-like wings, the muscular physique with the bulky arms, and the hedgehog backside all contribute to displaying Nergi as this brutish, barbaric beast of an elder dragon. Speaking of which, I appreciate that Nergi is a purely physical dragon, which is so incredibly rare to see. Every elder dragon you've fought up to and after this point has some kind of element or natural power that they pull upon. Whether it be fire, wind, thunder, COVID, and so on. Nergigante is unique in that sense. All of his innate power comes from his physical brutality and aggression. All that slamming elder dragons into the ground and tearing them limb from limb, that's just his muscles, and it's fucking phenomenal to witness. His lore is some of the coolest of any monster. To put in short, he is an elder dragon that eats other elder dragons. It becomes even cooler when you learn that he serves as nature's mechanism for when the natural order is out of hand. Nergigante is responsible for killing any out-of-control elder dragons that could disturb the natural balance. A concept that is so damn tough. Taking the notion of nature balancing itself, such as how wolves hunt elk to eat, which in turn keeps the elk population in check, and transferring that into a literal guts and glory muscle dragon, it's such an awesome idea that is just executed masterfully. When discussing the fight itself, the entire battle is mechanically perfect. I genuinely have no criticism or BS attack to bring up. I have slayed this guy over 50 times with all of the 14 weapons, no armor runs, no healing runs, level 1 weapon, and no matter what the circumstances were, the fight was immensely fun and fair. Every time I got hit, it was my fault. I constantly had openings to attack him for the entire fight. It is a beautiful waltz every single time. This hunt is the biggest test of your skills, and combines aspects of the best bosses in the game to create an incredible experience. He has the hyper-aggression and frantic energy of Rajang, the insane combos of Odogaron, the satisfying and fair openings of Glavenus, the build-up and super move of Teostra, the dynamic part-breaking of Barioth, and the gravitas of Kulf Taroth. He served as the catalyst for the whole weak points that become stronger over time mechanic that defined a lot of 5th gen bosses, but Nergigante is the best execution of that gimmick thanks to his thorn regeneration. Nergigante is so visceral with his attacks that his thorns will literally break off him into the ground, but he has regenerative plates that grow back the thorns at a rapid rate. So each body part has thorns that first grow as white and soft, being weak points that can be broken with enough damage done to them. However, if given enough time, the thorns will oxidize until hardening and becoming black, which will bounce your weapons. But if you break those thorn parts before they harden, you can get a special knockdown and he resets to his base phase. On the other hand, if the knockdown doesn't occur and all of Nergi's thorns turn black, he will unleash a super move, the Cataclysmic Dive Bomb.
Dive bomb! And there comes a giant fish!
This dive bomb then removes all the thorns and resets him back to his base form. It's such a fantastic way to reward aggression and punish passive players without being tedious. If you become as good with this fight as I am, you can go through the entire hunt only seeing his Nova once or twice, and this move has killed everybody at least once. Its hitbox is definitely larger than it conveys itself, I'll admit that, but once you understand where to stand and when to time your dodge, it's a fair yet terrifying super move that never gets old. The music is amazing, it's simple and menacing just like the monster, and that core melody of his theme will stay in your head hours after fighting him. As for his arch-tempered theme, holy shit! The use of Stars at Our Back and how it combines divinely with Nergi's leitmotif just creates one of the best tracks in the whole game. Say what you will about the story and Zora Mag dog shit, I surely have, but man is the lead up to this poster boy fantastic. Basically, you start seeing thorns throughout the biomes, then you see a Barioth absolutely slaughtered and covered in these same thorns. The characters talk about this black, menacing, unknown monster in their dialogue, and it isn't until Zora when he finally makes his appearance. He whoops your ass in the Zora hunt until you receive backup. Then he comes back to interfere in the second Zora quest, where you do a little bit better, but you still get your ass beat and he runs away. Then after reaching the Elder's Recess, it's finally time to take him down. Nergi truly felt like a friendly rival throughout my journey, and I earned that win against him, because he was the biggest wall I ever had in the main campaign, demanding that I actually get good at Monster Hunter. He serves as a phenomenal final exam of what you've learned, even more so than Odogaron and Anjanath. Even though his health bar and broken parts reset each quest, in my mind, it was the same Nergigante that had torn me apart and had simply regenerated his wounds. But on my 9th attempt, I broke his horn for the first time, and it felt so meaningful because in my mind, I broke something that he couldn't grow back. A wound I inflicted would finally be permanent. It was that quest where I finally got him down to his nest, and he crashes through that wall in his arena, crumbling it all to dust. Then the smoke clears to reveal his silhouette, where Nergi and I had a final stand between man and monster. It was such an incredible dance, Nergi fighting tooth and nail, and me fully understanding the game's combat. It had finally clicked for me. And with one faithful swing of my weapon, Nergigante had been slain. It was the greatest feeling I ever felt in Base World, and truly cemented my love for this game and this monster. You guys can see why I love this hedgehog to bits. Nergigante is an absolute tour de force in the art of video game bosses, not just in Monster Hunter. And given how much of my identity is centered around this flying hedgehog, I should probably give Nergi his own hour-long video essay to properly do him justice. I have so much more to say and praise regarding this monster. Every ounce of my heart, soul, and passion for Monster Hunter can be represented with Nergigante, a dragon that has cemented himself as an old friend and a core part of who I am as a person. He is indisputably my favorite monster of all time, and I doubt that is ever gonna change. Nergigante is simply perfection in the form of a beautiful, spiky hedgehog with wings. But wait, if this is my favorite monster of all time, then who is number 1? When I first started making this video 6 months ago, I knew exactly who was gonna be number 1. Nergigante may be my favorite monster and now a representation of myself, but the unholy black dragon is on a whole nother level. After all the other monsters in the game are slain, we hear news from the outside world of ongoing events happening, all leading into a cataclysmic event that once occurred long ago, the tragedy of Shrade. Many centuries back, Shrade represented itself as one of the most prosperous nations in the Monster Hunter world. But the entire kingdom was destroyed, its people genocided, and its castle burnt to the ground, all in a single night. This mysterious tragedy would be given a name also given to the monster revealed as the culprit, Fatalis. The game's title of Monster Hunter may come across as extreme due to them being living, breathing animals, but for Fatalis, he is truly fitting of the term monster. Fatalis is the only creature to be inherently evil, having an uncanny intelligence and a downright hatred for all of humanity, committing genocide of them at his own will. The commission finally arrives to the tarnished kingdom of Shrade, the blood-red sky overcasting a beautiful arena that is blocked off by a massive steel wall, removing access to the Dragonator, for now at least. Then, instead of you hunting the monster and tracking it down, the monster is hunting you. He simply erupts from his roost of a ruined kingdom as you and Aiden stand your ground. The music swells in that haunting cover of the original theme as Aiden pulls out his weapon and delivers one of the best lines in any game. Fatalis stands on his hind legs, letting out a roar that shakes the world itself. And thus begins the best boss fight I have ever experienced in a video game. Fatalis is also the hardest boss fight I have ever beaten solo, and I really mean that. Fatalis shines in his simplicity. In a world full of such unique creatures grounded to reality by exotic traits, he stands out as being the platonic form of the dragon. He serves as the foundation of all other dragons and wyverns, a creature so primal and pure that the term deity doesn't properly do it justice. The first phase of this fight is incredibly fun and interesting. It's tough but fair and serves as the moveset you have to learn throughout the entire battle. The power of Fatalis is all shown through his sheer brutality and primal strength. He doesn't have the flashy visuals of Safi or Elatrion, yet still effortlessly conveys himself as stronger than both in his fight. This dragon's moveset truly feels like the culmination of all the other monsters you fought. He has the pop rocks of Glavenus, the prowling charge of Tigrex, the armor-melting fire of Kolv, and the nuclear fireballs of the Metal Duo. He has a massive mini-nova, where he engulfs an entire cone in front of him in a sea of hellfire, melting the health of anyone foolish enough to be caught in it. However, this attack is incredibly predictable and leaves his head vulnerable for 5 seconds, while also having him spit a pop rock at the end to keep you on guard. The pillars in the arena can be used to block the fire cone as well, demanding clever positioning to use to your advantage, or your shield with enough guard and feeling like a badass. Fatalis stands like a man, making it difficult yet possible to hit the head, but doing enough damage to his chest will knock him down on all fours. This is when he's vulnerable to wallbangs, and head damage should be fully prioritized. His attacks here give constant opportunities to hit his cranium. It all boils down to this battle between you and the head of this black dragon, with the game constantly reminding you to do so. The cannons serve as a method to get opening damage at the start of the fight, but if you're efficient enough with your DPS, not using cannons is the smarter play, so it never feels like a mandatory runback. But then, with the help of Aiden, Fatalis finally takes to the sky, furious that 2 hunters would dare live this long in its presence. But this is where the true power of a god is shown. The entire kingdom is set ablaze, a cruel reliving of the destruction Fatalis had done centuries ago, with Aiden putting more work in one hunt than anyone did for the entire damn story. He is out for the count. The good news is that the fire destroyed the metal wall, giving you access to the roaming ballista, a barricade, and the Dragonator, which is currently being prepped. You stand alone as the Sapphire Star of the new world, but all you've done is merely survive. You didn't come here to survive a god. You came here to hunt a monster. And thus, Phase 2 begins. The second phase of this fight introduces many new challenges. He can use his wings to take to the sky and spew fire down below. Unlike Elatrion, many of his moves give you ample time for clutch attacks on his body. Also, using the artillery weapons or breaking his wings serve as consistent methods to prevent him from flying too much. The roaming ballista is so much fun and a great way to break his parts without being entirely safe. The music has changed to this heroic yet still haunting theme, having little tidbits of Stars That Are Back drowned out in the full melody of the booming choir. The fight still remains the same, with the priority being to break the head by any means possible, using mounts, ailments, the one-shot binders, all to get that main part break. But having been cut down to half of his colossal health bar, he flies to the sky again, forcing you to sprint for the barricade in the back of the arena. Provided you pull the barricade with all of your buddies safe in time, the metal wall is engulfed in flame, literally melting and breaking apart until becoming a useless sludge of molten metal. Fatalis flies down and unleashes his full rage, with his chest glowing orange with heat. You have done what an entire army could not. You have stood your ground and proven that the Fatalis can be slain. Phase 3 starts and the fight truly becomes brutal, as whether you've efficiently damaged its head or not is tested here. If you fail to break the head even once, his flame becomes a hellish blue, which makes all of his attacks basically one-shot now. You can certainly try to fight him in this ultra-powered form. Results may vary. If you break the head once, his firepower is still beyond Phase 2, but not as insane as his blue Hellfire. And if you break his head twice, his firepower reverts back to what it was in Phase 2, which is easier said than done. The DPS check here is much more simplistic and rewarding than Elatrion. Instead of an instant loss, the fight becomes easier as more damage is done to the head, creating a risk-reward aspect to the hunt as a whole. This is where Fatalis makes use of his most dangerous attacks. He has a fire sweep to get behind and in front of him, a fire blast under his belly that turns into a 360 spin, and most of all, his new pin attack. Fatalis is revealed to melt fallen hunters onto his metallic skin, not just as a way to strengthen his own armor, but as a cold mockery of hunters using monster parts to strengthen their own armor, which is shown through this insane pin attack. Dragon Pods serve as a great get-out-of-jail-free card, as firing 2 of them will guarantee a flinch to stop his current attack. The fight gets more and more intense, and you are slowly running out of stamina to compete with this monstrosity. The pace of the fight never lets up, always giving you something to worry about at any range. But just as the timer gets down to the wire, you finally get word from Handler that the Dragonator is operational. You run like hell to that switch on the top of the arena, Fatalis in hot pursuit, knowing exactly the kind of power that weapon is capable of. The memories of Monster Hunter race through your mind as you close your eyes and make one desperate pull of a lever. A pull to turn the tide of this battle. A pull that may cost you your life. You open your eyes, and you remain alive. Fatalis injured on the ground. The Dragonator had worked. And you hear a distant theme. It is no longer Fatalis' theme. It is your theme. It is proof of a hero. The original proof of a hero from the very first Monster Hunter game. The classic orchestra soars in triumph that a single hunter has fought more valiantly than an entire nation because you are the Sapphire Star. You are a symbol of hope. On this night in Castle Shrade, an unstoppable force has met an immovable object. Tonight, the Sapphire Star of the New World faces the Black Dragon of the Old World. Proof of a hero plays because a dragon that has slain all that lays before it is now struggling to kill a hunter who has slain all that lays before it. It is such a phenomenal storytelling finale to Monster Hunter. The finale of this battle is kept the same as Phase 3. Fatalis' bloodlust is more apparent than ever, wanting nothing more than your demise, but you are invigorated. You are the hero. He has 3 different novas during this phase, which all force you to run towards him with intense urgency. The final nova indicates Fatalis is down to 5% of his health. The timer gets down to its last minute. The score crescendos as you use your weapon you've spent hundreds of hours mastering, and with one final swing, Fatalis is dead. The sheer ecstasy you get from this battle. There are only 7 times in my entire life where I have felt that insane level of euphoria, one that kept me adrenalized and joyous for hours afterwards, and Fatalis was one of them. No other boss ever came close to giving me that satisfaction. I have since been on a journey playing difficult games, trying to get that feeling again, and while some came close, none could ever give me the joy I had with soloing Fatalis. Fatalis is just the best experience I have had in a video game, not just Monster Hunter. There are a couple points of criticism that do need to be addressed. Yes, he does punish you for playing ranged weapons, and trying to use any of the 3 on him is a major pain. Yes, he does have some questionable hitboxes on certain fireballs and tail attacks, especially in his 3rd phase. Yes, his AI can be irritating at times when he spams fireballs instead of coming towards you. And yes, that Slytherin attack, as I call it, where his entire body becomes a hitbox, is kinda Garbo. The thing is, none of these issues ruin the monster for me, and most of these are simply things you have to keep in mind during the battle. For example, once you understand which fire attacks have insane hitboxes, you learn how to dive and avoid them instead of rolling. Everything about Fatalis screams the passion, the fun, the challenge, and the beauty that can be found in this amazing franchise. The moveset is dynamic and mechanically satisfying, the setting and spectacle are jaw-dropping, and he thrives on his simplicity to create such an amazing experience. Despite the insane difficulty, the battle never feels frustrating or tiresome, because every time I got better at the fight, and I always saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Whether it was messing up a knockdown or the time limit getting to me, I always felt it was my fault when I lost to Fatalis. The time limit is absolutely perfect. 30 minutes is just enough time to put a fire under your ass, while also ensuring that you are consistently doing damage to him in an aggressive and engaging way. It may seem like BS the first time, but as you get better at this hunt, the time it takes to kill Fatalis drops down. Each time you master a mechanic or learn something new about the fight. The true satisfaction of Fatalis comes not from beating it, but mastering it. Fatalis is simply an experience like no other, an experience that pushes you to the absolute limit while never feeling strenuous, an experience that immerses you in another world seamlessly, an experience to prove that you are a hero, you are a person worth celebrating, and no matter how much life may drag you down, you are the Sapphire Star of the New World. Well, it's all over. 7 years of my life obsessing over a game has finally been concluded with this marathon of a video. For those of you who stuck through all 5 hours of my insane rambling, talking about anorexic scarecrows, lava sushi, Super Saiyan monkeys, and so on, thank you for your time. I've worked way harder for the past 6 months to make this video than most of my life. You're probably expecting me to go on and on about how I suffered my way through this video, but no, making this has been so much fun. It feels great to create my own love letter to Monster Hunter. This game has immersed me into its world and universe time and time again, And with Monster Hunter Wilds proving itself to be even bigger and better than Worldborn ever reached, I can only sit here and anticipate the day I get to re-experience that blind joy and wonder I had when first playing through Monster Hunter. Remember, this list was my opinion, and you're completely valid if you disagree, so I'd like to hear what monsters you loved or hated in the comments. Or just call me a moron and feel better about yourself, I guess. As you can see, my channel is super massive, so liking the video would be appreciated, and subscribe for when I do a similar ranking of all the monsters in Monster Hunter Wilds. A video that will be nowhere as long as this one. I wish you all the best, and lead thy life as thou seest fit.